It seemed to have melted a little. Lin Moyu checked it several times, and confirmed that it had partially melted. This portion had likely been absorbed and fused by the Infinite Fusion spell. The Infinite Fusion spell contained the laws of chaos, capable of absorbing and fusing any matter or spell. It could be said to be the most divine of all of Lin Moyu's spells. The only drawback was its slow fusion speed. It required a great deal of time. Perhaps after it absorbed and melted the entire iron block, the Infinite Fusion spell would undergo some changes. Lin Moyu withdrew his attention, looked up at the mission center not far away, and walked over. Inside the center, many people were turning in missions, with a long queue at the submission counter. Many tasks here required manual processing, so the speed was relatively slow. Lin Moyu wasn't in a hurry, and quietly lined up at the back. He thought about his gains from this mission. His cultivation level and combat power had been upgraded, and all his spells were now at the star rank. He had killed many aliens, obtaining a large number of constant star soul fires and green soul fires. Besides completing the soul fire collection mission, he had also killed Luo Fei, completing the bounty mission. The rewards from this mission were quite good. After summarizing his gains, Lin Moyu began to consider which mission to take next. The queue gradually moved forward, and an hour later, it was finally his turn. At the octagonal mission counter, there were a total of 8 staff members responsible for reviewing missions. These 8 individuals were all military personnel, dressed in military uniforms, exuding the distinct aura of soldiers. They were serious, and their work was swift and decisive. Lin Moyu placed his battlefield tags on the counter and took out a storage item containing 10 constant star soul fires. He reported his mission, Fortress No. 5, mission in Area 38, collecting constant star soul fires. Please wait a moment. We will begin verification immediately. The staff member decisively took Lin Moyu's battlefield tag and began the verification. A beam of light from the Human Emperor Network descended upon Lin Moyu, the process being identical to mission verifications in the human world. Lin Moyu continued, there is also a second mission, from the bounty board. I killed Luo Fei of the Winged Clan, rank 88th on the bounty list. The staff member simply grunted in acknowledgement, indicating he had heard Lin Moyu, and continued with his work. The military style was resolute, tidy, and devoid of unnecessary words. Having been in the military before, Lin Moyu was familiar with this, and didn't find it strange. Their efficiency was high, and they quickly produced the results. Your mission has been verified. Completion of the Constant Star Soul Fire Collection mission. Reward of 5,000 accumulated points and 10 military merits. Successful kill of Luo Fei of the Winged Clan. Ranked 88th on the bounty list. Reward of 2,000 accumulated points and 200 military merits. The accumulated points and military merits have been transferred. You can check for yourself. Additionally, your battlefield tag shows other records of killing aliens. Please proceed to the military awards office to settle them. You can also wait until you leave the battlefield to settle everything at once. The staff member returned the battlefield tag to Lin Moyu. The information on the Human Emperor Network had been updated. His military merits and accumulated points had been received. Thank you. Lin Moyu took back his battlefield tag, and turned to leave. He didn't linger, but left the mission center, quickly finding a secluded spot nearby to sit down. Earlier, upon completing the mission, he had received a notification from the Human Emperor Network, detected that your chain quest part 1 is complete. The Human Emperor Network is now evaluating your mission performance. Please wait a moment. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry, and waited quietly for the Human Emperor Network's evaluation. He knew his evaluation wouldn't be low. He had completed every mission perfectly, even exceeding the mark of perfection. The Human Emperor Network would issue the next quest based on the evaluation. Typically, a higher evaluation meant a more difficult subsequent quest, with correspondingly greater rewards. A lower evaluation would result in a worse quest, and could even lead to the interruption of the chain quest. The chain quest was also known as the ticket to godhood. Once the quest was interrupted, it meant that one would never have the chance to achieve godhood in their lifetime. I wonder what kind of mission the Human Emperor Network will assign me. If the next mission must be completed in the human world, it seems I'll have to return early. The missions provided by the Human Emperor Network were incredibly diverse, with no set standards. Lin Moyu considered that if the mission required him to return to the human world, he would have no choice but to go back. His goal was to become a god, making the chain quest his immediate priority. This was also why he didn't immediately accept another battlefield mission. After waiting for another 10 minutes, a new notification arrived from the Human Emperor Network. Your chain quest part 1 evaluation is complete. Mission rating, 100. Note, maximum score is 100. Distributing the next quest. Chain quest part 2, Complete 3 of the following 5 objectives. Welcome a super god realm expert from a minor world into the major world. Complete their registration, evaluation, and other related matters. The higher the evaluation of the super god realm expert you introduce, the higher your score. Eliminate one of the top 10 enemies on the bounty list. The higher the rank of the eliminated target, the higher your evaluation. Complete 5 battlefield missions. The higher the completion level of the missions, the higher your evaluation. Accept the challenge to defend the Human Emperor arena. Fight over 100 matches. The higher your consecutive win rate, the higher your evaluation. Accumulate military merits. The more military merits accumulated, the higher your evaluation. Please select 3 of the 5 missions. The quest will begin after your selection is complete. The second chain quest was divided into 5 separate parts. The first was to welcome a super god realm expert. Lin Moyu was all too familiar with this mission. He himself had been welcomed in this way. It seemed that King Kawan had chosen this mission back then. This was the safest of the 5 options, but it relied heavily on luck. Good luck meant welcoming a genius and getting a high evaluation. Welcoming an ordinary super god realm expert would result in a low evaluation. He glanced at it and dismissed it. He had no interest in missions based on luck. He turned his attention to the remaining 4 missions. The second was to eliminate a top 10 enemy from the bounty list. Lin Moyu opened the list to check. The list had restrictions corresponding to other lists. The top name was Fins, from the Hell Demon lineage of the Demon Clan, with a cultivation of God King level 5. Second was Gu Li Mo, also of the Demon Clan, from the Abyss Demon lineage, a God King level 4. Third was Yan Hua Mo, again from the Hell Demon lineage, a God King level 2. Among the top 10 names, none were below the God King realm. Looking through them, 6 of the top 10 were from the Demon Clan. This was mainly because the Vermilion Bird Starfield bordered the Demon Clan's territory, leading to frequent conflicts. This list was only for the Vermilion Bird Starfield. The bounty list for the entire star domain would not have so many demons. However, from this list alone, Lin Moyu could guess that the human race had many enemies. The originally weak human race was seen as a juicy piece of meat by other races. Unfortunately for them, this piece of meat had hardened and would surely break their teeth. After noting the top 10, Lin Moyu's immediate problem wasn't whether he could defeat them, but how to find them. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, finding one of these 10 demons was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. He continued down the list and saw that Luo Fei, ranked 88th, had disappeared, replaced by another name. The list maintained 100 names, unchanged, suggesting there were plenty of replacements. Lin Moyu wanted to do this mission, but it depended on opportunity. He could only complete it if he happened to encounter one of them. He moved on to the third mission, complete 5 battlefield missions. The Constant Star Soul Fire Collection mission he just finished didn't count, he had to do 5 more. This suited Lin Moyu's original intention, as he wanted to stay here for a while longer. The battlefield was an excellent place for training, rich with opportunities. Compared to secluded cultivation to comprehend laws, Lin Moyu preferred to grow through combat. At the same time, Lin Moyu had a speculation. Since he was currently on the battlefield, the Human Emperor Network gave him a battlefield-related chain quest. If he weren't on the battlefield now, would this mission have been different? The Human Emperor Network had never been rigid. Lin Moyu had long sensed its remarkable adaptability, even feeling that it possessed a form of intelligence. He continued to the 4th mission and chuckled to himself. So that's what it is. The 4th mission required him to be a defender in the Human Emperor Network's arena, just like what Chu Shon and Chuan Bai were doing. Defending for 100 matches, the Human Emperor Network would arrange suitable opponents for him. This mission wasn't difficult for him, just 100 matches. Lin Moyu had never feared anyone at the same cultivation level, he was confident he could crush them all. But from another perspective, this mission lacked any real challenge. Based on his understanding of the Human Emperor Network, no matter how perfectly he completed such a mission, the evaluation wouldn't be very high. He temporarily set this type of mission aside and read the 5th one, accumulate military merits. The 5th mission was to accumulate military merits, with no specified amount, no mention of how many, and no end date. The mission was very vague and had no specific limits. Based on his understanding of the Human Emperor Network, the vaguer it was, the higher the potential upper limit. Most importantly, this mission offered complete freedom. Lin Moyu loved the feeling of freedom, and in an instant, he made his choice. With a thought, his consciousness connected to the Human Emperor Network. He said, I choose the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th missions. Following his choice, the content of Chain Quest Part 2 in the Human Emperor Network changed. Chain quest to eliminate one of the top 10 enemies on the bounty list. Status, incomplete. Complete 5 battlefield missions. Status, incomplete. Accumulate military merits. Status, incomplete. The mission prompts were simple, without much specific guidance. Lin Moyu understood the human emperor network's intention. It was designed this way on purpose. As a cultivator's level increased, the world they faced grew larger, and the dangers became greater. The human emperor network couldn't act as a nanny, explaining everything clearly. After passing the novice stage, many things required one's own deliberation, without over-relying on the network. The human emperor network was transitioning from a nanny to a regular auxiliary device. Lin Moyu carefully considered the 3 missions. They seemed somewhat interconnected. The top 10 enemies on the bounty list might appear on the battlefield. The 5 battlefield missions would also involve clashing with enemy races, and killing them would accumulate military merits. The final mission, accumulating military merits, could be completed incidentally. It seemed likely that the military merits would be settled when he completed the first 2 missions, or when he left the battlefield. This was just his speculation, but it seemed highly probable. Lin Moyu found it quite interesting. He was very enthusiastic about this mission. The military merits office was also crowded, with many people holding battlefield tags to settle their merits. Military merits were extremely useful, not only for upgrading military rank but also for purchasing special items, and could even be directly exchanged for a ticket to godhood. Many cultivators lost their chance at godhood due to failing a chain quest because of some accident, but the path was not completely cut off. They could still accumulate military merits, and, once they had enough, directly exchange them for a ticket. However, Lin Moyu had heard that there were restrictions on this exchange, meaning it wasn't something one could do at will. He hadn't looked into the details, as it wasn't his preferred choice anyway. Lin Moyu queued up in an orderly fashion. No one was causing a disturbance or cutting in line. A row of armed soldiers stood beside them, their presence stern and imposing. Only someone tired of living would dare to cause trouble here, not even a god venerable. Although there were many people in line, the process was fortunately quite fast. After queuing for over half an hour, it was finally Lin Moyu's turn. The situation here was similar to the mission center. A soldier took Lin Moyu's battlefield tag, and simultaneously, the light of the human emperor network enveloped him from head to toe. The soldier, who took the tag, had a cultivation of true god level 9. He looked at Lin Moyu with a strange expression, tinged with a hint of disdain. After all, Lin Moyu's cultivation was too low, true god level 4, only cannon fodder on the battlefield. Such cannon fodder had an extremely high mortality rate and could hardly earn a large amount of military merits. Typically, someone with Lin Moyu's cultivation was more suited for missions within the human race's starfield, not the battlefield. But as soon as this soldier opened the records on the battlefield tag and used the human emperor network for verification, he was stunned on the spot. He turned to look at Lin Moyu, meeting his gaze. Their eyes met, and Lin Moyu asked, "Is there a problem?" The soldier shook his head. "Nothing." He turned back to read Lin Moyu's records, clearly suspicious. The people who died at Lin Moyu's hands were all at the peak of the true god realm, and there were even god kings among them. Lin Moyu noticed the 5 stars on the man's shoulder. In the human military, stars represented the rank of soldier. 5 stars meant a 5th-class soldier. This was a 5th-class soldier, with military merits ranging between 5 to 6,000. The 5th-class soldier seemed to have figured something out, the suspicion in his eyes disappearing, replaced by a look of contempt. After completing the settlement for the battlefield tag, he returned it to Lin Moyu, giving him a sideways glance. Lin Moyu felt his gaze, which was both contemptuous and disdainful, and felt strange. Is this person sick? However, Lin Moyu wouldn't argue with such a person. After all, he represented the military. Starting a conflict over mere glance wasn't worth it. Ear level, true god, has earned a total of 2,300 military merits. Hearing him say this, Lin Moyu immediately frowned, his eyes showing displeasure. The man's voice was too loud. He seemed to be intentionally telling the people behind him about his achievements. This was his private information, and the man shouldn't have done that. He hadn't done this with others before. He was doing it on purpose, for some unknown reason. Lin Moyu looked at him carefully, memorizing his appearance, and took back the battlefield tag. At this moment, Lin Moyu noticed that some of the people behind him were looking at him differently. Some even showed disdain. Am I attracting enemies? I don't even know him. Why would he do this? I must have run into a madman. Lin Moyu was a bit baffled, and decided to stay away from this crazy person. He had just taken 2 steps when he heard someone say implicitly, another one relying on their elders. The comment was neither loud nor soft, but just loud enough for Lin Moyu to hear. He suddenly understood what was happening. It turned out they thought he was someone relying on his elders. Indeed, some people had their elders beat high-level opponents to near death, then hand them over for the final blow. This was a quick way to accumulate military merits, but if discovered, it was severely punished. They were exploiting a loophole where the human emperor network's surveillance was absent on the battlefield. In the human world, such a situation would be impossible. Now Lin Moyu knew he was being seen as that kind of person, but did it matter? Lin Moyu's will was extremely firm, and wasn't affected. He walked to one side to exchange 4 items. His military merits had now reached 5,510, and his military rank had been promoted to 5th class soldier, allowing him to exchange for a few things. When he first arrived at the battlefield, Lin Moyu also had military merits, but he hadn't completed a mission yet, so this function wasn't activated. To use military merits to exchange for items on the battlefield, one first had to complete a mission to activate the function. The military's supplies were limited. If one couldn't even complete a single mission, they were not qualified to exchange for items. The exchange counter in the military merits office was similar to the one in the transaction center, except one used military merits for transactions, while the other used accumulated points. Lin Moyu saw many military items, and they were indeed different. The military had high-grade signal jades, 1 for 1,000 military merits, which could detect aliens within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius, compared to the one in the transaction center that could only detect aliens within a 10,000-kilometer radius. This one was countless times more powerful. The signal jade was at the top of the list and was also the most purchased item. But Lin Moyu didn't buy it. Military merits were not easy to come by. He had to kill so many enemies, all with high cultivation levels, just to earn 2,300 points. On average, each kill was worth only 10 or 20 military merits. It seemed to only God King level enemies were worth more. Moreover, military merits were unlike accumulated points. Using points didn't affect one's authority, but using military merits directly affected one's military rank. Lin Moyu recalled some regulations about military merits, which were very similar to those in the minor world. Not identical, but at least 70 similar. For example, the regulation about losing rank was the same as in the minor world. This made those who wanted to accumulate rank afraid to spend recklessly. One wrong move could drop them from an officer to a soldier. Lin Moyu quickly scanned the list of items. Some items not only had military merit requirements, but also rank requirements. They could only be purchased upon reaching that rank. He was currently only a 5th class soldier, so there weren't many items he could purchase. Fortunately, Lin Moyu didn't have many needs. Among them, one item caught his attention. Flowing Light Return City Talisman, a consumable item. After activation, allows teleportation to the nearest forward base at a speed of 5 light years per second. Effective range, 10,000 light years. Restriction, cannot be used in a locked space. Cannot escape from a barrier. Price, 500 military merits. Because it was a consumable, the price wasn't high. It also had usage restrictions. The space couldn't be locked, and it couldn't be used within barriers or formations. It was simply for movement. If he had this, he wouldn't have needed to waste so much time returning from the constant Star Soul Fire field. Lin Moyu directly bought 2. The exchange counter flashed. 1,000 military merits were deducted, and 2 exquisite jade talismans appeared on the counter, emitting an aura similar to a teleportation array. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from the side, snatching the 2 flowing light return city talismans. Directly taking someone else's item from the exchange counter was very rude. However, Lin Moyu wasn't afraid of the other party actually taking them, daring to rob someone here. Not even a god venerable could escape. Lin Moyu turned his head to see the person, who was wearing a proper military uniform. His square face emanated the aura of the God King realm. His military rank insignia also had stars, but only 2. The stars represented an officer, having risen above the ranks of soldiers, considered a junior officer in the military. Theoretically, a second-class officer would command a team of about 200 soldiers. Is there something you need? Lin Moyu looked at the man, whose eyes were filled only with seriousness. Lin Moyu thought to himself, this is an upright and righteous person. The officer's voice was deep and powerful. I am Men Gang, in charge of military merits for Fortress No. 1. Lin Moyu said, Officer Meng, what can I do for you? Men Gang said, I received a report from a subordinate, stating that you are suspected of fraudulent merits. According to military regulations, merit fraud is a serious offense. If discovered, it must be dealt with severely. Merit fraud is truly unfair to everyone. Military supplies are limited, If you fraudulently obtain merits to buy items, it may prevent others from getting what they need. This could cause a chain of negative reactions. There had been unpleasant incidents in the past. Someone had fraudulently obtained merits and bought a large quantity of military pills, leading to many others being unable to purchase them. This resulted in numerous deaths during missions. An investigation later revealed that the person who bought the large quantity of pills had indeed obtained their merits fraudulently. Now, merit fraud was strictly prohibited. All those who committed merit fraud were not only despised by others, but also severely punished by the military. A light punishment would be wiping all merits and expelling them from the battlefield. A heavy one would be crippling them. The military's methods were direct and brutal, intended to prevent such incidents from happening again. The fifth-class soldier from before not only looked down on Lin Moyu but also reported him to his superior. Meng Gang was in charge of military merits for Fortress No. 1 and naturally had the duty to investigate this matter thoroughly. Lin Moyu smiled lightly. Just because of my record. Do you have any evidence? Meng Gang said in a deep voice. Your cultivation is only True God level 4. Yet you killed many True God level 9s. This is contrary to common sense. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes. Is it not allowed to fight across levels? Meng Gang continued, according to the records, you also killed several God King realm experts, including a God King level 4. And at that time, you were only a True God level 2. Do you think that's normal? Meng Gang's words immediately caused a stir. The surrounding crowd showed looks of disbelief. A True God level 2 killing a God King level 4. How is that possible? Indeed, fighting across levels is one thing, but crossing a major realm and 2 minor realms, a True God slaying a God King, is a bit too much. How dare they so brazenly commit merit fraud nowadays? Do they really think the military is just for show? To be so blatant and unrestrained, his family background must be quite something. The people around them chattered, no one believing Lin Moyu could fight so far above his level. Lin Moyu ignored them. So how do you want to investigate? Meng Gang said in a deep voice. If you truly possess the combat power of the God King realm, then please prove it. Lin Moyu looked at Meng Gang. Officer Meng, what is your realm? Meng Gang replied, God King level 2. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes. So if I kill you, would that count as proof? As he spoke, a murderous glint flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes, causing Meng Gang's hair to stand on end. He felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart, as if Lin Moyu truly had the ability to kill him. How audacious, you're provoking the military, Distamir True God. Where did you get such courage? The soldiers behind Meng Gang shouted, among them the fifth-class soldier who had calculated Lin Moyu's merits and reported him. Lin Moyu looked at them, his gaze growing even more dangerous. Meng Gang raised his hand to stop his subordinates. Of course, our military has a way to prove it. You just need to cooperate. Lin Moyu said, cooperating with you is not a problem, but I have a question. Please ask. Meng Gang's voice had softened, more polite than before. He was startled by Lin Moyu's gaze, and his attitude unconsciously changed slightly. Lin Moyu said, this is something you should investigate. But if you're wrong, shouldn't you give others an explanation? And I really didn't like his gaze just now. As a member of the human race, I have always held enough respect for soldiers, but at the same time, we are also completing missions and providing resources for the human race, so we also need your due respect. This has nothing to do with cultivation level or the scale of the mission. We are all members of the human race. As long as it benefits the race and doesn't harm the interests of others, everyone is equal. And even if others don't commit merit fraud, can't they get lucky? Encountering a higher level enemy who is seriously injured. If killing such an enemy is considered abnormal by you and requires one to prove their innocence, wouldn't that make us cultivators feel disheartened? As he spoke, Lin Moyu's aura gradually rose. In the minor world, he was also a divine general of the army, so he knew what a soldier should do and say. Sometimes soldiers could be overbearing, but generally, they knew right from wrong. You just needed to be more reasonable and assertive than them, leaving them with nothing to say. Every word he spoke was reasonable, leaving Meng Gang unable to refute. Meng Gang had a feeling of confusion. The person before him wasn't a True God level 4, but a high-ranking officer. His own presence was completely outmatched. He even started to believe Lin Moyu's words a little. Perhaps Lin Moyu had indeed fought across levels, a True God slaying a God King. After Lin Moyu finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. The jeers from before suddenly disappeared. The surrounding cultivators seemed to sympathize with Lin Moyu. Someone blurted out, "That's right, last time I encountered 2 enemy races, they were both seriously injured, so I got a good deal. But when I returned, I was investigated for a long time. I've had a similar experience." As long as you kill an enemy stronger than yourself, you get investigated. Not just that, I was lucky enough to pick up the corpse of a God King realm expert, and when I brought it back, I was investigated for a long time. I almost lost all my gains. Exactly, the military investigates back and forth, and they want us to prove our own innocence. But in the end, they don't have to pay any price. It's too much. Some of them have their eyes on the top of their heads, looking down on everyone. They think joining the military makes them superior. Many people empathized and turned to support Lin Moyu. Suddenly, Man Gang became a bit tense. How did things turn out like this? How could a few sentences reverse the situation? The person in front of him was quite formidable. With just a few words, he had turned the tables, making himself the bad guy. Man Gang forced to reply, if it can be proven that you did not commit merit fraud, we will naturally give you an explanation. Lin Moyu smiled, his expression gentle, but with no intention of letting it go. What kind of explanation? Let's be clear first, don't be so vague. Man Gang's heart skipped a beat. He realized that today he had truly met a tough one. Ordinary people, when faced with a military investigation, would have been scared out of their wits, timidly answering whatever was asked. Who would be like the person in front of him, clearly confronting him head-on, with every word being reasonable, leaving him with no way to retort. Having come this far, Man Gang could only bite the bullet and continue. Do you think we would lie to you? Lin Moyu laughed. Whether you would or not, you have to ask yourself. The conversation suddenly changed. Lin Moyu raised his voice. You could also ask everyone here, has the military ever given you any explanation? As soon as he said this, the crowd buzzed again. No, not even an apology. What explanation? More like a gag order. Ha ha ha, as if we would dare to demand an explanation from them. That's right, it must be made clear. Don't be so vague. Lin Moyu shrugged. It seems that everyone doesn't believe you. Man Gang's face became extremely ugly. As a god king, his forehead was dotted with sweat. Even facing a heat of billions of degrees, he wouldn't sweat. But now Man Gang felt he had picked the wrong person. This young man was no ordinary person. His smile looked like that of a demon. Man Gang turned and glared at his subordinate, as if to say, look at the trouble you've caused me. Lin Moyu said, Officer Men, let's not waste everyone's time here. Wasting time is wasting life. It might even cause people to miss opportunities. Man Gang replied in a low voice. Wait a moment. Lin Moyu felt a wave of spiritual power moving. Clearly, Man Gang was contacting someone else. Lin Moyu guessed that Man Gang was probably seeking instructions from a superior. Some matters were likely beyond his authority to decide. He hoped they could offer something substantial. Lin Moyu thought to himself, his words just now were a series of interconnected hooks, aimed at forcing the military to offer sufficient compensation. Investigating him was not a problem. He would cooperate. But at the same time, compensation was indispensable, and it had to be tangible, not just empty promises. There had to be a clear explanation. Without an explanation, it was all just empty talk. Under Lin Moyu's watchful gaze, Man Gang finally received a reply from his superior. Man Gang said, if you can prove your combat power, we will award you an honorary title. Ooh. Gasps were heard. Many people's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Moyu had looked up information and had seen an explanation of the honorary title. The honorary title was a special title awarded by the military to non-military personnel. After obtaining it, one did not need to join the army but could still enjoy the same treatment and rights as a regular soldier. The rank was not just a title. One could be assigned their own team like a regular officer, even lead an army. Moreover, one remained a free person and could join organizations like the War God Temple without being affected. Because of this, the military's honorary title was not easily given out. Over the years, very few people had received one. Lin Moyu understood in his heart that the military had made a good move. If he had committed merit fraud, this compensation would naturally be void, and he himself would be affected. But if he could prove his strength was sufficient, then awarding him an honorary title would not be a loss for the military. After all, his combat power was there. He was a genius capable of fighting across realms. Not a peak true god crossing realms to slay a god king, but a true god level 2 flipping the tables on a god king. This level of cross-realm combat ability was beyond common sense, surpassing the category of genius. For such a person, the military would not lose out by granting an honorary title. Lin Moyu's thoughts raced like lightning. In an instant, he understood the intentions of the military superiors. His thoughts were clear, and since the military had offered such a good condition, he could only agree. He did indeed want the honorary title, Being free while enjoying all the benefits of the military was truly great. Lin Moyu replied, I trust that your military keeps its word. Alright then, how do I need to prove it? Lin Moyu's tone had changed, no longer making excessive demands. He naturally understood the principle of stopping when ahead. Seeing Lin Moyu agree, Mengang breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, a God King level 2 starry sky behemoth appeared near Fortress No. 7. As long as you can kill it, that will be enough to prove your strength. Lin Moyu grunted in agreement. Okay. Seeing Lin Moyu agree so easily, Mengang felt a sense of unease. The faster Lin Moyu agreed, the more Mengang felt that he truly possessed this strength. But Mengang quickly added, we will arrange for the military combat arena. The arena will have a formation that seals all items, props, and magic treasures, so you can only rely on your own spells. Mengang's meaning was that he feared Lin Moyu would rely on external forces rather than his own combat power. That was not what the military needed. Lin Moyu nodded. Understood. A God King level 2 starry sky behemoth was nothing. Then please follow me. Mengang led Lin Moyu away from the military merit's office to the military arena. Within the fortress, a large area was designated as an arena. Its function was similar to the human emperor arena, used to resolve conflicts between cultivators. Sometimes it had other uses, such as the military conducting drills for cultivators to witness their combat power. Through this, the military also attracted many new talents. When Lin Moyu arrived at the combat arena, Mengang had already informed his superiors, so they were prepared. Mengang said, the arena has been activated. As soon as you enter, the battle begins. Please be ready. We will do our best to ensure your safety, but we cannot guarantee it 100. Accidents can always happen in battle. Your opponent is a God King level starry sky behemoth named the Prison Lion. It can erupt with the combat power of a God King level 3 for a short period. Mengang added a final reminder. Lin Moyu saw that the arena had deployed a formation. In the starry sky outside the battlefield, Dong Yi stood watching. The arena always had spectators, and news of the matter between Lin Moyu and the military had somehow spread, attracting many people. Lin Moyu paid no mind to this. Turning to Mengang, Officer Meng, do you usually not look at the Vermilion Bird Star Field rankings? Mengang was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Not often. Lin Moyu said, then you can take a look at the potential and combat power rankings. My name will be on the combat power list very soon. After saying this, Lin Moyu flew up and entered the arena. Mengang was slightly stunned. He knew Lin Moyu's name. It was recorded on the battlefield tag. As a military man, he really didn't pay much attention to the Vermilion Bird Star Field's potential and combat power rankings. Those were rankings based on cultivation realm authority, unrelated to the military. He opened the potential rankings, and in an instant, saw the first name at the top, Lin Moyu. Mengang instinctively uttered Lin Moyu's name, his God King body trembling slightly. Those who could make it onto the potential rankings were all outstanding talents, let alone the one at the top. Such a person faking merits. What kind of joke was that? Mengang realized his mistake and immediately glared at his subordinates, frightening the 5th-class soldier into bowing his head, not daring to say a word. Outside the military arena, more and more people gathered. The news that a true God level 4 cultivator was challenging a God King level 2 starry sky behemoth spread with astonishing speed. The speed of the news was faster than light, spreading from 1 to 10, 10 to 100 continuously. Especially when it became known that the challenger was the top ranker on the Vermilion Bird Star Field's potential list, the news exploded, and the scene became increasingly chaotic. Fortunately, the cultivators reacted quickly, and spontaneously maintained order. Many cultivators gathered, starting to discuss animatedly. I heard he was reported for merit fraud, and has to challenge a starry sky behemoth to prove his innocence. It seems so. I think the military has become paranoid from dealing with so many merit fraud cases. They mistake the wind for the rain. Forcing someone to their death without any real evidence is a bit too much. Actually, the military isn't wrong. Merit fraud can get other cultivators killed. We can't forget the scars just because the wounds have healed. Have you forgotten what happened before? But this time, the military has shown its sincerity. As long as he proves his innocence, the military will grant him an honorary title. Actually, the military isn't losing out. If he really committed merit fraud, he deserves to die. But if he didn't, and his combat power is real, then granting him an honorary title is like recruiting a top-tier genius. The discussions continuously reached Mengang's ears. Some cultivators expressed dissatisfaction with the military's methods. Indeed, in recent years, to curb merit fraud, the military had put in a lot of effort. Some actions had gone too far, even offending some large families, causing a lot of trouble both internally and externally. But overall, merit fraud had been controlled, and the general trend was good. From the discussions, it was clear that most people still trusted and supported them, feeling they were doing the right thing. For those who committed merit fraud, severe punishment was necessary, but the previous methods were too cruel. Most were crippled. Perhaps they should be more lenient in the future, changing the method of punishment. Manga decided that after this matter, he would propose a change in methods to his superiors. At this moment, a surprised cry came from the crowd. Tian Huan is here. He's broken through to the God King realm. So powerful, I heard he's only 200 years old. A God King at 200 years old. That's terrifying. The Qian family has a successor. At this rate, Tian Huan should be able to reach God Venerable before he's 500. As soon as Manga heard the shouts, he saw Tian Huan flying over. Tian Huan didn't hide his information. The news of a God King level 1 was dazzling. Manga could tell that Tian Huan had just broken through to the God King realm not long ago. His aura was not yet fully stable, and the laws around his body fluctuated like ocean waves. As the young master of the Qian family and star system know, two of the vermilion bird gods' domain, he was the leader of the younger generation. The Qian family was a god-venerable family, with many god-venerables in the house. Their power in the vermilion bird star field was extremely great, but their reputation was very good. The descendants of the family were all upright, and never bullied others based on their power. The Qian family had a very high reputation in the vermilion bird star field, not even inferior to the domain master, Zhu Tian. Some even said that if the domain master Zhu Tian could ascend smoothly, the Qian family might become the next domain master. Tian Huan was the eldest son of the Qian family, the leader of the younger generation, and could also be the future heir of the Qian family. Moreover, Tian Huan himself was a great genius, reaching the super god realm at just over 70, surpassing ordinary people. He then reached the true god realm at 120, and was now a god king before reaching 200. Tian Huan had fought on the battlefield for many years, and had helped many people, so he was very popular here. Many people proactively made way for Tian Huan, letting him come to the front. Tian Huan looked at the battlefield, saw Lin Moyu inside, and said softly, "It really is him." Someone curiously asked, "Senior brother Qian, you know him?" Tian Huan nodded. "He has done me a favor." If the people nearby were all stunned. Tian Huan was a god king, yet he said Lin Moyu had done him a favor. Even if it was a favor from the past, that would mean when Tian Huan was at the peak of the true god realm. How could a true god level 4 help a peak true god? This point alone spoke volumes about Lin Moyu's strength. Tian Huan quickly understood the situation, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Manga, and he said softly, "A bit too much." His words resonated with many people. Indeed, many felt the military was being excessive. After all, it would be easier to say it if there was evidence, but relying solely on speculation was a bit too much. Tian Huan looked at Lin Moyu, whose expression in the battlefield remained calm. Tian Huan recalled his brief encounter with Lin Moyu and realized he had never truly understood his strength. Lin Moyu's power was not as simple as it appeared. At that time, Lin Moyu was able to block Yukingru's attack, certainly not because he was handsome, and she went easy on him. Later, he also saw the potential rankings and saw Lin Moyu's name at the top. "Senior brother Qian, do you think Lin Moyu can win?" The person beside him asked. Tian Huan pondered for a moment. "Junior brother Lin's strength is unfathomable." The four words unfathomable clearly expressed Tian Huan's thoughts. It showed that he valued Lin Moyu and felt he would not lose. But for a true god level 4 to face a god king level 2 starry sky behemoth still seemed unbelievable to people. At this moment, an angry roar echoed through the starry sky. The surrounding scenery instantly changed. The formation in the battlefield rumbled and immediately expanded. The world changed, and everyone felt as if they were in the middle of the starry sky. The arena disappeared. Actually, it didn't disappear, but was simulating the real starry sky. The vast starry sky stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. Lin Moyu stood within it, and opposite him, a colossal starry sky behemoth slowly walked out. It was a lion-like starry sky behemoth, over 10,000 meters long. A large chain was wrapped around its body, and with every step, the chain clanged. The chain was like a cage, imprisoning it. But at the same time, the chain was also its weapon, capable of shattering stars. In front of it, Lin Moyu was like an ant, even a single hair on its body was larger than him. "The prison lion," someone exclaimed in shock, recognizing the starry sky behemoth. Tian Huan's voice deepened. "The prison lion is a god king level 2, and can erupt with the combat power of a God King level 3 in a short time. At this moment, he was no longer certain about Lin Moyu. The opponent was truly too strong. Everyone held their breath. The battle could begin at any moment. This would probably be a very brutal fight. If Lin Moyu truly had the ability, he would be able to hold on for a long time. But as for winning, most people didn't think so, not believing that Lin Moyu could win. After entering the arena, Lin Moyu had cut off contact with the outside world. He couldn't even see the situation outside. After waiting for a few minutes in the arena, the place began to change, turning into a starry sky. Then, the prison line appeared in front of him. Amidst the angry roar, an invisible wind seemed to hit him head-on. The pressure of the God King realm enveloped his entire body with ruthlessness. But there was no trace of fear in Lin Moyu's eyes. Instead, there was a bit of excitement. Just in time, let me test my blade on you. Since his two great origin spells, Army Strengthening and Power Accumulation, had been elevated to the star rank, Lin Moyu had not had a chance to test their power, especially since his physical body had reached the peak of the true God realm and could bear even greater strength. The two great origin spells had extremely high requirements for both soul and body. The stronger the body and soul, the greater the power they could unleash. Needless to say, Lin Moyu's soul was already at the peak of the 4th grade. His body had also reached the peak of the true God realm, even stronger than many God venerables. Under the state, Lin Moyu also wanted to know what level he could reach. When he encountered the second clone of the Abyss Demon Dragon, Lin Moyu had wanted to try, but he was afraid the Abyss Demon Dragon would discover his origin spells, so he didn't use them immediately. Shu Kairu seemed to have seen through his concerns and helped him deal with the Abyss Demon Dragon. But here, Lin Moyu believed that no one could recognize them. Even an ordinary God Venerable might not be able to see what spells he was using. Shu Kaiwu had said, origin spells are too high level, very few people can see them, unless that person also possesses an origin spell. Let's begin. Lin Moyu whispered something in his heart. A sinister wind blew, and the skeleton throne appeared. The skeleton throne flashed for a moment, and then disappeared immediately, like a bubble. Lin Moyu summoned the Skeleton King, and then immediately recalled it. His purpose was not to use the Skeleton King to fight, but to inherit the Skeleton King's spell, the origin spell, Power Accumulation. Power Accumulation Fusion Degree Effect. Consume soul power to enter the Power Accumulation state. In this state, one can inherit the full strength and spells of a summoned creature, breaking through the original level and erupting with power beyond limits. The Power Accumulation state continuously consumes soul power. As soul power decreases, the state weakens. During this period, one can kill living beings and seize their power to maintain the state. The power accumulation state puts great pressure on the body and soul. Excessive use can lead to self-detonation and death. This was the first time Lin Moyu used a star rank origin spell. He inherited the full power of the Skeleton King, and then began to focus the entire power of the Undead Legion into his body. The immense power in his body surged. For the first time, Lin Moyu felt such terrifying power, and his aura rose rapidly. True God level 5, True God level 7, Peak True God. The speed of his aura's increase was getting faster and faster, reaching the limit of the True God realm in an instant. After reaching the peak of the True God realm, Lin Moyu still felt no pressure. Both his body and soul could still contain even greater power. With a soft shout, he broke through the limit of a true God, reaching the God King realm. God King level 1, level 2. The momentum was unstoppable. It wasn't until he reached God King level 5 that Lin Moyu finally felt a sense of bloating. The bloating feeling came from his soul. Although it hadn't reached its limit, and he could continue, Lin Moyu knew it was unnecessary. The quality of his soul was high enough, but his level was still low. He could naturally continue to break through to a higher level. Even if his soul exploded, he considered it a small matter. He had the talent to recover. But he didn't continue because he knew God King level 5 was enough. He didn't expect his soul to give out before his body reached its limit. But on second thought, the bodies of those God venerables were only at the True God realm. A True God realm body was enough to contain the power of a God venerable. No wonder most cultivators only trained their souls and neglected their bodies. After power accumulation was complete, it was time for Army Strengthening. Origin Spell, Army Strengthening Fusion Degree, Effect, consume soul power to enter the Army Strengthening state. In this state, the damage caused by all summons is increased tenfold. The Army Strengthening state continuously consumes spiritual power. It can be replenished by killing enemies. In the Army Strengthening state, a portion of the absorbed soul power can be retained as one's own. However, external soul power contains impurities. it is best to refine and purify it before absorption. With the combat power of a God King level 5, under the army's strengthening state, he could unleash tenfold damage. Moreover, killing enemies allowed him to absorb their souls and retain a portion as his own power. This origin spell was truly abnormal. It was a spell that supported combat through combat, growing stronger the more one fought. This spell was born for fighting and killing. No one outside the combat arena could see or feel the changes in Lin Moyu. Only the prison lion inside the arena noticed his change. 1 second, he was just an ant. The next, he had suddenly surpassed it. This made it feel confused and afraid. It recoiled, the fur on its body standing on end, and the chains rattled violently. This scene made the outsiders feel strange. Why was the prison lion so scared? It was truly afraid, seemingly of Lin Moyu. A God King level 2 starry sky behemoth was afraid of a true God level 4. Was this plausible? Was this really a starry sky behemoth? Not a fake one. The crowd started discussing again. Mangang heard them and cursed inwardly. Fake my ass. If you have the guts, go in and try it yourself. At this moment, a sword formed from the law of immortality appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. His soul power was continuously being consumed. He had activated 2 great origin spells simultaneously. With his soul power, he could only last for 10 seconds, so he had to end it quickly. Magic treasures couldn't be used in the combat arena, so he condensed the law into a sword. The god, flaying art had to be used with a sword. Any sword would do, as long as it was a sword. Although my realm has improved, my control over the laws has not. On this point, I am indeed not as good as a God King level 5, but army strengthening has compensated for this shortcoming, so I might even be stronger than a God King of the same realm. As Lin Moyu was thinking, his soul locked onto the prison lion. From nearly 10,000 kilometers away, he gently swung the sword. The spell, the god, flaying art. This spell, belonging to the Skeleton King, was perfectly recreated by Lin Moyu, and its power was even greater than when the Skeleton King used it. The prison lion let out a tragic cry. It finally sensed the approach of death. But everything was over. A beam of sword light descended upon its body. After swinging the sword, Lin Moyu immediately discarded the sword formed from laws. He knew it was no longer necessary. The prison lion was dead for sure. The colossal body of the prison lion was torn apart, exploding in the sword light. Lin Moyu felt a powerful stream of soul power flowing into his soul. His talent immediately activated, capturing this entire stream of power. The first step of purification began. After it was purified, it was handed over to the 9-color dragon soul crystal for the second step of tempering. The initial stream of soul power was ultimately reduced to less than 1/10. All impurities had been cleansed, leaving only pure essence. Lin Moyu absorbed all this essence, and his soul grew by a fraction. He felt himself become a little stronger, his soul more robust, and his comprehension of laws deeper. This is indeed a good way to cultivate. After the battle ended, the starry sky also disappeared. The combat arena returned to its original state, and the formation stopped moving. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes, finding it hard to believe. It's over already. Where's the great battle that was promised? What happened to the life and death struggle? A true god level 4 killed a god king level 2 with a single slash. Are you kidding me? Why do I feel like this isn't real? Am I dreaming? I wouldn't even dare to dream of something like this. Some of the true gods were in an uproar. It was as if they were witnessing a miracle. And the creator of this miracle had already returned to stand before Mangang, saying, "Are there any more problems now?" Lin Moyu smiled, his tone casual, but Mangang couldn't help but shudder and quickly replied, No problems. I'll report this immediately." Saying so, he quickly reported the situation in the combat arena to his superiors, his heart trembling continuously. If Lin Moyu could kill a God King level 2 prison lion with one sword strike, he could also kill him with one strike. This was no longer just fighting across realms, this was a complete crushing. Lin Moyu's strength was completely beyond the normal scope. Even the top-tier prodigies probably didn't have such combat power. In fact, Mangang knew that his superiors had been watching the combat, and they probably knew the result without his report. It seemed Lin Moyu's honorary title was secured. As for whether there were other rewards, that would depend on the superior's decision. In Fortress No. 1, there was 1 legion commander and 5 elders. All affairs in the fortress were usually decided by them. Normally, the legion commander rarely appeared, and the 5 elders managed the fortress. The 5 elders were all god venerables, with powerful strength and great authority. Other fortresses were similar, managed by a legion commander and several elders. Then, the 10 fortresses formed the grand army of the Vermilion Bird Starfield battlefield, under the overall command of Chu Kai-woo. Chu Kai-woo was not the Legion commander of any fortress. He guarded the battlefield and was known as Defender Chu, the supreme commanding officer of the human Grand Army on the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Mengang thought that the elders of Fortress No. 10 probably couldn't decide on Lin Moyu's matter anymore. Perhaps only the Legion commander could. After Mengang finished his report, he only received a simple reply from an elder. Wait. Mengang looked at Lin Moyu with some embarrassment and said, Junior brother Lin, perhaps the elders need some time. Let's wait a bit. His tone towards Lin Moyu was completely different from before. Although he still maintained the serious demeanor characteristic of a soldier, it had softened a lot. The strong must be respected. This principle applied everywhere. Lin Moyu had demonstrated his powerful strength, so he deserved respect. Lin Moyu smiled lightly and replied, No rush, let's wait. Mengang grunted. If Lin Moyu said to wait, then before a result came, he could only wait with him. Fortunately, Lin Moyu was in a good mood now, and didn't make trouble for him. Lin Moyu had successfully tested his strength, so of course, his mood was good. At this moment, Kyan Huang flew down, calling out loudly towards Lin Moyu. Junior brother Lin. We meet again. Lin Moyu had seen Kyan Huang long ago and said with a smile, Congratulations, senior brother Kyan, on successfully becoming a Guy King. Kyan Huang laughed heartily. It's all thanks to junior brother Lin for helping me stop Niu Da. Otherwise, I would have had a hard time keeping my life. At that time, Kyan Huang was about to advance to God King. If he had been obstructed by Niu Da, at best he would have failed, at worst he would have died. Either situation would have been a fatal blow to him. So in Kyan Huang's eyes, Lin Moyu had saved his life. Lin Moyu shook his head. It was senior brother Kyan who saved me first. Kyan Huang replied with some embarrassment. If I had known earlier that junior brother Lin was so strong, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself. You can't say that. Senior brother Kyan saved me out of kindness. It has nothing to do with strength. If our human race had more people like senior brother Kyan, we would surely be more united and stronger. The two chatted about what happened that day. When Kyan Huang heard that Niu Da was forced by Lin Moyu to swear a great world oath to help him find top-grade soul fire for 100 years, he found it somewhat amusing. He had originally planned to settle scores with Niu Da after becoming a God King. Now that Niu Da had become Lin Moyu's servant, he wouldn't bother him anymore. About half an hour later, a person flew down from the sky, landing silently in front of Mengang. Mengang's whole body trembled. He formed a fist with one hand and placed it on his chest, giving a respectful military salute to the newcomer. Greetings, Legion Commander. Greetings, Legion Commander. The subordinates under Mengang also saluted. Their movements were uniform, as if they had been trained. The Legion Commander wore a long black robe. The robe was not made of ordinary material, but a special material like armor. It emitted a faint light, as if stars were twinkling on it. Lin Moyu guessed this robe was probably a very powerful magic treasure. He stood there and nodded slightly, a very majestic person. The look in Mengang's and the other's eyes was fervent. Clearly, the other party was very authoritative. The Legion Commander looked at Lin Moyu and said, Am the Legion Commander of Fortress No. 10, Kang Yuanjun. His way of speaking was very direct and decisive, showing the characteristic temperament of a soldier. A Legion Commander had to be at least a God Venerable level 5, even stronger than the elders. Moreover, in terms of military rank, he was at least a general level figure. Lin Moyu followed Mengang's example and also gave a military salute to Kang Yuanjun. Lin Moyu greets the Legion Commander. He was not a soldier and shouldn't have needed to salute this way, but the temperament of Kang Yuanjun had infected him, making him feel as if he had returned to the army in the minor world. At this moment, Lin Moyu also exuded a kind of characteristic military temperament, pure and powerful, actually on par with Kang Yuanjun, completely suppressing Mengang and the others. Pan Huan, standing beside him, was slightly startled, a glint in his eyes. He knew that without having been enlisted, it was impossible to have this kind of temperament. But Lin Moyu had certainly never been enlisted. In the major world, once a soldier, always a soldier, there was no such thing as being discharged. Even if one was crippled in battle, they were still a soldier. If he hadn't enlisted in the major world, the only possibility was that he had enlisted in the minor world. Kang Yuanjun raised his eyebrows and asked, Brother Lin has been enlisted before. Lin Moyu nodded. I have been enlisted in the minor world. A high position. Kang Yuanjun pressed. Lin Moyu didn't answer directly, only replying, You could say that. Of course Kang Yuanjun knew Lin Moyu was just being modest. Who among those who could emerge from a minor world wasn't a genius? Such a genius would definitely be a top figure in the minor world, a leader in the army. And it wouldn't be surprising if they were the ruler of a world. Although what happened in the minor world didn't count in the major world, no matter how strong you were in the minor world, you were not even cannon fodder in the major world. It was different in the eyes of a soldier. A soldier who had been on the battlefield was different from an ordinary cultivator. Kang Yuanjun's gaze changed slightly. Before, in his eyes, Lin Moyu was just a formidable genius, but now he had another identity. He had been a bit hesitant about conferring the honorary title on Lin Moyu, but now that hesitation had completely disappeared. Kang Yuanjun asked, "Are you interested in officially joining the army?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Not for the time being." Kang Yuanjun grunted. Such geniuses had their own paths. He didn't force it, just saying, "It's alright, having the honorary title is as good as joining the army. In the future, we might have the chance to fight side by side." There was no grand ceremony. The army did everything simply. Even the conferment of the honorary title on Lin Moyu was handled by Legion Commander Kang Yuanjun himself. After conferring the honorary title on Lin Moyu, Kang Yuanjun didn't stay long. After a few words, he immediately said goodbye and left. He left Lin Moyu with the impression of a swift and decisive person. After receiving the honorary title, Lin Moyu's military title immediately became Honorary 4th Last Soldier. In the future, as his military merits increase, he could become an honorary officer, honorary captain, and even an honorary general. Although not officially joining the army, he enjoyed the same rights as a soldier. In a simple restaurant, Qian Huang treated Lin Moyu to a meal. Qian Huang was very courteous, ordering a table full of dishes, probably more than 30, each one beautifully presented. Its aroma filling the room. This meal must have cost at least several hundred military merits. Qian Huang had really spent a lot. Qian Huang introduced, "The dishes I ordered are all ones I've eaten over the years and found quite good. Some of the ingredients are from starry sky behemoths, and the rest are from edible plants or animals from alien territories. The human race generally doesn't eat other intelligent races. Respect for all life is one of the principles of the human race. In fact, the prison lion that Lin Moyu fought today was originally intended as a food ingredient. According to Qian Huang, that prison lion had killed many humans and eaten people. It was later captured by a human god Cain and brought here to be used as a food ingredient." Lin Moyu was not polite, tasting a few bites, and finding it very delicious. Qian Huang laughed heartily. "Quite good, right? After leaving the battlefield, it will be very difficult to eat these dishes again." Although Lin Moyu didn't go to restaurants much, he knew that these dishes would not normally appear in the human world. Only a few large families had the opportunity to enjoy them. Lin Moyu said, "Actually, senior brother Qian, you don't need to be so polite." Qian Huang waved his hand. "What's there to be polite about? Being able to advance to God King smoothly this time is all thanks to junior brother Lin. Junior brother Lin, I really envy you, being able to receive the military's honorary title." Lin Moyu's heart stirred slightly. He only knew the superficial benefits of the honorary title, but not the hidden ones. With Qian Huang here, he probably understood more than him, so he immediately asked, "Senior brother Qian, can you tell me what benefits this honorary title has?" Qian Huang said, "The honorary title is a good thing. You've probably seen some of the public information, like being able to purchase some items that only real soldiers can buy, and use some equipment exclusive to the military." Lin Moyu nodded. "They've seen it." Qian Huang said, "This point alone is very good. At least you don't have to spend a lot of points to buy those military-grade items from soldiers. On the battlefield, there are many good things that require military merits to buy. These are better than what's in the transaction center, but there are even better, top-grade items that only real soldiers can buy. That's a soldier's privilege. Those are called military-grade items. Ordinary people can't buy them even if they have enough military merits. But they don't want to join the army. So what do? Some people use points to buy those items from real soldiers. Points are not useless, although the items bought are not as good as those bought with military merits. A large quantity is still useful. The military doesn't restrict this, so some soldiers specialize in buying military-grade items like some powerful pills and then sell them to others at a high price. Qian Huang had bought many times, spending a lot of points. He sighed, "The items exclusive to the military are really good. Those pills can save lives. And there are also single weapons with astonishing power. Now, as long as you have enough military merits, you can buy whatever you want. It's great." Lin Moyu ate his food, thinking about Qian Huang's words. Based on these words, the value of the honorary title was already hard to estimate just from this function alone. He could even use the honorary title to profit from the price difference, getting rich quickly in a short time. Of course, the first condition was to have enough military merits. Besides this, are there any deeper uses? Lin Moyu believed that the honorary title was not just for helping one to do business and make money. It definitely had deeper uses. Fan Huang put a piece of food in his mouth and continued, of course there are, and that's the real big use. The honorary title can be used to form a private army. Lin Moyu was startled. Form a private army. His heart pounded a few times. This information was truly shocking. Even someone as calm as him couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Moyu remained silent. When he was at authority level 1, he had read many documents to better understand the major world, and one piece of information left a deep impression. In the major world, forming a private army was completely forbidden. No matter how powerful your family was, whether it was a family with god venerables or even stronger ones, there was one rule that never changed: no private armies were allowed. Power corrupts. A private army would create regional monopolies, and even cause internal strife. This was not a good thing for the entire human race. Therefore, forming a private army was completely banned. But now Fan Huang was telling him that he could form a private army. How could his heart not be in turmoil? But his expression didn't change at all. Lin Moyu asked softly, can one really form a private army? Fan Huang stared at Lin Moyu, wanting to see a look of shock but saw nothing, so he was a bit disappointed. Fan Huang grunted. Yes, with an honorary title, you can form your own private army, but there are restrictions. The private army can only serve the person with the honorary title, not the family. If discovered, the person who abuses the private army will have their honorary title revoked immediately. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and seemed to understand the intention behind this. Those who could receive the military's honorary title were either top-tier geniuses like himself or had made great contributions to the human race. Both types of people were targets for elimination by alien races. If these people formed a private army, their safety would be greatly increased. Moreover, in the event of war, these private armies would also be a part of the force. As the honorary title was promoted, the scale of the private army allowed would also increase. As long as the purpose of the private army was well controlled, it would not have a major impact on the balance of the human race. After realizing this, Lin Moyu suddenly saw the light. Fan Huang laughed heartily. Understood. Lin Moyu grunted. Almost. Fan Huang said, actually, our Kyan family also has a private army, but that army is held by the old ancestor. Although the private army cannot work directly for the Kyan family, the old ancestor leads the private army to explore various secret realms, moving freely and bringing back many luxurious resources for the Kyan family. There are also some other uses. You will understand when you form your own private army later. Fan Huang didn't go into more detail. After all, he had never formed a private army himself, and some things he had learned on his own. If he said something wrong, it might mislead Lin Moyu. But he didn't know that Lin Moyu wasn't thinking about forming a private army at all. No matter how good a private army was, it couldn't compare to his undead legion. His legion of over 10 million undead was better than any private army. Lin Moyu still had some questions in his mind and was about to speak when the entire fortress rumbled, and the starry sky outside the window turned a light red. The two walked to the window and looked out. Fan Huang said softly, light red, so it's probably not a big deal. This was the first time Lin Moyu had seen this situation. The entire 10,000-kilometer wide starry sky around Fortress No. 10 was covered in a light red glow. This red was a bit lighter than fresh blood, looking a bit eerie. Fan Huang said, this is the first time junior brother Lin has seen it, right? He'll get used to it after seeing it more. Whenever an unusual phenomenon occurs on the battlefield, this kind of light will appear. If I'm not mistaken, a mission will be announced soon, and everyone in Fortress No. 10 will receive an emergency mission. This type of mission is a special mission, so the rewards are quite good, but the danger level is also quite high. Junior brother Lin can consider it based on the mission content. This time it's just light red, so the danger level probably isn't high, and the rewards won't be too good. If it were dark red. He hadn't finished speaking when a buzzing sound was heard. The originally light red starry sky suddenly turned a brilliant red, and then the brilliant red only appeared for a moment before quickly turning dark red. Lin Moyu could feel an indescribable smell of blood filling the fortress. Fan Huang's expression also became serious, and he said in a deep voice, to change so quickly, it seems this mission is very dangerous. I'm afraid a god venerable is trapped inside. Lin Moyu was puzzled. If even a god venerable is trapped inside, wouldn't we be going to our deaths? Fan Huang shook his head. Not necessarily. The battlefield is different from the human world. The human world can be considered a world with stable rules, but the rules of the battlefield are not very stable. One could say they are chaotic. Anything can happen here. For example, the constant star soul fire field that junior brother Lin just went to, it suppresses the strength of those who enter. Even if a god venerable enters, their strength will be suppressed to the peak of the true god realm. Lin Moyu nodded. That's true. This is a suppression from the laws of the major world, very difficult to break, unless one has some special means. Qian Huang said, the constant star soul fire field originally has nothing to do with the laws of the major world. No one knows where these restrictions of the major world's laws come from. It seems as if someone intentionally arranged it. Anyway, I have this feeling. I don't know if junior brother Lin feels it too. Lin Moyu secretly nodded in his heart. He had this feeling as soon as he entered the constant star soul fire field. At that time, it felt as if an invisible hand had arranged everything, as if playing a game. But that was just a feeling, with no proof. Seeing Lin Moyu silent, Qian Huang continued, so the danger level of the mission has nothing to do with cultivation realm. Perhaps a secret realm appeared, and a god venerable went in, then their cultivation would be suppressed to god king, or even true god. So it's very normal for them to fall inside. The color of the light is similar. What can kill a true god is light red, the safest type. What can kill a god king is brilliant red, quite dangerous. But if it can kill a god venerable, it will be like now, dark red. But even if it's dark red, a god venerable might die inside, but a true god might not. In any case, we still have to look at the mission carefully. From Qian Huang's explanation, Lin Moyu understood. Lin Moyu said softly, so whether to go or not, and whether it's worth going, depends on the details of the mission. Qian Huang grunted. A dark red mission, although very dangerous, also had very rich rewards. If the mission was suitable, it was still worth going. Since the red light had appeared, the two were no longer in the mood to eat. The table of delicious food became decorations. Cultivators didn't have much need for food. Delicious food was just for a change of taste, mostly, except for some special dishes. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the two received information from the Human Emperor Network at the same time. Vermilion Bird Battlefield, Area 61. A mysterious manor has appeared. The mysterious manor has strange laws that will suppress the strength of those who enter. The strength of all who enter will be suppressed to true god level 7. The manor is dangerous. A god venerable has already fallen inside. But according to observation, the manor will disappear after 300 days. Announcing mission now. Special mission, explore the mysterious manor. Objective, explore all information about the mysterious manor. The more complete the information collected, the higher the evaluation. Completion conditions, survive for more than 3 days in the manor and return successfully, or bring back valuable information or items. Basic reward, military merits. Additional reward, based on the information collected and items obtained, there will be different evaluations. Restrictions, cultivators with a cultivation level of true god level 4 or higher and more than 1,000 military merits can accept this mission. Warning, this manor is extremely dangerous. In addition to our race, other races have also entered, further increasing the danger. Please consider your own strength before deciding whether to accept the mission. After seeing all the mission information, Lin Moyu and Qian Huang glanced at each other. Lin Moyu hoped to get some useful information from Qian Huang. After all, Qian Huang had fought hard on the battlefield for many years and knew a little about the affairs of the battlefield. As expected, Qian Huang really knew some useful information, not disappointing Lin Moyu. Qian Huang thought silently for a few seconds, seemingly organizing his words, his eyes looking down at the ground, and said slowly, the rules in the battlefield occasionally become chaotic. Whenever the rules become chaotic, some strange things will appear, like some objects of unknown origin. In legend, a very ancient fortress once appeared. The human fortress you see now is said to be built based on that fortress that once appeared. About 40 years ago, a star suddenly appeared on the battlefield. At that time, Fortress No. 10 was red to the point of being almost black. At least 10 god venerables fell inside. When Qian Huang spoke, his eyes showed a hint of reminiscence, his expression revealing a bit of fear. It seemed that time had left him with a bad memory. Lin Moyu asked, did senior brother Qian also go? Qian Huang shook his head, his voice becoming hoarse. I didn't go, but at that time, an elder from my clan went. I only watched from a distance and saw with my own eyes that elder's whole body turned into white bones, a very tragic death. That elder was a god venerable, and was very good to me. I wanted to go save him at that time, but he sent a message telling me not to get close. Danger often represents opportunity. The human race lost at least 10 god venerables, so other races surely didn't lose less. Lin Moyu asked, what happened in the end? Tian Huang said, in the end, the star that existed for 238 days suddenly disappeared. It appeared suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly. At that time, there were still many people on that star, and they disappeared along with the star. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked in his heart. He wanted to analyze something from this sentence, but the information was too little to analyze much. Fortunately, Tian Huang knew quite a bit. From Tian Huang's account, Lin Moyu gradually analyzed some information. In recent years, Tian Huang began, a hint of excitement in his voice. I've heard of the laws falling into chaos several times, and I've even experienced one such event myself. At that time, a sea suddenly appeared in the vast cosmos. That's right, a sea. It was boundless, slightly smaller than an ordinary star, just floating there as if held flat by a colossal, invisible hand from below. In the center of the sea was a mountain radiating divine light. Many people went, including me. That vast sea was very strange, he continued, recounting the details meticulously. No matter which direction or position you entered from, you would always appear at the edge. The laws there were so chaotic they were indistinguishable. Inside, everyone's strength was suppressed to the first level of true God, and flight was impossible. We could only swim, but along the way, we faced tsunamis, storms, and whirlwinds. Those who failed were ejected from the sea and couldn't re-enter. In the end, I managed to climb the mountain, but only to its foot. There, I found a crystal. That single crystal helped my cultivation soar from the 5th level of true God to the 6th, with no side effects. Combining what Tian Huang had heard with his personal experience, Lin Moyu formed his own understanding. When these events occurred, the laws would become chaotic, with various principles twisting together inseparably. No one knew the origin of these sudden phenomena. Some said they came from undiscovered depths of the great world, while others claimed they were from another world entirely. However, one thing was certain. These events were graded by levels of danger. Tian Huang's experience was a non-hazardous level, with no fatalities. It was like a test where failures were simply eliminated. For such safe situations, the mission was announced without any accompanying light. Beyond that, the levels were indicated by color: pale red, bright red, deep red, and blackish red. These 4 colors represented different danger levels. Pale red meant true gods could die. Bright red meant god kings could perish. Deep red signified that even a god venerate could fall. As for blackish red, it had only appeared a few times and represented an unsolvable level of threat. But danger also meant opportunity. The deeper the color, the greater the potential reward. Except for the unsolvable difficulty, survivors had successfully returned from all other levels, some achieving meteoric rises in power. Tian Huang drained the wine in his hand and sighed. The military is responsible for the battlefield, so they have more detailed records. However, that information isn't public. Even within the military, you can't access it without reaching a certain rank. After speaking, he looked over. Junior brother Lin, are you planning to go? Looking at the deep red glow outside the window, Lin Moyu knew the danger was immense, capable of claiming even a god venerate. Yet, with great risk came great reward, even the chance to ascend in a single step. The choice of whether to go lay before him. He hesitated. Without seeing it for himself, it was hard to say. After a moment of silent thought, he replied, I'll go take a look first. I'll decide whether to enter once I'm there. Tian Huang laughed. Good. Let's go check out. The two left the restaurant, following the deep red light toward the teleportation array. Since the light appeared, and the Human Emperor Network announced the mission, nearly every cultivator in the fortress was discussing it. Many were eager to try their luck. Though dangerous, it was an opportunity. Most who dared to come to the battlefield were confident in their abilities, with only a few coming here out of a desperate search for a breakthrough. Now that an opportunity was right in front of them, it would be a lie to say they weren't tempted. When the mission began, the teleportation array entered a special mode. Anyone who accepted the mission could use it for free to travel to Fortress No. 6. The fortress was distant, requiring several transfers along the edge of the battlefield, a total distance of over 40,000 light-years. Both of them accepted the mission. This was Tian Huang's idea: accept it first, and decide later. There was no penalty for not completing it. This special mission was different from regular battlefield assignments. Accepting it was like getting a free teleportation ticket. In less than a minute, they arrived at Fortress No. 6. The teleportation array continued to activate, taking them from Fortress No. 6 to Area 1. This was a frontline outpost, garrisoned by a unit of the human race army. To date, the outpost was bustling, a stark contrast to its usual quiet. Several teleportation arrays flashed continuously as people emerged. After leaving the arrays, many quickly oriented themselves and headed toward the appearing manor. Lin Wei saw no fewer than 1,000 people, and he was sure many more would arrive before and after them. Some might even temporarily halt their current missions to come here. Pian Huang and Lin Moyu flew together toward the mission location. Pian Huang sighed softly. I wonder how many will die this time. A look of pity crossed his face, as if he were worried for the others. Lin Moyu wasn't as concerned. Everyone makes their own choices. Fortune or life to gain something. One must be willing to sacrifice. The logic is sound. Pian Huang sighed, but it's still hard to watch so many people march to their deaths. Lin Moyu understood Pian Huang's thoughts. He was a kind person. Unable to resist, he teased. Senior brother Pian, you sound a bit like those from the Buddha clan. As expected, Pian Huang's attention was diverted. He snorted. Don't even start. I want nothing to do with the Buddha clan. They're no saints either. Lin Moyu raised an eyebrow, sensing something unusual in Pian Huang's tone. He probed. It seems senior brother Pian dislikes the Buddha clan. Pian Huang glanced around and whispered, some things can't be said openly. I only know a little from my family's records. In any case, junior brother Lin, just remember one thing, don't get involved with the Buddha clan. Keep your distance. Lin Moyu nodded. I'd understand. How could they talk? A life and death battle seemed more likely. He had already killed a Buddha from their clan. They probably wished he would just drop dead. If he encountered them, a fight was inevitable. The Buddha clan had dared to accept a bounty from the demon clan to hunt him down, so Lin Moyu wouldn't show any mercy. He would kill them on sight. Whether in the small world or the great world, his methods were always simple and direct. He disliked scheming and patience. If you can't kill me, then be prepared to be killed by me. In the cosmos, the crowd of people served as the best guide. After flying with them for a while, a green light appeared ahead. As they got closer, the light expanded, revealing a garden with lush green lawns. A verdant garden suddenly appearing in the inky blackness of space was an odd sight. The laws were truly in chaos, tangled like knotted threads with no discernible pattern. The chaotic laws here will affect our strength, Pian Huang noted. As he said, their strength was indeed affected, but not significantly. It was still within a tolerable range. However, this lush garden gave Lin Moyu a strange feeling. As they advanced, the green expanse widened. The garden was just one part of a larger estate. Soon they saw houses that, combined with the garden, formed a manor. The houses seemed ancient, exuding an aura of antiquity. They were shrouded in a green haze, making them difficult to see clearly. Behind the manor, there seemed to be a small forest, and in the distance, a faint hill could be seen. The manor was massive, over 10,000 kilometers in diameter, comparable in size to a normal life-bearing planet. What was surprising was that no matter where one stood, the view was identical, the garden, the houses, the forest. Even circling to the back revealed the exact same scene. This is it, Pian Huang said. The view is the same from every angle. This is just the external appearance. Who knows if it reflects the reality inside? We might see a manor, but enter into a sea of fire. Listening to Pian Huang, Lin Moyu also sensed danger. Yet, for some reason, the manor felt familiar. He was certain he had no memory of it, but the feeling of familiarity was real. Let's not rush, Lin Moyu said. We'll wait and see. Right, Pian Huang agreed. There's no hurry. We have 300 days. The Human Emperor Network's calculations are precise, there won't be major deviations bearing any surprises. The military has already sent people in. We should have some answers soon. When such an anomaly was discovered, the military was always the first to enter. They acted fastest, and if there were opportunities, they would be the first to obtain them. But this also meant they were the first to face any dangers. Danger and opportunity always went hand in hand. After their initial probe, the military would release some information to the public for deeper exploration. Though this information wasn't free, it required military merit to purchase. Lin Moyu looked up into the depths of space. Other races are coming. Let's pull back. He sensed the auras of different species. At that moment, the high-grade warning jade on Pian Huang's person began to glow. Another race and enemy had appeared within 1,000,000 kilometers. Pian Huang was slightly surprised by Lin Moyu's perceptive ability, which detected the newcomers even before the high-grade warning jade. In his eyes, Lin Moyu became even more mysterious. The two quickly retreated to the area where the humans were gathered. A moment later, they saw a large team rushing over. It was a familiar demon clan contingent, led by a god venerate-level demon. Behind him followed over 1,000 demons in a disorderly formation, a mix of demons from both the Hell and Abyss factions, with varying strengths. The weakest were at the 5th or 6th level of true God, while the strongest were at the peak of God King. On the human side, a God Venerate stood guard. Lin Moyu didn't know his name, but recognized him as an elder from Fortress No. X. The elder, accompanied by several God Kings, faced the demon team from a distance, providing protection for the human cultivators. Don't worry, they won't attack, Qian Huang whispered. There's an unwritten rule here. When the laws fall into chaos and strange phenomena occur, all races observe a temporary truce. This anomaly happened in the region managed by Fortress No. 6, so the elder from there is here. His name is Li Yuanbai, a 4th level God Venerate, very powerful. The priority now is to explore the manor. There's plenty of time for inter-racial wars later. The demon clan's God Venerate was a hell system demon named Taihimo, a royal among their race. He shouted, "First group, enter." At his command, 100 true God demons and 10 God King demons emerged and charged into the manor, disappearing from sight. It was clear the demon clan had their own plans and methods. Among those who just went in were twin demons, Qian Huang explained. They are born as twins, but share a single soul. If one dies, the soul returns to the other's body, bringing back intelligence from inside. Lin Moyu wasn't surprised. He smiled faintly. The demons are truly miraculous. The demon clan had many subspecies, each with its own strange abilities. The existence of twin demons wasn't particularly shocking. Furthermore, Qian Huang continued, demons can use clones to enter. No one knows if those who went in were their true bodies or just clones. In this aspect, the demon clan is stronger than us humans. Lin Moyu chuckled. They have their advantages and disadvantages. At least we humans are better looking. Ha ha. Qian Huang was amused by Lin Moyu's sudden joke, which dispelled the earlier tension. True. At least we look good and don't have their bizarre shapes. As they spoke, several more races arrived. There were enemies of the human race like the Winged Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, and the Three-Eyed Clan, as well as allies like the Butterfly Clan. The unwritten rule held. No conflicts broke out. With the laws in chaos, all races remained calm, focusing on the exploration. Lin Moyu estimated that, combining all the races, at least several thousand people had entered the manor. But so far, no one had returned. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. We should have results soon, Qian Huang said softly. Based on past experience, the military's initial team usually returns after about 3 days with the first batch of intelligence. In exploring the unknown, information was crucial. The more complete the data, the higher the safety margin. This was especially true for the manor before them. Rated as Deep Red, a level where even a God Venerate's life was at risk, highlighting the importance of intelligence. Finally, on the 4th day, space distorted, and a figure appeared outside the manor. Lin Moyu looked up. It was a human who returned. Or rather, 1.5 people. One of them was missing the lower half of his body from the waist down, leaving only white bone, completely devoid of flesh and blood. The wound at his waist was clean and smooth, revealing his internal organs. Fortunately, he was a God King, and his powerful energy sealed the wound, allowing him to survive. Li Yuanbei immediately appeared before him, placing a pill in his mouth while crushing another. The second pill transformed into a torrent of life law energy, enveloping the wound. Without wasting a second, Li Yuanbai began questioning him about the situation inside the manor while treating him. The God King's grievous injury sent a chill through many onlookers. His condition was a stark demonstration of the dangers within. To have the flesh from the waist down completely disappear, leaving only bone, what kind of bizarre situation could cause such a wound? Fortunately, the injury was to the body. No matter how severe, as long as he wasn't dead, it could be healed. However, Lin Moyu felt the wound wasn't that simple. Even after leaving the manor and receiving both internal and external treatment with pills, his condition wasn't improving. A God King's body, at least at the super divine level, possessed powerful self-healing abilities. Even without medicine, he should have been able to regenerate, albeit slowly. It was understandable if the suppression inside the manor prevented healing, but he was already outside. With his God King aura still present, the fact that the wound remained unchanged was baffling. The more Lin Moyu watched, the more something felt wrong. Something's not right. Qian Huang was surprised. What's the problem? His condition is worsening, Lin Moyu said. Qian Huang was confused. He hadn't noticed anything, and the God King was currently enveloped in life law energy. There shouldn't be a problem. Why would Lin Moyu judge that his condition was worsening? Lin Moyu was highly sensitive to the breath of life. He could feel the God King's life force slowly draining away. As his life force weakened, his wound would naturally worsen. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before all the flesh on his body vanished, leaving only a skeleton. At that point, his soul, no longer protected by a body, would be in grave danger. A soul couldn't survive independently outside the body for long without reaching the God-venerate realm. Lin Moyu didn't explain. He immediately flew over. His approach instantly caught Li Yuanbei's attention. He was about to shout, but when he saw the token in Lin Moyu's hand, his expression changed. It was the military's honor token, something only held by those with an honorary title. Within the human race, individuals with such a title could be counted on one hand. He thought of the person who had recently received one. This must be him, Lin Moyu. Li Yuanbai recalled his shock upon learning that the precious honor title was being awarded to a mere 4th-level true god. The only word that came to his mind was absurd. He had immediately questioned the Fortress No. 6 commander, asking if it was an overreach. Just a 4th-level true god, no matter how talented, shouldn't receive such an honor. But the commander had simply told him not to worry about it. Though he didn't understand, he sensed there was more to it. Even a fortress commander didn't have the authority to bestow an honor title. All 10 fortress commanders across the entire battlefield had to agree. For an unknown kid like this, he guessed it had to be the doing of that powerful and mysterious guardian. That guardian was the true authority on the Vermilion Bird battlefield. He didn't ask further, it wasn't his place. Nevertheless, as an elder of Fortress No. 6 and a God-venerate expert, he still looked down on this kid who seemed to rely on connections. Despite his inner disdain, he remained polite. You must be Lin Moyu, little friend Lin. Lin Moyu bowed respectfully. This junior is Lin Moyu. Greetings, senior. Li Yuanbei, having come from the military, had a direct, soldierly demeanor. This old man is the elder of Fortress No. 6 Li Yuanbei. Little friend Lin, there is no need for such formalities. If you have something to say, please speak directly. Lin Moyu didn't waste time. His wound is worsening. The law of life is ineffective against it. In fact, Li Yuanbai had already discovered this before Lin Moyu arrived. The medicine wasn't working as expected. Fortunately, the wound's deterioration was slow, so he planned to get the full report before sending him back for treatment. He hadn't expected Lin Moyu to notice as well, which showed he was more than he seemed. His impression of Lin Moyu shifted slightly. The law of life is indeed not working, Li Yuanbai admitted. After I get the situation report on the Manor, I'll send him back for treatment. An idea sparked in Lin Moyu's mind. Perhaps this junior could give it a try. Li Yuanbai raised an eyebrow. If even his pills were ineffective, what could a 4th-level true god do? After a moment's thought, he glanced at the honor token in Lin Moyu's hand and decided to let him try. It wouldn't take much time anyway. With Li Yuanbei's consent, Lin Moyu approached the God King. The man's face was pale from the loss of essence and blood. The fortitude of a soldier allowed him to endure until now without a single pained groan. The dual application of pills had seemingly controlled the wound, but it wasn't improving. At best, it was slowing the deterioration. Lin Moyu pointed a finger and pressed it near the God King's waist, close to the wound. The law of immortality flowed into the man's body. Upon entering the wound, Lin Moyu immediately sensed a strange power continuously girding the wound and devouring life force. It consumed not only the God King's own life force but also the energy from the law of life and even his flesh and blood. After devouring so much energy, this power didn't grow stronger, but remained in its original stage. It wasn't powerful, but it was bizarre and difficult to remove, which was why the law of life was ineffective. This power seemed different from the forces of the Great World, possessing its own independent laws of simultaneous corrosion and consumption, making it hard to deal with. But it wasn't truly strong. It shouldn't be able to withstand the law of immortality. In terms of corrosive power, if the death energy of the law of immortality claimed to be second, no other law would dare claim first. With a thought, the law of immortality transformed into death energy. Using the God King's wound as a battlefield, the death energy swiftly launched a fierce assault on the mysterious power. The God King's expression changed, his brow furrowing in pain. His body had become a battleground. It was impossible not to feel pain. But as a soldier, he gritted his teeth and endured. His reaction also changed Li Yuanbei's attitude. Before he could speak, Lin Moyu said, "Endure it for a moment. It will be over soon." Lin Moyu's voice was full of confidence, so Li Yuanbai said nothing more. A god venerate like him had that much patience. The mysterious power was just as Lin Moyu had thought, strange but not strong. Its corrosive ability was insignificant before the law of immortality, and its devouring ability couldn't consume the law of immortality. In less than a minute, the power was completely eliminated. The law of immortality immediately switched to life energy to heal the God King. The 2 pills used earlier instantly unleashed their potent healing effects, and the wound recovered at a visible rate. Limb regeneration was complete in a few minutes. The God King's face showed his excitement. He thanked Lin Moyu. "Thank you, little friend, for your help." Lin Moyu smiled lightly. "You're welcome. You should put on some clothes first." A robe immediately appeared on the God King. He looked slightly embarrassed. In the rush of his flesh regenerating, he had forgotten about that. Li Yuanbai laughed heartily. "Little friend Lin, your methods are truly extraordinary." Lin Moyu remained modest. "Senior overpraised me. I just did what I could." Li Yuanbai nodded. The report on the manor had only been half given, and was still unclear. "Captain Tang, please recount the details again. Don't miss anything." The captain's full name was Tang Gen. He was a 3rd-level God King and a captain at Fortress No. 6, commanding a 10,000-strong army, a position of considerable authority. Tang Gen hesitated slightly. Lin Moyu wasn't military personnel, should he be privy to certain matters. But seeing Li Yuanbei's glance, Tang Gen understood and began his account. "The manor appeared in the area under my jurisdiction. I was supposed to be the first to enter, but the situation was special. An elder was patrolling nearby, so he sent someone in first. That person brought back some basic information, like whether strength was suppressed, if flight was possible, if equipment and artifacts could be used, and if laws were restricted. This basic information didn't take long to gather. The person entered and returned safely. Strength was indeed suppressed to the 5th level of True God. Based on experience, the mission was initially classified as simple, pale red. There was a delay in transmitting the information. It had to be reported up through several levels and compiled. By the time Fortress No. 1 emitted the light, 2 days had passed. During those 2 days, that elder also went inside. Even elders are interested in opportunities. And even with his strength suppressed, a god venerate could still exert power far beyond a 5th-level true god, so he wasn't afraid. At first, everything seemed normal. But a day later, we suddenly lost contact with the elder. Then, someone returned, saying the elder was trapped inside, his fate unknown. The manor's danger level was rapidly upgraded to deep red. After that, it was my turn. As the one in charge of this area, I led a 10-man squad into the manor without fear. So, we were the 3rd group to enter. The first group was just for basic intel to create the mission. The second was Elder Wang. He took 3 true gods with him, but only one returned. Elder Wang and the other 2 are still missing. I led 10 brothers, all at the true god realm. Initially, it was normal, but after traveling over 1,000 kilometers, danger appeared. We couldn't fly in the manor, so we had to walk. First, one of my brothers sank into the lawn. It was like a swamp. We tried to pull him out, but we couldn't. The lawn devoured him too quickly. We lost him just like that. As he spoke, a look of pain crossed Tang Gen's face. He was as close as family with his subordinates. Losing a brother inside hurt him deeply. He paused, then continued. After he died, everything seemed to return to normal. The spot that had swallowed him became an ordinary lawn again. At 2,000 kilometers, lightning suddenly struck from the sky, turning the area where we stood into a sea of fire. At 3,000 kilometers, the blades of grass on the ground suddenly turned into sharp arrows. Tang Gen recounted the trials his squad faced. From his description, it seemed that every 1,000 kilometers, they encountered a new danger, and their numbers dwindled. The first time, 1 man died. The second time, 2. The third time, 3. It was clear that the closer they got to the manor's center, the greater the danger. The 4th time, danger struck again. But this time, a passage appeared along with it. Tang Gen immediately ordered his squad into the passage. They entered a separate space. At that point, including Tang Gen, only 5 of them were left. This space was like an isolated secret chamber, with walls on all 4 sides and no exit. I attacked the walls, trying to create a path, but it was impossible. Then, several large flaming skulls appeared on the walls and charged at us. The flames were terrifying, just like the sea of fire at 2,000 kilometers. The heat was unbearable. We tried to dodge, but the chamber was too small, and then someone was burned to death. After he died, an exit suddenly appeared in the chamber. I didn't think twice, and led the remaining men toward the exit. We entered a second chamber. The flaming skulls didn't follow. This one had no fire, but the walls shot out water arrows. A team member reacted too slowly and was hit. His body rotted away, and he died on the spot. After his death, another exit appeared on the ceiling. By then, we were terrified beyond belief. I gave the order, and we charged for the exit again. The water arrows were too dense. We used every artifact we had to barely make it through. During this process, as the captain with the highest cultivation, I covered the rear to let my 2 men escape first. Unfortunately, another one died in the process. I was hit by a water arrow in the waist at the last moment, and everything from my waist down rotted away, leaving only bone. The third chamber was filled with a fierce wind, sharp as blades. It was terrifying. Another exit appeared. I had no choice but to drag my half-body and charge for it. I was lucky, the exit was very close, so I made it through safely. If it had been any farther, I would have died in that third chamber. After passing through that exit, I arrived in another chamber. This one had no dangers. In the center was a crystal. When I picked it up, another exit appeared. Entering that exit immediately teleported me out of the manor, and back to the battlefield. The crystal Tang Zhen had obtained was the size of a fist, crystal clear. Using an appraisal skill on it yielded no results. Lin Moyu contemplated Tang Zhen's account. The entire process was filled with danger and strangeness. His squad was always in a passive state, and his survival at the end was pure luck. Because their strength was restricted, they had almost no power to resist when danger struck. One thing was certain, the manor was extremely dangerous, but not unsolvable. Otherwise, Tang Zhen wouldn't have made it out alive with an unknown crystal. Why do I feel like this manor is like a dungeon from the small world? A trial-type dungeon. Pass the test, get a reward. Fail, and you leave your life behind. Li Yuanbai compiled Tang Zhen's words and transmitted the information to the human emperor network through a special device. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu returned and repeated Tang Zhen's account to Qian Huang, careful not to add his own analysis, as it might influence Qian Huang's judgment. No one could guarantee their own judgment was correct, and perhaps Qian Huang would have a different perspective. After listening to Lin Moyu, Qian Huang fell into deep thought. After a while he said, based on this, the manor should be classified as a trial. The Divine Sea Mountain I visited was also a trial, but its power and difficulty were extremely low with a low mortality rate. The mortality rate in this manor, however, is extremely high. From the current information, we can preliminarily analyze that on the grassland, there is a trial every 1,000 kilometers. After each trial, once someone dies, the path can be passed. It's like using blood to pave the way. Moreover, the difficulty of the trials increases each time, and the danger grows. During the third trial, a safe passage will appear simultaneously to avoid the challenge. After entering the passage, you enter another round of trials. This round also has 3 stages, and on the third, another safe passage appears. Entering the safe passage twice will grant a reward. Qian Huang's analysis was very clear. Lin Moyu felt he made a lot of sense. Much of it aligned with his own thoughts. After Qian Huang finished, Lin Moyu pondered for a moment. Senior brother Qian's words are very reasonable, but I have a few observations of my own. Qian Huang adopted a listening posture. He didn't underestimate Lin Moyu just because he was new. Lin Moyu's previous performance had already proven he was not only strong but also intelligent enough. Lin Moyu said, I feel that every trial can be overcome. Failing to do so is simply due to a lack of strength. In the third trial, choosing to enter the safe passage is essentially admitting that you've given up on the manor's journey. The trials after entering the secret chamber are just to see if you can get a consolation prize. If you can't even get that, then you die inside. I don't know if senior brother Qian noticed the movements of the twin demon from the demon clan's side. Not long ago, it showed a pained expression. It should have died in the manor, and its entire team was likely wiped out. Their god Venerate's face was extremely ugly. Afterward, they sent 2 more teams into the manor, but the numbers were reduced. Each team only had 10 people. From this, I deduce that the number of people entering the manor doesn't matter much. In fact, it's possible that the more people there are, the more dangerous it becomes. Because danger brings chaos. And once chaos erupts, it becomes a big problem. But this is just my speculation. It's easy to verify. Just keep an eye on the demon clan and other races. If they send fewer people in, or even just 1 person at a time, it proves my speculation. Qian Huang took a sharp breath. He hadn't expected Lin Moyu to be paying attention to the demon clan's movements. He had been focused entirely on the human side and hadn't paid any attention to them. This comparison immediately showed the difference. In terms of meticulousness, He was truly no match for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu continued, I will tell Elder Lane my speculation. For now, we shouldn't send people in to die. This manor is not suitable for true gods to enter at the moment. The manor suppresses the strength of those who enter to the 5th level of true god, but those below the 5th level can also enter. That's why the Human Emperor Network set the level limit at the 4th level of true god when it issued the mission. Because on the battlefield, many humans have the ability to overcome challenges, and a 4th level true god is not weaker than a 5th level one. This is a consistent practice, but this time, there seems to be a problem. Lin Moyu had another guess, but didn't say it out loud. He felt this manor might have a higher requirement for one's physical realm. This was based on Qian Huang's description. His survival ability in the secret realm was much stronger than his team members, not because he was a god king, but because his physique was much stronger than theirs. Lin Moyu told Li Yuanbai his speculation. Now, Li Yuanbai didn't dare to take Lin Moyu's words lightly. He immediately transmitted the information and ordered everyone to temporarily halt entering the manor, pending results from above. 5 days passed in a flash. For cultivators, 5 days was nothing. No one grew impatient. During these 5 days, Lin Moyu continued to observe the changes in the other races. As expected, the number of people in each new team sent by the various races grew smaller. The demon clan no longer sent teams, but had individual demons enter alone. This completely verified Lin Moyu's speculation. Sending many people in was meaningless. In fact, it might be worse than sending one. The challenge faced by many was greater than the challenge for one. 5 days later, the human high command finally responded. Li Yuanbai said to Lin Moyu, Little friend Lin, it seems you were right. He took out an air raid disc and threw it into the starry sky. The disc quickly expanded, covering a large area. Everyone, enter the formation. As a god venerate, no one dared to disobey his command. Little friend Lin, you can also enter. The Human Emperor Network had updated the mission reminder and rewards. Lin Moyu nodded and stepped into the formation. Through the air raid disc, he connected to the Human Emperor Network. This disc was used to connect to the network in places where it wasn't available. Sure enough, the mission information had been updated. Most of the messages were supplemented with danger warnings. The network recommended that only one person enter the manor at a time, and those below the God King realm were discouraged from entering. As more information was gathered, the danger level had risen drastically. Although not yet unsolvable, it was the most difficult among the solvable ones. The reward had increased from 50,000 accumulation points to 100,000, and military merit had also risen to 1,000. Everyone understood that a bigger reward meant greater danger. At this point, many people backed out, deciding to give up. The opportunity was tempting, but their lives were more important. You need to be alive to spend what you earn. But there were also those who were extremely confident in themselves and decided to seize the opportunity. Quite a few confident individuals charged into the manor. Lin Moyu looked at Qian Huang. Is senior brother Qian also planning to enter? Qian Huang shook his head. I originally intended to, but after hearing junior brother Lin's analysis, I've decided not to. I've just become a god king, and my physical realm is still at the super divine level. Not as strong as Tang Gen's. Lin Moyu knew Qian Huang's cautious nature. There was nothing wrong with it. Protecting one's life ensures a future. Qian Huang asked, is junior brother Lin planning to go in? Lin Moyu nodded. I plan to take a look. Qian Huang didn't try to stop or persuade him. He clasped his fists. I wish junior brother Lin good luck. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. Thank you. With that, he turned and flew toward the manor. With a faint flash of light, Lin Moyu disappeared into the glowing entrance. After Lin Moyu entered, a dark figure appeared in the starry sky. Chukyu materialized silently, unnoticed by anyone. He murmured to himself, he went in after all. If what that brat said is true, with his peak true god physique, he should be in no danger. Let's see. Let's see what the final result will be. The chaos of laws. What is the root cause at the deepest level? It felt like passing through a bubble. The green flowers immediately filled his vision. Lin Moyu found himself in the garden, with the strange, ancient building tens of thousands of kilometers away. On flat ground, such a distance would be impossible to see clearly, but here, the building's presence was a clear guide, preventing entrants from losing their way. Lin Moyu didn't act rashly, but first felt the changes within himself. The strange laws intertwined, suppressing his power. Not just his power, but everything else too. His soul was suppressed, and his ability to sense danger was weakened. Tang Gen had said it felt incredibly heavy here, like carrying a massive burden, making every movement strenuous, slowing down speed and reducing strength. But I don't feel that at all. It seems my guess was correct. It was because Tang Zhen and the others' physiques were too weak that they had that sensation. Coupled with their weakened perception, they couldn't react in time to the approaching danger. Lin Moyu stretched. His peak true god physique made him feel like a fish in water here. But he didn't let his guard down. Many from various races had entered the manor, and some races were naturally physically powerful, having an advantage over humans. While thinking, he started moving quickly forward. The benefit of a strong physique was immediately apparent as he sprinted forward at an incredible speed. The astonishing speed created strong winds, bending all the green grass on the lawn. Lin Moyu's steps were heavy, almost brutish, leaving a trail of broken grass behind him. Like a dragon, he covered 1,000 kilometers in an instant. According to Tang Zhen, the first trial was the swamp. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the ground beneath his feet changed, and a sense of danger approached. Lin Moyu paid it no mind. He pushed off with his feet, leaping thousands of meters into the air like an arrow. After landing, he pushed off again, continuing his forward momentum. After a few repetitions, the sense of danger vanished. Not only the soul can sense danger and advance, a sufficiently strong physique can too. It seems my choice to cultivate both body and soul was correct. Otherwise, the body could become the shortest plank, creating a barrel effect. This meant that no matter how strong his other aspects, soul, level, skills were, if the crucial element of physique was his weakest link, it would all be for naught. The barrel effect, a wooden barrel's capacity is determined by its shortest plank. Lin Moyu continued his frantic run without stopping. In a flash, he reached the 2,000-kilometer mark. The second trial. A crackling sound filled the air as a bolt of lightning struck right beside him. The green lawn instantly became like a gasoline barrel, quickly turning into a sea of fire. At Lin Moyu's speed, he could have completely crossed the sea of fire before it even formed. If he was fast enough, the fire couldn't catch him. But at this moment, Lin Moyu stopped. He stood there, unmoving, letting the sea of fire engulf him. The flames quickly swept over his entire body, swallowing him whole. He became a man of fire. The lightning in the sky vanished. The fire burned fiercely, distorting the surrounding space with its high temperature. Lin Moyu stood motionless in the flames. After burning for another minute, the fire gradually died down. A look of joy appeared on his face. Just as he suspected. There are no laws in the fire, just pure high temperature. As long as one's physique reached the 5th level of true god, they wouldn't need to fear the fire. Even a 3rd level true god physique would only be injured by it. With one's cultivation realm suppressed, the only thing a cultivator could rely on was their own body. Those with weak physiques, unless they had powerful protective artifacts, would face an extremely high mortality rate. But powerful protective artifacts weren't easy to come by, and the common ones sold at the trading center weren't sufficient. The main reason was that with their strength suppressed to the 5th level of true god, it was difficult to use god king level artifacts. Otherwise, with Tang Zhen's status, how could he not have a powerful protective artifact? With his speculation confirmed, Lin Moyu continued forward. In a flash, he entered the 3,000-kilometer range. Countless blades of grass shot up from the ground, turning into sharp arrows and firing at him. If one's physique reached the 5th level of true god, they could rely on physical reflexes to dodge. Even taking a few hits wouldn't be a major issue. For a weak physique, these grass arrows would be fatal. As the grass arrows flew, Lin Moyu noticed a large gate radiating white light not far away. This was what Tang Zhen called the safe passage. Entering it would provide temporary safety. A safe passage, but in reality, it's a path of surrender. But why would you still have to face a trial even if you surrender? Lin Moyu guessed it was because there were too many people. If it were just one person, perhaps there would be no need for a surrender trial. Having made it this far meant passing 2 stages. Fewer people meant more safety. Much like a solo dungeon in the small world. And these grass arrows were just like the green grasslands in the small world. The sight of them reminded him of it. The arrows were fast and dense. Lin Moyu relied on his body's instinctive reactions to swiftly dodge them. His soul's perception was useless here. He could only rely on his physique. This was why Tang Zhen's team was reduced to 4 people at this stage. He almost completely avoided all the grass arrow attacks and quickly left the area. Having passed the 3rd stage, there was no information about the next. He had to rely on himself. The scene before him changed slightly. The pure grassland was no longer pure. Vibrant colors appeared among the green as flowers began to bloom. From outside the manor, he had seen these flowers, which was why he called it a garden, not a grassland. In other words, the first 3,000 kilometers were a pure green grassland, and the next 3,000 would be a garden. The flowers brought different colors and vitality to the land. Lin Moyu could smell their fragrance. It was captivating. At the same time, he could feel a special aura in the air. Death aura. These flowers didn't bring vibrant life but a gloomy death. Having fought the undead legion constantly, he was very familiar with the aura of death and wouldn't mistake it. What the eyes saw was completely different from the reality. Continuing forward, the floral scent grew stronger, as did the death aura. The fragrance masked the soul's perception, suppressing it even more fiercely than before. The soul's ability to sense danger was completely nullified here. To sense danger, one had to rely on the physique. The difficulty had increased. Lin Moyu realized the trials were getting harder. The first 3 stages were just a warm for novices. The real challenge was just beginning. Lin Moyu was not one to be gentle with flowers. He had no idea how many he had trampled along the way. When he reached the 4,000-kilometer mark, the 4th trial began. A fierce wind blew, sharp as knives, capable of cutting flesh. The wind hit Lin Moyu, making a metallic sound. It swept away the flowers, revealing the ground beneath, where a white skeleton lay. To an ordinary person, this would seem strange, but to Lin Moyu, it felt normal. With such a strong death aura, it would be abnormal if there were no skeletons. This skeleton was hidden under the flowers and grass, its bones as transparent as crystal, even fainter than ordinary white bones. It looked ancient, not recent. The skeleton was not human, but some kind of beast. Its head was missing, making it hard to identify. Apart from the head, the skeleton was intact. It had 6 limbs, 2 thick, powerful but short hind legs, and 4 slender, longer forelimbs. Lin Moyu guessed it was a bipedal creature with 4 arms, looking somewhat like a demon. His suspicion lasted less than 2 seconds. Suddenly, the white skeleton stood up in the wind. Anyone else would have been scared to death. A skeleton that had been dead for so long suddenly moved. But Lin Moyu was unfazed. He dealt with skeletons all day. This was nothing. As he had guessed, the skeleton stood on its 2 hind legs, with 4 upper limbs. Then countless flowers flew over, carried by the wind, covering the skeleton like a suit of armor. Immediately after, green grass flew over, weaving together to form 4 long swords, which fell into the skeleton's hands. Flowers as armor, grass as swords. Except for the missing head, this skeleton looked no different from a living person. It stood 3 meters tall, clad in flower armor, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Though it had no head, Lin Moyu felt as if he were being watched. With his soul's perception suppressed, he couldn't judge its strength, but his physique sensed no danger, indicating the opponent wasn't strong. At least, not strong to him. After all, this was the 4th trial. For others, it could be fatal. Let's test it first. With a thought, a skeleton god warrior appeared beside him. It was nearly 4 meters tall, much larger than the headless one. It held a massive, sharp axe, looking even more formidable. Skeleton versus skeleton. Lin Moyu made a quick comparison. The only thing his skeleton god warrior lacked was a suit of armor. With armor, it would look even more imposing. With the wind, the opponent roared and charged at Lin Moyu. A distance of several hundred meters was covered in an instant. Lin Moyu gave the command, and the skeleton god warrior swung its axe to meet the charge without hesitation. It didn't dodge, letting the 4 sharp swords slash at its body. At the same time, its axe fell upon the opponent. The skeleton god warrior knew no fear or pain. Even if it died, it could be resurrected instantly. Lin Moyu used it to test the opponent's attack power. Surprisingly, the opponent's attack was rather weak, unable to cause any significant damage to the skeleton god warrior. The minor damage was spread across its body, almost negligible. In contrast, the skeleton god warrior's axe directly shattered the flower armor and crushed the opponent's body with overwhelming force. With a faint cry, the opponent's body exploded, its white bones shattering to the ground. That weak. Lin Moyu was a bit surprised. It was much weaker than he had imagined. After a few seconds of thought, he probably understood why. The skeleton god warrior's overall combat power was between the 7th and 8th levels of true god, with all 4 attributes being balanced. Its physical strength was immense, with no weaknesses. In other words, in terms of physical strength, the skeleton god warrior had at least reached the 6th level of true god, while this flower monster's attack power was around the 4th level of true god, with similar defense, which was why it was so easily killed. The Manor suppressed soul power, but not physical strength. As long as one's physique was strong enough, both the previous trials and the current one would pose no difficulty. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Moyu saw a flash of light. The flower monster's corpse disappeared. The flowers, grass, and bones all vanished. In their place, a crystal-like object appeared on the ground. It was transparent, only the size of a fingernail, located where the corpse's heart would have been. Lin Moyu picked it up. An appraisal skill yielded no results. After careful inspection, this crystal was somewhat similar to the one Tang Zhen had obtained. It seemed to be a smaller version of it. After all, Tang Zhen's was the size of an adult's fist, while his was only the size of a fingernail. The difference was huge. However, Lin Moyu wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, he muttered, "Kill a monster, get loot." The scene before him felt even more familiar. It was really like a dungeon in the small world. There were no dungeons in the great world. Even secret realms were different. Lin Moyu had always thought dungeons were a special existence in the small world, but now this familiar feeling reappeared. Let's continue. Lin Moyu didn't dwell on it. He knew thinking more was useless. With his current realm, he was far from being able to explore the secrets of the great world. Putting away the transparent crystal, he continued forward, maintaining his vigilance. If it was just one flower monster, the fourth trial seemed too simple, much simpler than the first three. But after walking several hundred meters, nothing else happened. It seemed he had passed the fourth trial just like that. If those who chose to retreat at the third trial knew the fourth was like this, would they regret it? Suddenly, Lin Moyu realized his thinking was flawed. It wasn't like that. He felt the fourth trial was simple because he killed the flower monster too quickly. For someone else, with their strength suppressed to the fifth level of true god and a weak physique, it would be difficult to kill that flower monster. They might even be chased by it. Then the fourth trial wouldn't be so simple. The first three trials were passive challenges. Passive challenges are actually the easiest to pass. With enough preparation, you can always find a way to deal with them. The fourth trial had changed to an active challenge. If you couldn't beat it, you would be chased. That's when it gets difficult. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. It seemed he hadn't thought it through. He couldn't generalize from his own experience. As he was thinking, another gust of wind blew, just like the one in the fourth trial. The wind was extremely strong, almost forming a wall of wind, blocking his path. Of course, a mere wall of wind couldn't stop him. He could break through it with a little force. However, the wind continued to blow, creating immense resistance, slowing him down significantly. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. He realized if there was a flower monster chasing from behind, and a wall of wind blocking the front, what would be the outcome? So the fourth trial wasn't as simple as he thought. The only way to pass it was to kill the flower monster. Otherwise, with the wind wall blocking the way, escape was impossible. In less than a second from the moment the sense of danger peaked, giving him no time to think, his body acted on instinct, throwing a punch. He felt his fist hit something like a block of iron. A figure flew backward. Though he couldn't see it, he could tell from the way the flowers and grass parted. Someone had tried to ambush him, but was repelled by his counterattack. This was instinct. Lin Moyu had long developed this instinct in his previous battles. He had embodied various professions, learned their main fighting styles, understood different weapons and combat habits, and often engaged in close combat with his sword. Although he hadn't fought personally much in recent years, his combat instincts were deeply ingrained in his body. Facing an ambush, his instinctive counterattack repelled the enemy. Lin Moyu didn't give chase. He knew this was part of the trial. His eyes could still see the direction of the ancient building through the gaps in the tall grass. He continued forward. It was too quiet, strangely so, making one tense. The atmosphere became serious. Lin Moyu's whole body tensed slightly, and his pace quickened. The flowers and grass continuously parted to make way for him. After he passed, they returned to their original state. Even if he intentionally trampled them, it had no effect. A sense of danger came from behind again. When it peaked, Lin Moyu stopped, leaping into the air. He jumped more than 10 meters high, reaching the height of the tall grass. The sense of danger followed him like a shadow. The ambusher had jumped up too. Lin Moyu turned and saw a silver skeleton. It was only a meter tall, just a torso with no head or lower body. It held a dagger glowing with green light, staring at him. He had seen many skeletons, but this was the first time he had seen one like this. With a thought, a skeleton god warrior appeared behind him. It used its body to block the dagger while swinging its axe at the opponent. With a clattering sound, the headless, legless half-skeleton was shattered on the spot. Lin Moyu recalled the skeleton god warrior, landed on the grass, and continued forward. He couldn't fly here, and he felt that jumping up and down might be even more dangerous. The first 3 stages mainly tested adaptability. The next 3 would test direct combat ability. It seemed now was a test of practical combat skills. Lin Moyu quickly analyzed in his mind. If it was a trial, It must have a purpose. You couldn't just randomly pass it. So from now on, it wouldn't be a trial every 1,000 kilometers. It was now like he had entered a real battlefield, facing danger at any moment. Lin Moyu was certain his guess was correct. Recalling the various dungeons and secret realms he had experienced, he smirked. It's been a while since I've had this kind of thrill. The current situation excited him, and a battle-hungry look appeared in his eyes as he charged forward madly. As he advanced, ambushes came from all directions. Using his body's reflexes, Lin Moyu accurately located the direction of each ambush and easily neutralized them. After running for another several hundred kilometers, the frequency of ambushes began to increase several times over. Attacks often came from multiple directions at once and became more bizarre. With his peak true god physique, Lin Moyu could completely disregard these ambushes. Their attack power was not strong, a 6th level true god physique could easily handle them. Even if he did nothing, the ambushers could hardly harm him. However, he still cooperated with the trial. Several skeleton god generals appeared around him, shattering each ambusher. What interested him was that the ambushers were all half-body skeletons. From the initial flower monster to the current half-body skeletons, and the flame-biting skulls Tang Jin had encountered, it seemed the master of the Manor had a special fondness for skeletons. This practical combat trial couldn't affect him. He rushed out of the tall grass with great ease. The sound of wind returned to his ears. The previously silent world of thousands of kilometers returned to normal. The tall grass behind him swayed in the wind. The ambushers from before had all retreated. He had perfectly passed the practical combat trial in the tall grass. He was now 5,000 kilometers away from the ancient building in the Manor. Before him was a lush, flat green lawn with no obstacles. It was identical to the scene when he first entered the Manor. If not for the building guiding him and the tall grass behind him, he would have thought he had gone the wrong way. He had walked less than 1,000 kilometers. Lin Moyu started running again. 1,000 kilometers wouldn't take long. He wondered how the others were doing. Based on the trial's difficulty, 99 of people would fail. The mortality rate must be very high. He wondered how many could survive in the end. But Tang Jin got a fist-sized crystal, while he only got a small piece. It didn't seem reasonable. After entering the Manor, the image of the building, which had been unchanging, finally changed. It began to grow larger in his vision, indicating he was getting closer. Just as he was about to reach his destination, a dazzling light caught his attention. A glowing portal appeared right in front of him. If he didn't change direction, he would run right into it. A safe passage. Lin Moyu was slightly startled. It looked exactly like the one he had seen before. Why would a safe passage appear here? He found it hard to understand, and instinctively slowed down, stopping before the entrance. Safe passages always appeared with trials. Its appearance meant there would be another trial. The final trial. Lin Moyu made a judgment based on his experience and speculation. Adaptability, direct combat ability, practical combat against ambushes. What would the final trial be? The difficulty must be very high, extremely dangerous. Otherwise, the safe passage wouldn't appear here. It was a reminder, if you don't want to die, give up now. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, bypassing the safe passage to move forward. He had come this far, how could he give up now? As he passed it, the safe passage disappeared like a bubble. Lin Moyu smiled coolly. So, no chance to regret, huff. The safe passage was the last chance to give up, the last chance to retreat safely. Since he ignored it, it disappeared, taking away his right to regret. After the safe passage vanished, the rhythmic sound of footsteps suddenly came from ahead. Lin Moyu's pupils constricted. He saw an army of skeletons. His eyes filled with interest. He hadn't expected to see another skeleton army besides his own undead legion. The death aura in the air became extremely thick. Gusts of wind stirred it up. Even the weakest cultivator's soul perception could feel the different aura now, let alone his. In his eyes, the invisible death aura had condensed into clouds, obscuring the sky above the skeleton army. There weren't many skeletons, 1,000-strong unit arranged in a square formation, looking well trained. Lin Moyu judged from the death aura that these skeletons were not strong, even weaker than the flower monster and the tall grass ambushers. Their combat power was probably around the 4th level of true god. However, their numbers were 100 times greater, so the danger level was much higher. By his judgment, with his strength suppressed and the power of laws greatly weakened, it would be very difficult for an ordinary cultivator to deal with this skeleton legion. Unless a god venerate enter, there might be a chance to pass. Even with their cultivation suppressed, god venerates usually had a physique of at least the 6th level of true god, or even peak true god. Or some races with a natural talent for physique might also have a chance. From entering the manor until now, there had been no prompts. The entire manor seemed very mysterious. He had to figure out all the rules himself. This was different from dungeons, which always gave some hints. Even trial-type dungeons would tell you what to do. But this manor said nothing. You had to think for yourself and explore the specific rules. This invisibly increased the difficulty. Fortunately, one principle remained unchanged. One force can overcome 10 skills. As long as you had enough strength, you could ignore the rules and sweep through. And the strength didn't need to be overwhelming, just enough to sweep through the manor. For other races, even those with a talent for physique, as long as their physique hadn't reached above the 7th level of True God, they would struggle with this stage. They had two choices. 1. Charge through without getting entangled with the skeletons and head straight for the house in the center. After all, it wasn't far. 2. Fight a war of attrition, finding opportunities to eliminate these skeletons one by one. But that would waste a lot of time, and be very risky. But Lin Moyu had a third option, a head and clash to annihilate them, forcefully pushing through these skeletons. With a thought, a large number of skeleton god warriors appeared beside him. 1,000 of them, a 1-to-1 match for the skeleton legion ahead. Then, the skeleton god warriors charged out, leaping high into the air and crashing into the skeleton legion. Axes swung down, sending bone fragments flying. Lin Moyu found it a bit strange, muttering to himself, mutual slaughter. Skeleton fighting skeleton, it really felt like that. But after so much, Lin Moyu was already as hard as iron, killing without batting an eye. He quickly suppressed the unnecessary emotions. In a flash, the 1,000-strong skeleton army was wiped clean. The broken bones on the ground all disappear, leaving small crystals behind. These small crystals were sharp combat weapons. Lin Moyu reached out and pulled them all over. The small crystals automatically merged into one, becoming a large crystal. Even the 4 small crystals he had obtained earlier were added to it. Finally, the crystal's size was comparable to the one Tang Zhen had obtained. He still didn't understand the crystal's use, but he believed it must have won, though not a very significant one. Even Tang Zhen, who gave up halfway, could obtain one. This was likely a consolation prize, or a basic reward, obtainable as long as one survived leaving the manor. If everyone got one, how good could it be? Lin Moyu put the crystal away, and continued forward. Soon he reached the end of the flower and grass area. He saw the ancient manor surrounded by stone bricks. The old bricks had weathered the vicissitudes of life, bearing the marks of time. They were also filled with the aura of death, an aura that had settled over time. The strong death aura had changed the properties of these bricks. An ordinary person would be corroded by it, like a curse. A light case would be a serious illness, a severe case would be instant death. Even a divine realm expert might be affected. Lin Moyu placed his hand on the bricks, murmuring, such a pure death aura. The death aura he felt on the grassland was several levels inferior to this. After walking along the wall for a while, he arrived at the manor's main gate. It had 2 leaves, left and right. Extremely tall, over 20 meters, as high as the wall. It was made of a special material, looking like iron but not iron, like bronze but not bronze. A single glance told you it was extremely thick and heavy. The gate was closed but not locked, leaving a small gap. Lin Moyu didn't peek through the gap like a child. He naturally pushed with force. The massive gate slowly opened with a graying sound, and dust fell from it, proving it hadn't been opened in a long time. Lin Moyu stepped back to avoid the dust. It seems I am the first one here. Although many had to enter, with their strength, they probably couldn't have crossed the grassland to get here. It wasn't about their strength, but about being on different systems. This place had high requirements for the physique, but the races in the Great World focused more on the soul. Lin Moyu's push wasn't very forceful. The gate opened about a meter, and stopped, revealing a gap wide enough for 3 people to walk through side by side. From outside, he couldn't see the specific situation inside the manor. Only the buildings still hung in the distance, indicating the direction. The visible buildings were just phantoms, not real. They had no other function besides pointing the way. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate, and walked toward the manor. Since he was here, he had to go in. Otherwise, what was the point? As for whether there was danger inside, he couldn't feel any. On the contrary, the thick death aura made him feel comfortable. He had never felt such a pure and thick death aura, whether in the great world, or the small world. Stepping through the gate, a thicker wave of death aura hit him. The death aura inside the manor had reached another level, like a world of death. Suddenly, his vision blurred. The scene before him became clear. It was a riot of color, with all kinds of flowers and plants blooming in competition. In a world so thick with the smell of death, such beautiful flowers could grow, and they looked full of life. Death and life seemed to have become friends. Lin Moyu's heart trembled. He suddenly realized something. Isn't the scene before me the law of immortality? Life carrying death. Death containing life. The highest level of pure death contains resilient vitality. Lin Moyu felt enlightened, extremely curious about this manor. Looking up, the ancient castle in the manor was truly before him. The phantom had a hazy quality, impossible to see clearly. The ancient castle was very tall, over 100 meters, extremely old, made entirely of unknown materials, exuding a heavy aura. Lin Moyu scanned his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. He quickly walked inside. The manor was silent. He walked alone through the desolate grounds. Until he reached the ancient castle. Nothing happened. Standing before it, he looked up and felt its aura. Although it couldn't speak, he could glean many clues from it. This ancient castle was different from the human constructions in the great world. The highest part was an umbrella-like canopy extending in all directions, almost covering the entire castle. It looked a bit like the ancient Chinese style from his previous life. The castle below was also a wall built of special materials intertwined. Some parts were damaged, but the overall structure was still clear. Lin Moyu tried to take it all in. The damaged parts didn't look like the marks of time but rather the traces of battle. Many supporting frame materials were broken. If the battle had been a little more intense, this ancient castle might have collapsed completely. Looking down, the castle's surface also had many battle marks. Among them, a sword mark left a deep gash, almost piercing the outer wall. The main gate had been opened by the sword strike from the inside. Lin Moyu punched the ancient castle with all his strength. A pain shot through his fist. The castle was undamaged. The power of a true god couldn't move it. He wanted to summon the skeleton king to try it, to see if it could leave a mark. But he held back. He didn't know what it might trigger. In fact, he shouldn't have thrown that punch. Through the broken main gate, he entered the ancient castle. Behind the gate was a long passage, about 100 meters long. Very spacious. About 10 meters wide and over 20 meters high. The ceiling was triangular with cross beams. Some cross beams were also damaged. There were battle marks here too, the walls covered in sword and axe marks, but they were much shallower. Clearly, the person who attacked the castle was not as strong as the one who fought outside. The one fighting outside was a general, the one who rushed in was a soldier. Lin Moyu gasped, walking along the dark passage. The death aura here grew even thicker, revealing a terrifying gloom. But for him, this kind of aura was very comfortable. A hissing sound came to his ears. A flame flashed before his eyes. 3 skulls appeared in his vision. The skulls were burning with raging fire, screaming as they charged at him. He remembered Tang Jian's words. After entering the safe passage, he went into a secret chamber where he encountered flaming skulls. Lin Moyu couldn't be sure if these were the same kind Tang Jian's squad had met, but he didn't care about them. A white light flashed beside him. A skeleton god general stepped out, swinging its massive axe at the flaming skulls. Here, Lin Moyu had experience. Laws were not very effective. Physical attacks were more effective than anything else. As long as the power was great enough, nothing was impossible. Under the skeleton god warrior's axe, the 3 flaming skulls were quickly shattered. The flames scattered on the ground, still burning in small pieces. It seemed they could burn for a long time. Lin Moyu couldn't feel the breath of any law from the flames. The only thing he felt was a high temperature, high enough to burn a true god to death. He continued forward. Soon, he reached the end of the passage. On the left and right, there were new paths. At the end of the passage was an ancient table. Something must have been placed on it for a long time, leaving a deep impression. On the wall hung half a painting. The other half was destroyed, and even the remaining half was severely damaged. He could vaguely make out a figure. The table for offerings, the painting on the wall, gave him an indescribable, strange feeling, as if it was a place of worship. After looking for a while and seeing nothing, he looked away to the 2 sides. He had to make a choice. At this moment, his pupils constricted. He saw a white skeleton on the ground in the left passage, about 10 meters away. It was half leaning against the wall, dead for who knows how many years. He had seen many remains since entering the manor and should have been unfazed. But this corpse was different. First, it was very old. Second, it was humanoid. Its limbs were intact. Except for the missing head, it was no different from a human corpse. This discovery made him wonder. Was this person from the ancient castle or an invader? He couldn't tell just by looking at the corpse, but he had a way. A ball of fire lit up. Lin Moyu flicked out an immortal flame. A star-level spell. Resurrect the dead. The flame fell on the corpse, but the expected scene of flesh and blood regeneration didn't happen. Instead, the corpse completely turned to ash in the flames. What's going on? Lin Moyu was stunned. Resurrect the dead failed. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and he was momentarily bewildered. Is it because of the chaotic laws? Or is there another reason? The corpse turned to ash, and the immortal flame gradually died down. Lin Moyu's sharp eyes saw something in the ashes. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew the ashes away, revealing what was underneath. A piece of animal hide. It was originally under the white skeleton, and now that it was burned to ash, he saw it. To be able to survive countless years without damage. This animal hide was not ordinary. Though it was undamaged, the writing on it was very faint, and some parts had completely disappeared. When he saw the words, his pupils contracted. Ancient Chinese. He recognized the words, just like when he first obtained the primordial runes. Why would ancient Chinese appear here? He didn't have the mind to pursue this question. He began to try to decipher the words. The writing was not continuous, fragmented and chaotic. Lin Moyu felt a sense of dread. We finally broke in. So many skeletons. Too many. He is too strong. Marshall died in battle. The Lord is also at a disadvantage. I saw the Lord making a sacrifice. Great World Rune. This is impossible. How can he be so strong? There wasn't enough information to make a judgment. Lin Moyu pieced together this information with great difficulty. He didn't even know if the word order was correct. Sometimes, reversing two words could change the meaning. But from the remaining words, he got a rough idea of what happened. The owner of this animal hide was an invader. They fought an unimaginable great war with the master of the manor. The master of the manor could control skeletons, and was extremely powerful. Their marshal died in battle, and even their stronger lord was at a disadvantage. But in the end, it seemed they had won. At least now, the master of the manor was gone. This manor was also in an abandoned state. Lord. Is Lord the name of a secret realm profession, or a specific person? Great World Rune. What about the Great World Rune? Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly lit up, followed by an expression of disbelief. No matter what happened to the Great World Rune, normally, he shouldn't be able to see it. According to what was written here, the Great World Rune had manifested. How was this possible? The Great World Rune was intangible and could not be looked at directly. This was common sense. It had never appeared before people. You could only catch a glimpse of it for half a second when performing a star-ascension spell. But that was just a fleeting glimpse. And those with weak strength couldn't see it at all. But according to the record on the animal hide, the Great World Rune had appeared. This was beyond common sense. And it was summoned by someone. The Great World Rune could be summoned. This was absolutely impossible. But Lin Moyu remembered seeing it before. The Great World Rune was covered in scars, almost on the verge of collapse. His heart trembled violently. Could it be that the Great World Rune here was beaten into a crippled state? He was startled by his own thought. He was extremely curious about what had happened back then. The era was too long ago, so long that even resurrect the dead couldn't be used. If not for some special reason, the years that had passed were truly unimaginable. Lin Moyu put away the animal hide and continued forward. The material of the hide was very special, preserved intact after so many years. It was obviously a precious treasure. Since the skeleton was found on the left, he chose the left path. Whether he chose left or right made no difference to him. If it was like the architectural structure in his past life's memory, the current corridor should be in a rectangular loop, and both sides would eventually converge. As he went deeper, more remains appeared on the ground. Not one, but 5. Their postures were not all leaning against the wall. Some had died in the middle of the path. Without exception, all were headless, their skeletons intact, with no wounds. It was hard to say whether they died from decapitation or were decapitated after death. In Lin Moyu's eyes, each of these skeletons was stronger than a powerful true god when they were alive. Even a true god's corpse couldn't be preserved for so many years. At that realm, even decapitation wouldn't kill them. The soul could exist independently and even regenerate flesh and blood. From this, he deduced that these people were decapitated after death. As for where the heads went, the answer would soon be revealed. He reached the end again. A right turn appeared, matching his judgment. Just as he passed the turn, Lin Moyu's body suddenly stiffened, his muscles tensed, sensing impending danger. On the left, right, behind, and on the ceiling, skulls appeared simultaneously. These skulls spewed water arrows from their mouths. The arrows were transparent, looking no different from ordinary water, but their nature was completely different. Lin Moyi tilted his body to dodge some of the arrows. They hit the ground, emitting a light smoke and a sizzling sound. The smoke turned into mist, obscuring his vision. In a situation where soul perception was suppressed, once vision was affected, it was extremely dangerous. Tang Zhen had said his subordinate was hit by a water arrow and corroded on the spot, leaving only a white skeleton. Lin Moyu's body emitted a pure white light. The bone armor glowed, blocking the water arrows. But half a second later, the bone armor exploded into pieces. Half a second was enough. Lin Moyi took a leap, jumping over 10 meters, instantly escaping the mist's coverage. The water arrows didn't pursue. Looking back, the skulls on the wall had disappeared, and the mist quickly dissipated. Lin Moyu probably understood where the previous white skeletons came from. The water arrows were extremely corrosive, eating away flesh, leaving only bones, and their heads were on the walls, turned into water, biting weapons. He felt a little scared. The Manor Master's hobbies were a bit strange. Although he also controlled an undead legion and was experienced on the battlefield, killing without batting an eye, he had never used someone's head as a projectile weapon. This was no longer just a matter of hobby, it was even a bit perverted. The first danger encountered after entering the ancient castle was actually nothing. A slightly faster reaction could have avoided it. If that was all, how could the experts of that year have died here? Lin Moyu guessed that the Great War back then had damaged the defensive structures in the ancient castle. What he saw now were just remnants of that time. But even these remnants, combined with the suppressive power here, were enough to give a god venerate a headache, enough to make a god king fall. First, he encountered flaming skulls, then wire-biting skulls, exactly like Tang Zhen's encounters. Even the order was the same. The only difference was that Tang Zhen met them in a secret chamber, while he met them in the castle. Continuing forward, several more skeletons appeared on the ground. They were also headless, but slightly different from before. There were many scratches on these skeletons, seemingly from some sharp weapon. The owner of the skeleton was extremely powerful when alive, their bones extremely hard. To be able to leave marks on them, one could imagine the power of the attack. Lin Moyu touched one of the skeletons, wanting to examine the scratches more closely. The skeleton immediately crumbled, unable to maintain its complete structure, scattering on the ground. Too much time had passed. Without external interference, the skeleton could maintain its original state. With just a little external force, it immediately crumbled. Lin Moyu sighed softly, didn't touch them again, and continued forward. Soon, he reached the end of the passage again. A right turn appeared in his sight. Through the turn, he could see the other side of the passage was also a turn, connecting to another path. And in the middle of the passage was an open space. It was indeed a rectangular loop, like the structure of a wealthy family's home in his past life's memory. Garden, ancient castle, then a small forest. The artistic conception is really not bad, Lin Moyu said in a low voice. He stepped into the turn. Then his whole body suddenly accelerated, charging forward. Behind him, a fierce wind roared, turning into countless sharp blades and sweeping toward him. Although he wasn't afraid, there was no need to fight these sharp blades. He accelerated to his limit, running madly in the passage. It wasn't long, only a few hundred meters. He immediately reached the open space in the middle and ran in without hesitation. The wind swept past his back, howling in the passage. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. This stage isn't difficult either. The 3 stages were exactly the same as what Tang Zhen had encountered. After this, he would have to explore on his own. Passing through the winding rectangular corridor, he truly entered the interior of the fortress. A faint light came from ahead. Lin Moyu saw many doors on the left and right, all tightly closed. He didn't go to check them. Not to mention whether he could open them with his ability. If he did, and there was a danger inside that he couldn't handle, it would be no different from seeking death. More trouble is worse than less. In a flash, he was about to reach the end of the path. He saw that outside the passage was a small courtyard, and at the left end, there was a room with an open door. Or rather, the door had been split open, lying on the ground in 2 pieces. From the outside, he could see the situation inside the room. A study. Thick, ancient books were neatly arranged on the shelves. They seemed to have gone through many eras. In the current human race of the Great World, books had faded into history. Most information was transmitted in more direct ways. Finding a few books had become very difficult. People from the small world might not be unfamiliar with books, but many born in the Great World had never seen one. The study structure was simple, 3 walls of bookshelves, about 2 meters high and filled with books. In the center was a large desk, also with a few books, paper, brushes, and other items. Lin Moyu stepped into the study. A thick layer of dust covered the room, clearly untouched for a long time. He left footprints on the ground. Simultaneously, a breath of air from outside rushed in. A light breeze blew through the study. The balance in the room was broken. The bookshelf in front of him suddenly collapsed, turning to dust. Then a chain reaction occurred. All the bookshelves, and the books on them, turned to dust. The room had existed for too long, so long that these materials had long since decayed. They only looked intact because they were in a static state. Once the balance was broken, they would completely turn to dust, ceasing to exist. Lin Moyu was helpless. Although he recognized that these books were preserved by special methods, and the materials were very good, not ordinary wood or paper, they still couldn't resist the ravages of time. The dust in the study flew about. The last thing to follow the years was the desk. However, he saw a piece of animal hide that didn't turn to dust fall from the desk. He was quick-witted and reached out to pull the hide into his hand. Like the one he got before, this special hide was completely preserved, able to withstand the ravages of time. There were words written on it in the same ancient Chinese as the other one. He could read it. It was the same old problem. Time had passed for too long. Although the hide could withstand the corrosion of time, the words on it could not. The ink had dried, and not much was recognizable. They still came. While the master was away. Wherever the master went, he had to fight their experts. Don't know if he won or lost. There's not much I can do. Just hold on. To kill me, they must pay a price. The information was fragmented. After reading it, a thoughtful look appeared in Lin Moyu's eyes. The same type of animal hide, but recorded from different perspectives. The first was recorded by the invaders. The second was by the Manor's master. The invaders and the Manor's master had the same type of hide. This was strange. Moreover, according to the invaders, the Manor's master was very strong, killed their marshal, suppressed their lord, and even summoned the Great World Rune without hesitation. But in the Manor Master's record, there was an even stronger master. If the Manor Master was already so strong, how strong would his master be? The hide said his master was fighting the invaders' experts. What was the master's identity? Who were their experts? How strong was that expert? Compared to the old man riding the green ox, who was stronger? Lin Moyu couldn't help but think of the old man on the green ox, who wiped out countless experts with a wave of his hand. He only felt that this world was full of mysteries. When he was in the small world, he solved one doubt after another and thought he had seen through the world, no longer a frog in a well. But after coming to the great world, his understanding of it gradually deepened. Now he roughly understood what the Vermilion Bird starfield was like. The other 3 starfields probably weren't too different. But becoming a god was still as mysterious as ever, and so was the human race's divine path. He didn't expect new questions to appear now, seemingly even more terrifying. After pondering for a moment, Lin Moyu sighed helplessly. In the end, my strength is still not enough. No hurry, the future will tell. Leaving the study, he walked out of the corridor into the sunlight. The light shone down from above into a small garden. In the middle was a stone table, next to it an artificial pond, and beside the pond, an ancient tree full of life. Its branches and leaves were lush, blocking the falling sunlight, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The scene looked very harmonious and beautiful, but a closer look revealed it was not so. The edge of the artificial pond was not paved with stone, but with white bones. The garden was also decorated with white bones. The stone table was supported by skeletons, and even the chairs next to it were made of white bones. The green ancient trees, blooming flowers, and the forest of white bones, along with the thick death aura, made the scene instantly bizarre. On the stone table was a tea set, and next to it, a few books. Lin Moyu immediately recognized this as the place where the Manor's master rested and read. He would take books from the nearby study and sit here, drinking tea and reading. Very leisurely, Lin Moyu stepped into the garden. The wind rose with his steps. Instantly, the books on the stone table turned to dust. But the tea set and the stone table did not. The table was made of the same material as the fortress and could also withstand the years. The tea set also seemed extraordinary. Probably some treasure. Otherwise, it would have long turned to dust. Lin Moyu walked over. As he was picking up the teapot, his body suddenly stiffened. Swish, several black shadows shot down from the air. He quickly retreated, dodging them. The black shadows missed, changed direction, and shot at him again. While retreating, he saw clearly that the black shadows were the branches of the ancient tree. Has it become a spirit, or was it always like this? Lin Moyu's heart trembled. 10 skeleton god warriors appeared. They charged forward bravely. A few of them held axes and jumped high, swinging them to cut off the incoming branches. The rest attacked the ancient tree. The moment the skeleton god warriors appeared, the ancient tree shook violently. Its branches retracted at an astonishing speed, making the skeleton god warriors hit empty air. Lin Moyu was stunned. What's going on? We haven't even fought yet. Why did this tree stop? Is it scared? Or does it know it's not a match? Or the Lin Moyu looked at the skeleton god warriors with suspicion. They seemed different from the skeletons in the manor. But this ancient tree clearly had its own consciousness. It had existed for who knows how many years. Maybe he could ask it. The problem is, can we communicate? The branches swayed slowly, and the trunk leaned forward slightly, as if bowing to him. Lin Moyu felt even stranger. You know me. The branches swayed, indicating no. It couldn't speak, nor could it transmit its thoughts spiritually. Although it had consciousness, it couldn't communicate with the outside world. However, the ancient tree had its own way. It extended a branch, wrapped it around the stone table, and pulled hard. The stone table was lifted from the ground, revealing a hole. In the hole was a black box. The ancient tree shook, seemingly telling him to take it out. Lin Moyu took out the box. The ancient tree put the stone table back. Without the box, the table seemed a little lower. He placed the box on the table. The material was very special. The fact that it could survive for so long without damage proved it was special. The ancient tree swayed its branches slowly, making a rustling sound as if to say, "Open it, open it." He didn't feel any malice from the ancient tree, nor any danger from the box. When he couldn't make an accurate judgment, the only way was to try. Moreover, Lin Moyu was confident in his strength, especially his ability to stay alive. The box opened slowly. Lin Moyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Inside the box was a small, rectangular, extremely exquisite coffin. A sleeping coffin. Lin Moyu was very surprised. Inside the box was a sleeping coffin. He wasn't mistaken. Having refined a sleeping coffin himself, he could identify it by both its shape and aura. Taking it out, he found it was already activated, meaning a creature was dormant inside. He didn't inspect it immediately. Examining the occupant of a sleeping coffin was a complex process that required refining it first, a task that couldn't be completed instantly. There was no rush. Lin Moyu set the sleeping coffin aside. There were other items in the box. A notebook. A notebook made from beast hide. This type of hide was special, capable of withstanding the erosion of time. He had only seen a single sheet before. He never expected to see it fashioned into a whole notebook. Lin Moyu could imagine how precious this beast hide must have been. The sheet on the desk in the study must have been written in a hurry. Perhaps the information in this notebook would be more complete. The notebook wasn't large, just slightly bigger than his palm, like a children's book. The handwriting inside was neat, clear, and orderly. It was evident that the writer's emotions were calm at the time, unlike the rushed, slightly chaotic script on the hide in the study. Furthermore, the writing in this notebook seemed untouched by time, as clear as if it had just been written. Lin Moyu guessed it might be related to the chest it was in. Lin Moyu carefully read the notebook's contents, which were far briefer than he had imagined. Great Master, as your most loyal servant, I have always followed your every command. When you march to war, I shall protect your domain. Any who trespass shall be annihilated. Your greatness is an existence beyond imagination. The first page contained nothing but praise. Lin Moyu frowned. This servant's reverence for his master was extreme. It wasn't just respect, but as if his master was his everything. What level of worship would lead such a powerful being to write these words? Lin Moyu felt a profound sense of the mysterious master's terrifying nature as he turned to the second page. Immortal Era, year 998, your glory spread to Tulu. Immortal Era, year 13,255, your glory spread to the Blue Sea. Immortal Era, year 28,553, your glory spread to the heavens. The timeline continued, entry after entry. The next few pages were the same. Since there was no point of comparison, it was impossible to research this timeline further or know what period the Immortal Era corresponded to. The latter part likely referred to place names. Glory spread to Tulu probably meant they had conquered a place called Tulu. After that, another place was conquered approximately every 10,000 years. Lin Moyu counted. 4 pages were filled with similar records, totaling 18 locations over 300,000 years. He just didn't know if their year was the same length as a year in his world. This was a log of their journey. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. The notebook was like a campaign report. Apart from the loyal praise on the first page, there was no other content. He had hoped it was a diary that might contain other information but was now somewhat disappointed. Just then, Lin Moyu saw another piece of beast hide at the bottom of the chest. The hide and the writing on it were much newer than the notebook. The script was once again messy, but not from panic, from weakness. Yes, that was the feeling. Lin Moyu could sense the writer's frailty through the script. He was injured. Lin Moyu pieced together the situation at the time. Great Master, I have protected the manor. Although this manor is nothing in your eyes, it cannot be desecrated by others. They used a special method that prevented me from using their dead. The enemy was strong, but I still won. I killed their marshal, their lord, all of them. Your castle was destroyed, the playground inside was disturbed, and the flower garden outside seems to have been invaded by an external force, different from before. But it doesn't matter. They are dead. I killed them all. I am injured. I will enter the sleeping coffin as you commanded, to await your return to awaken me once more. Great Master, your most loyal servant awaits your summons again. Towards the end, the writing became faint, as if he no longer had the strength to write. Lin Moyu knew he was at his final moments. If he hadn't entered the sleeping coffin, he likely would have died on the spot. Inside the coffin, time stood still. He would emerge as he had entered. He hoped his master could save him. He had immense faith in his master. Unfortunately, after so long, his master still hadn't appeared. It seemed his master had also met with misfortune. How dangerous. Even at such a level, absolute safety was not guaranteed. Lin Moyu's mind sharpened with caution. He absolutely could not become complacent. This world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. One wrong step could end in death. Lin Moyu put away the beast hide. Everything was clear now. The hide in the study was written hastily before the battle. The one in his hand was written after the battle ended. The notebook was actually a campaign log. Apart from the praise on the first page, the rest was just records, a form of diary. However, it was of little use to Lin Moyu. From what he could gather, this might have been an extremely brutal and savage war between races. He put all the beast hides back in the box and stored it. The sleeping coffin was kept separately, but after a moment's thought, he took out the last piece of hide and placed it with the coffin. This hide could be considered the manor keeper's last will and testament, so it belonged with him. Lin Moyu glanced around the flower garden, finding a path. He hadn't expected this to be the master's recreational area. Perhaps to an existence of that level, this place was indeed insignificant. After the battle, this place had undergone some changes, becoming different, eventually turning into what it was today. Lost in thought, Lin Moyu left the garden and headed towards the center of the old castle. After he left, the ancient tree in the garden began to tremble violently, and the nearby pond rippled. Inaudible vibrations quickly spread throughout the entire castle. The ancient tree seemed to issue a silent command. Instantly, the old castle felt even quieter. Lin Moyu, now inside, felt a strange shift. The castle had already been silent, but now the silence was deeper. Since leaving the garden, he hadn't encountered any danger. It was a bit strange. Lin Moyu walked along the castle's corridor and finally reached the main hall. The hall was over 200 meters long and 100 meters high, incredibly spacious. This wasn't due to a formation expanding the space, it was its actual size. There were no signs of a fight here, which could be explained if the great battle had not reached this far. The hall was silent. On the throne at the far end sat an exquisite skeleton throne. The moment he saw it, the words escaped Lin Moyu's lips instinctively. Looking closer, it wasn't his skeleton throne, but the two were strikingly similar. Lin Moyu guessed this might be the seat of the manor's master. Just as he was about to inspect it, a sound came from behind him. Footsteps suddenly echoed, accompanied by a jumble of noisy voices. Someone had arrived. Lin Moyu turned to see several figures appear outside the hall. The first to rush in was a member of the demon clan, covered in thorny scales, utterly hideous. His fierce gaze swept over to Lin Moyu. "Human," he growled. Lin Moyu replied softly, "Is there a problem?" The demon clenched his fists, his chest heaving. "You better be careful." He didn't attack. There was an unspoken rule among the races, without a conflict of interest. One should not attack first, lest they end up doing the hard work for someone else's benefit. No race wanted to engage in such a profitless endeavor. Lin Moyu sized him up. He was clad in scale armor, with rough skin and thick flesh. Clearly, his physique was not weak. His physique was visible, but how did he appear here so directly? And he wasn't alone. More people appeared outside the grand hall. This time, it was an elderly human man, wearing a long robe, with a strong will, and the distinct aura of a soldier. Lin Moyu could sense immense power hidden within the old man's body. He was very robust. Coupled with his demeanor, Lin Moyu immediately spoke. Elder Wangxing. The second to enter was Elder Wangxing. He had brought 3 people with him, but evidently, those 3 had already perished. Wangxing's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing Lin Moyu, the joy of seeing a fellow clansman. "It is I," he said. "Junior Lin Moyu," Lin Moyu replied, presenting his honorary title. Seeing the honorary title, Wangxing's brow furrowed, and his gaze towards Lin Moyu instantly changed. Only 2 types of people could obtain an honorary title: top-tier geniuses, or those who had made outstanding contributions to the human race. Needless to say, Lin Moyu belonged to the former category. Wangxing dared not underestimate a top-tier genius, especially one who could make it this far. Wangxing directly asked Lin Moyu about the situation outside. Lin Moyu explained, "Before I enter, the Human Emperor Network issued a mission. The difficulty was dark red, mainly because Elder Wangxing was trapped inside with no news. Everyone thought you were more likely dead than alive. Frankly, given Elder Wang's strength, we were a bit worried you'd be a tough nut to crack." Wangxing recounted his experiences. After entering the manor, he, like everyone else, went through the 3 initial reaction tests. Fortunately, with his rich experience, he passed without any danger. The subsequent combat challenges 1-on-1, 1-on-3 were no problem for him. But when it came to 1-on-N, Wangxing was nearly killed. He didn't have a chance to run into a safe passage. Luckily, as an elder, he carried enough pills. Fighting and retreating, he eventually passed. Then came the assassination challenge in the flower bushes, where danger lurked everywhere. Wangxing's luck wasn't bad, he passed with minor injuries. However, at the final safe passage, Wangxing chose to enter it. He knew that if he continued, he would surely die. After entering the safe passage, he found himself in a secret chamber, unlike Tang Jian's and different from anything Lin Moyu had imagined. The chamber had 2 doors leading to different places. One was an exit from the manor, which also came with a reward. The other led further forward. Wangxing wasn't in a hurry. After recovering in the chamber, he chose to press on. From then on, he was trapped in a cycle of secret chambers. The chambers were not only dangerous but also had maze-like properties. After passing through 3 chambers, 5 doors would appear. One of them led out of the maze. The other 4 included one correct path forward, while the remaining 3 would keep him in the maze. Elder Wangxing had several chances to leave the maze, but his unyielding personality flared up, and he decided to challenge it. Unfortunately, he never chose correctly. After hearing this, Lin Moyu found it somewhat amusing. So that's how the game's battlefield works, he thought. It seems the manor's master had a fondness for mazes. In his view, the entire manor was like a maze escape game. Each trial was a puzzle with no instructions, requiring one to figure out how to escape on their own. It must have been much harder in the past. After the Great War, the manor fell into disrepair, which simplified things. Elder Wangxing had been lost in the maze of secret chambers for days. Just now, the maze suddenly vanished, and he found himself in the old castle, then made his way here. At this moment, more people from other races entered the hall, all of them physically powerful individuals. Lin Moyu knew these people, like Elder Wangxing, had come from the maze. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? It seemed he was the only one who had entered the fortress through the main gate. As for why the maze disappeared, Lin Moyu didn't know, nor did he care to guess. The result was before him, questioning the why was meaningless. After finishing his story, Wangxing asked curiously, "Little friend Lin, how did you escape the maze?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I didn't enter the maze." Wangxing was stunned, then immediately understood that Lin Moyu had cleared every trial along the way. "Little friend Lin, what was the first trial after the flower bushes? Could you tell me?" He had felt at the time that not entering the safe passage might have led to his death, but he was very curious about the challenges that lay beyond. Lin Moyu described the trial of the 1,000 skeletons, and Wangxing's expression changed. With his strength, he might have been able to handle 10 or even 100 skeletons, with a chance of passing. But 1,000? He would have died without a doubt. He was a god venerable, and although his physique had reached the true god realm, it was only comparable to a true god level 5. He couldn't fight them head. 10 flower monsters had already left him half dead. 1,000 skeletons. The thought alone was terrifying. He was glad for his choice back then, and at the same time he was astonished by Lin Moyu's strength. Although he couldn't see Lin Moyu's cultivation realm now, Lin Moyu's physique was incredibly robust, even better than his own. Lin Moyu saw his suspicion and said with a smile, "My cultivation is not high. I just focus on body cultivation, so my physique is relatively strong." Wangxing knew Lin Moyu was being modest, and went along with it. It seems body cultivation is not useless after all. Lin Moyu smiled but didn't reply. After a while, more people arrived. The number of people who had entered the hall now exceeded 20. The demon clan had the most, with 8 members. The human race only had Lin Moyu and Wang Xing. Lin Moyu's gaze swept across all the races in the hall. The demon clan, the golden eagle clan, the fireline clan. Each was a race known for its physical strength. They also sensed Lin Moyu's gaze and turned to look, their eyes filled with power. Wang Xing frowned, his face suddenly gloomy. This is a bit troublesome. There are a total of 9 races here. 6 of them are enemies of the human race. The other 3 are not enemies, but not friends either. Each of them looked bizarre, by human aesthetic standards. They were all hideous. The human race didn't have many allies, and those they did have, like the butterfly clan, were powerful in cultivation but generally not physically strong. Only the dragon clan was an exception. Their relationship with humans was decent, and their physique ranked first or second among the myriad races. But the dragon clan wasn't here this time. Wang Xing was a god venerable, with a high realm and powerful cultivation, but that was useless here. Everyone's cultivation was suppressed to true god level 7, without exception. Here, everything depended on the physical body. His god venerable cultivation allowed his physique to be equivalent to a true god level 5. Compared to races that excelled physically, he had no advantage. In a one-on-one fight, he wasn't afraid. But if several attacked him at once, it would be hard to defend. He had already noticed some hostile gazes directed at him, as if they were just waiting for an opportunity. This place was even more dangerous than the maze of secret chambers. He whispered, "What should we do?" Lin Moyu replied nonchalantly, "Go rush. We'll kill them in a bit." Wang Xing's eyes widened in surprise. What does he mean? He kill them in a bit. That wasn't his intention at all. He meant, how could they protect their lives? He clearly felt that Lin Moyu had misunderstood him. Lin Moyu's attention was no longer on the aliens. The throne at the front of the hall was emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Yes, the light was very weak if one didn't look closely. It was unnoticeable. Even if seen, it would just seem like a faint reflection. Several demons exchanged glances, signaling to each other. It looked like they were about to make a move. Wang Xing stared at them, his body tensing up. Suddenly, the great doors creaked and slammed shut. The light from outside was cut off, and the hall was plunged into darkness. The darkness was no issue for anyone present, but in the dim hall, the shimmering light from the throne became exceptionally eye-catching. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. A treasure. One of the demons whispered and immediately rushed forward. Several other demons moved simultaneously to block the crowd, their eyes hostile. If anyone dared to try and snatch the treasure, they would attack. At this moment, the demon clan's numbers gave them a clear advantage. Wang Xing looked at Lin Moyu questioningly, seeming to have the same idea of making a move. Lin Moyu, however, shook his head. No rush. The game has just begun. The game has just begun. This sentence struck Wang Xing as odd. He felt that Lin Moyu must know something. After all, Lin Moyu had entered the manor through the main gate, unlike them, so he might have more information. While he was still wondering, the demon who had rushed forward suddenly showed a look of horror. He seemed to have seen something terrifying. The light from the throne intensified, and at the same time, a massive skull appeared. The skull opened its mouth wide and swallowed the demon whole. By the time the crowd turned to look, the demon had vanished. Everyone was terrified. The other demons froze, their eyes wide with shock. There was no treasure here. This was a man-eating trap, a demon-eating trap. Wang Xing whispered, "How did you know?" Lin Moyu smiled. I guessed. Wang Xing looked at Lin Moyu, who didn't elaborate, so he didn't press further. Lin Moyu had indeed guessed. The garden outside was a chase game, the maze of secret chambers was a puzzle game. And this hall was also a game. He just didn't know the content of this game yet. But he was sure the main prop was the throne before them. Before the game started, anyone who dared to snatch the throne would undoubtedly die. The faces of the demons were grim. They hadn't expected the throne to suddenly kill someone. The experts from the other races, however, seemed to be gloating at the demon clan's misfortune. They had seen what the demons were planning, but due to their inferior numbers and strength, they hadn't dared to speak up. Now that the demon clan had lost one member, it was a good thing for them. The light on the throne retracted, revealing a figure. The figure was blurry and indistinct, but when Lin Moyu saw it, his eyes narrowed. It wore a cloak, identical to the one worn by his skeleton king, and the throne was also somewhat similar. Lin Moyu instinctively thought the person on the throne was the skeleton king. Could the master of the manor be the Skeleton King? Impossible. The Skeleton King was just a summon he had created through fusion. How could it appear here? But the two were too similar. At this moment, the blurry figure on the throne looked up, seeming to survey the crowd in the hall. As its invisible gaze swept over them, everyone except Lin Moyu felt a sense of fear. The blurry figure slowly stood up, the cloak behind it billowing without any wind. A rustling sound filled the air, and everyone became vigilant, not knowing what would happen next. In their eyes, the entire manor was filled with strangeness, and the blurry existence before them was just as inexplicable. Just then, the blurry figure draped itself over the throne behind it. A skull on the throne lit up, and then a skeleton appeared in the hall. Following that, the blurry figure's hoarse voice echoed, "The skeleton is the soldier, and you are the thieves. You have 1 stick of incense time." An already lit stick of incense appeared in the figure's hand. As soon as the incense was lit, the skeleton charged towards them. Everyone scattered in shock, running in all directions. The hall was spacious, but for a chase, it was small. The first target the skeleton locked onto was a demon. That demon, not knowing what would happen if he was caught, bolted. A corner of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched. The soldier catches the thief game. It really is this game. A real game. Obviously, getting caught won't be a good thing. Wang Xing had also intended to run, but seeing Lin Moyu stand still, he decided not to move either. He whispered, "That's a Xuanwu demon from the Hell lineage. His physique is extremely robust and powerful, a mid-tier expert in the demon clan." Lin Moyu knew Wang Xing was informing him. There were too many such demons in the demon clan, countless millions. Lin Moyu only remembered a few of the more robust ones, and their special characteristics. He had heard of the Xuanwu demon. He was indeed not weak, and had caused a lot of trouble for the human race. But right now, the Xuanwu demon was in a miserable state. The sound of cracking bones echoed in the dim hall, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The skeleton was incredibly fast, much faster than the Xuanwu demon, and extremely agile. In less than 30 seconds, the Xuanwu demon was cornered. He roared in anger, a giant club appearing in his hand, which he swung at the skeleton. The skeleton casually threw a punch, and the giant club disintegrated. It then dashed in front of him, unleashing a flurry of punches. The Xuanwu demon exploded on the spot like a balloon, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Everyone was horrified. The skeleton's combat power was beyond imagination. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, "So that's what happens when you get caught." The game rules didn't specify the consequences of being caught. It turned out to be death. The skeleton turned, red light flashing in its eyes, and locked onto its second target. The second one targeted was from the Golden Eagle clan. His entire body was golden, his feathers like sharp swords, not only providing incredible defense, but also capable of launching attacks. But he would only use his feathers in a life or death situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't use them lightly. When targeted by the skeleton, his wings trembled, and he immediately flew in the opposite direction, quickly creating distance. His speed was very fast, even faster than the Xuanwu demon. Unfortunately, flying was not possible here, and the hall's space was limited, so his speed advantage couldn't be fully utilized. The skeleton charged with a clattering sound, and in a flash, it was in front of him. The golden eagle let out a strange cry and hurriedly turned to flee in another direction. The skeleton continued its pursuit, its speed not any slower than his. For a moment, the entire hall flashed with golden light as the golden eagle monster dashed about. Everyone looked at the golden eagle with pity. They all knew that once caught by the skeleton, the only outcome was death. Lin Moyu looked at the incense in the figure's hand. He had to last for 1 stick of incense. He had calculated that at this burning speed, 1 stick would last about 10 minutes, or 600 seconds. The first Xuanwu demon had lasted less than 3 seconds. This golden eagle was quite fast and would obviously last longer. In that case, after 1 stick of incense, not everyone here would be dead, at least a few would survive. What a cruel game. Lin Moyu sighed. He stopped paying attention to the incense and turned his gaze to the skeleton. This skeleton was different from the ones he summoned. It looked much stronger. Its white bones couldn't be called white anymore. Jade bones would be more appropriate. On closer inspection, they even had translucent, crystal-like feel. The skeleton's unusual bones symbolized its powerful combat strength. After the golden eagle had held on for a minute, the skeleton suddenly roared. The fleeing golden eagle abruptly froze, as if bound by something. Everyone was bewildered, not knowing what was happening, but Lin Moyu could see that the skeleton had released a breath of death, which formed a net to restrain the golden eagle. The golden eagle struggled desperately, its body glowing with dazzling golden light, quickly breaking the restraints. But half a second had passed, and half a second was enough for the skeleton to reach him. The golden eagle shrieked in terror. With a loud bang, all the feathers on its body exploded like sharp swords, countless golden rays sweeping across the entire hall. Everyone's expression changed, and they quickly put up their defenses. Wang Xing took out a small pagoda, which emitted a light that blocked the golden rays. The skeleton was the first to be engulfed by the golden light. The rays hit its body with a clanging sound. A fist shot out from the golden light, striking the golden eagle's head like lightning. Bang! The golden eagle's head exploded, its soul destroyed along with it. Its featherless body fell lifelessly to the ground. At this moment, the golden light also vanished. Everyone's sight. It was useless. At this moment, the skeleton turned again and locked onto its third target. A red haughty demon, shaped like a lion, roared fiercely and fled to a corner, not daring to look back, quickly putting distance between itself and the skeleton. The demon clan's numerical advantage was now showing. The probability of being chosen by the skeleton was the highest. The demon fire lion was an abyss-type demon. Its body was surrounded by flames, colored red and green, possessing the properties of both fire and the abyss. He transformed into a flame and began to flee for his life within the hall. The skeleton moved with a clattering sound, like the death knell of Yama, terrifying. At this point, everyone's expression was grim. They could see that the demon fire lion wouldn't last long either. He didn't have a speed advantage, and would probably be eliminated soon. Lin Moyu calculated the time and muttered. Still 495 seconds left. The Xuanwu demon took 30 seconds, the golden eagle took 75. I wonder how long this demon fire lion will last. The longer he held on, the higher the survival chances for others. No one was gloating anymore. Everyone hoped the demon fire lion could last a little longer, because who knew if they would be next. The skeleton selection was clearly random, they were all just unlucky. The demon fire lion continued to flee, but despite his best efforts, the distance between him and the skeleton was closing. He stepped on fire, pushing his movement speed to its limit. Unfortunately, speed was not his forte. The skeleton finally caught up to him and threw a punch. The demon fire lion's body exploded, flames scattering everywhere, and the entire hall was engulfed in a sea of fire. He's dead. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. But the skeleton didn't look at anyone else and charged towards one of the flames, throwing another punch. The flame let out a strange cry. Was the demon fire lion's voice. He wasn't dead yet. Everyone was surprised. The demon fire lion had actually escaped death once. Amidst the strange cry, the skeleton shattered the flame with another punch. Then it pounced to the other side without a second pause. A member of the Red Copper clan's expression changed. The skeleton was bouncing towards him. He was about to dodge when his body was suddenly hit hard, sending him flying towards the skeleton. The demon fire lion had appeared behind him and pushed him towards the skeleton. The Red Copper clansman's face changed as he collided with the skeleton. His body exploded like a past, while the skeleton was unharmed and continued to pounce towards the demon fire lion. The demon fire lion let out another strange cry and quickly fled. At this moment, everyone was on high alert, afraid that the demon fire lion would repeat his old trick and get them killed. Wang Xing explained softly, the demon fire lion has a spell that allows him to use the power of fire to teleport twice over a short distance. However, each time, he can only teleport to a place where there is fire. So that's how it was. No wonder the demon fire lion wasn't killed by the first punch. And there happened to be a flame burning behind the Red Copper clansman. The Red Copper clansman didn't die in vain. Being so careless, he would have died sooner or later in the major world anyway. In the end, the demon fire lion couldn't escape the skeleton's pursuit. At the 75th second, he was caught by the skeleton, his head shattered by a punch. He lasted even less time than the golden eagle. There were still 420 seconds left. 4 had died. One of them didn't really need to die. Including Wang Xing and Lin Moyu, there were still 17 people left. No one knew how many would survive in the end. Everyone felt a heavy weight on their hearts. At this moment, the skeleton's gaze swept towards Lin Moyu, finally stopping on Wang Xing. Wang Xing's face suddenly turned pale. I'm going to die. Being stared hit by the skeleton, its red eyes, as cold as sharp blades, felt like one blade was piercing his body and another was penetrating his soul. He wasn't afraid of death. In his long cultivation journey, he had faced life-threatening dangers many times, but he didn't want to die so helplessly. At this moment, he had no choice. Once targeted by the skeleton, there was no escape. He had used all his defensive magic treasures, but still couldn't withstand the skeleton's attacks. The skeleton before him seemed to be a rule-breaking existence, too terrifying. Lin Moyu's heart trembled. A stream of death aura quickly spread out, silently enveloping Wang Xing. The hall was already filled with death aura, so Lin Moyu's action didn't attract anyone's attention. Even Wang Xing only felt a slight chill and had no idea what Lin Moyu had done. As the death aura covered Wang Xing, the skeleton's gaze unexpectedly swept past him, looking to the other side, finally settling on a member of the Iron Bear clan. The Iron Bear clansman, who had just been feeling lucky that the skeleton hadn't targeted him, was suddenly in danger. The skeleton moved, and the Iron Bear clansman screamed in panic, throwing out a great saber that slashed towards the skeleton, while quickly retreating. He knew his speed was not enough to escape, so he chose to counterattack. The great saber was of a very high grade, a God King realm magic treasure, but it was easily shattered by the skeleton. Only then did everyone realize that this chosen Iron Bear clansman was a God King, and not a low-level one. Unfortunately, even as a God King, he had to die here. The skeleton was too strong, so strong that its limits were unseen. Wang Xing's chest heaved violently, his whole body drenched in sweat. Only those who had experienced it could understand this feeling of escaping death by a hair's breadth. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. Elder Wang has lived for so long, surely nothing will happen. Wang Xing smiled awkwardly. I really had bad luck this time. Lin Moyu chuckled. Elder Wang's luck has always been good. Just now, Lin Moyu had only tested whether the death aura was effective. Under its cover, Wang Xing was probably considered a dead person. But even if it hadn't worked, Lin Moyu wouldn't have just stood by and watched Wang Xing die. He would have mobilized his undead army. Even if he couldn't defeat the skeleton, he could at least stall until the incense burned out. But now that the death aura had worked, Lin Moyu didn't need to make a move. He used the death aura to cover himself and Wang Xing, ensuring the skeleton wouldn't choose them. The life and death of others had nothing to do with him. The Iron Bear clan was truly not skilled in speed. After a series of counterattacks, he was finally killed by the skeleton in just 35 seconds. At this time, there were still more than 300 seconds left. The incense had only burned just over a third. The skeleton continued to choose its target. Everyone was tense, fearing they would be chosen. Only Lin Moyu was completely without worry. Wang Xing asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Lin Moyu chuckled softly. "What's the use of being afraid? What's meant to happen will happen." Wang Xing pondered Lin Moyu's words. Indeed, little friend's courage is truly admirable. One by one, people were chosen by the skeleton, pursued, and killed helplessly. The incense grew shorter and shorter. The survivors were all praying. When the incense was less than a quarter left, Lin Moyu estimated there were about 100 seconds remaining. By now, more than half of the people had died. In the hall, including him and Wang Xing, only 10 people were left. Among them, the demon clan had 3 remaining, and other races had 5. At this moment, the figure on the throne suddenly moved, and its voice echoed again for the final 100 seconds. The army will arrive. As the voice faded, the throne behind it lit up again, and another skeleton appeared in the hall. In an instant, the number of pursuing skeletons went from 1 to 2. This new skeleton didn't target a new person, but joined the first one in targeting the same person. With 2 skeletons working together, the pursued person only lasted for less than 20 seconds before dying helplessly. The addition of a new skeleton significantly increased the difficulty of the game. Everyone had no way to resist and could only accept it helplessly. In the final 100 seconds, 3 more people were killed. When the incense burned out, the 2 skeletons disappeared simultaneously. In the end, only 6 people survived. Lin Moyu and Wang Xing were safe and sound. The remaining 2 from the demon clan were Mo Jingang from the Hell lineage and Mo Yihuo from the Abyss lineage. There was also 1 from the Tenlong clan and 1 from the Giant Ant clan. The 4 of them felt incredibly lucky, their eyes filled with the joy of surviving. Lin Moyu saw this, and shook his head slightly. In his eyes, these 4 were as good as dead. If there wasn't another game, they would die at his hands. If there was another game, they would become cannon fodder and die in it. It was precisely because he thought of using them as cannon fodder that he hadn't acted when he first entered the hall. Rules. What were rules? In the vast major world, strength was the rule. If it weren't for the game just now, the 8 members of the demon clan would probably have attacked them. Congratulations on escaping the pursuit of the soldiers. Now we will present you with awards and certificates. Lin Moyu was full of disappointment. Rewards were one thing, but what was the meaning of a certificate? Why did it feel like coaxing a child? At this moment, the figure spoke again. Little ones who have won, you can take the crystal and exchange it for what you want. Beside the crystal, there was indeed a certificate. The certificate was made of a special bright red paper. On it was written, Congratulations on winning the Soldier Catches the Thief game. This award is specially given to encourage your efforts. We hope you will continue to work hard and make progress every day. Lin Moyu felt disappointed. The reward and certificate looked like something to Cock's children. He suddenly realized that this manor was actually just a playground. Could it be that this very manor was where its master brought his descendants to play? Later, due to the Great War, the rules in the manor changed slightly and became more dangerous. Lin Moyu felt his speculation was quite accurate, otherwise, it couldn't explain the current situation. If that was the case, then those who had died were truly wrong. Lin Moyu had no choice but to accept the crystal and certificate. This crystal was no different from the one he had obtained before. Now he had two. He didn't know what they were for. What is this? Wang Xing was a bit confused, holding the reward and certificate, still not having recovered. Everything happening before him was too strange. What the hell is this? We survived with great difficulty just to get this as a reward. And it tells us to keep working hard and make progress every day. As spit on it, the other survivors began to complain. Lin Moyu suddenly realized something was wrong. No, there's a problem. The characters on the certificate were clearly written in an ancient language, completely different from the writing of the major world. How could they read it? Lin Moyu glanced at it and said to Wang Xing, "Elder Wang, why do I feel the writing on this reward is a bit strange?" Wang Xing looked puzzled. Not strange at all. It's just the common script of the major world. Lin Moyu had seen the common script of the major world before. It was not like this at all. He pondered for a moment, wondering if each person was seeing different characters. However, he couldn't explain this. At this moment, the figure spoke again. "Little ones who have won, you can take the crystal and exchange it for what you want. You understand the rules. Think in your hearts what you want, and perhaps your wish will come true." As soon as the words fell, the figure disappeared. The throne emitted a screen of light. In the middle of the screen appeared a hole, in the exact shape of the crystal. The figure's tone was like that of an elder in a family teasing the younger generation. Lin Moyu became even more certain of his speculation. This manor was indeed a playground for its master, and his children, a place for leisure and relaxation. Perhaps because of that great war, the rules here had changed bizarrely. It was also possible that what they called danger was not danger at all to the people here, just a game. While speculating, his gaze fell on the screen of light projected from the throne. Inside the screen, it seemed as if countless treasures were glowing weapons, armor, and some oddly shaped items. Lin Moyu saw small pagodas, beads, whips, and even shoes. These items were faintly visible under the light. The hole in the middle of the screen was identical to the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. The meaning was clear: just place the crystal into the hole, and one could obtain a treasure. As for what treasure one received, it depended on what one wanted, what one was thinking about. Lin Moyu blinked and said to Wang Xing, "Let's go over there." Wang Xing, after a moment's hesitation, immediately replied, "Okay." He had an inexplicable trust in Lin Moyu. Just now, when he was locked onto by the skeleton, he was terrified, but Lin Moyu remained calm. Later, for some unknown reason, the skeleton suddenly changed its target, ignoring him. At the time he hadn't reacted, but thinking back carefully, he had felt a chill, as if something was covering him. After that, the skeleton no longer paid attention to him. Not only then, but in subsequent selections, it also ignored both him and Lin Moyu. While others were anxious and panicked, Lin Moyu was calm and composed from beginning to end, as if watching a play. He looked as if he knew from the start that he wouldn't be chosen. He felt that Lin Moyu must know something. So whatever Lin Moyu said, he instinctively followed. The two walked towards the wall. This time, no one stopped them. Learning from the previous lesson, the first demon who rushed to the throne had been swallowed on the spot. So when Lin Moyu and Wang Xing walked over, the remaining four watched silently, waiting for the result. They had long lost the mood for killing. After surviving the skeleton's pursuit, all they wanted now was to get out alive, to leave this ghostly place. Standing before the screen of light, Lin Moyu spoke first. "Elder Wang, please go ahead." Wang Xing was slightly stunned, a little hesitant, but he didn't falter. He immediately placed the crystal in his hand into the hole in the screen. Lin Moyu reminded him, "Elder Wang, first think about what you desire most." Wang Xing nodded. "I've thought it through." With that, he placed the crystal in. The screen instantly shone brightly, shooting out 10,000 rays of light that enveloped Wang Xing. Lin Moyu took a few steps back, maintaining a sufficient distance from the screen. The light was too brilliant. No one could see what was happening inside. A few seconds later, the light receded. In Wang Xing's hand was an additional small pagoda. The pagoda was exquisite, 9 stories high, but it looked very small, not even half the size of a palm. It didn't look like a treasure, more like a child's toy. At this moment, Elder Wangxing's expression was complicated, looking as if he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Moyu saw that Elder Wangxing was unharmed and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His judgment was correct. When the game ended, it was time to receive the reward. The figure just now hadn't been lying. Before Wangxing could say anything, his figure quickly became blurry. A spatial rift appeared beside him, and a powerful force pulled him in. On the other side of the rift, Lin Moyu could sense the aura of the major world. After obtaining the treasure, Wangxing was immediately sent back to the major world. So this is the end of the game. But what was with Elder Wang's expression before? Wangxing's expression before he left was very strange. For a moment, Lin Moyu couldn't understand it. But with Wangxing gone, Lin Moyu was relieved. For the human race, although they were not short of god venerables, it was naturally best if one could survive. Even 100 god kings could not compare to one god venerable. Wangxing's safe return was the best outcome. His skin tingled slightly. 4 pairs of eyes filled with killing intent fell upon him. With Wangxing gone, he was the only human left. The remaining 2 demons, 1 Tenglong clansman, 1 giant ant clansman were all enemies of the human race. At this moment, they all looked at Lin Moyu with killing intent. Lin Moyu didn't know what realm they were in, but here, realm didn't matter. Giant and clan, you're very brave, not even running. But now you have no chance. The Tenglong clansman sneered, his figure flashing towards Lin Moyu like lightning. His speed was incredible, and in an instant, he was behind Lin Moyu, cutting off his retreat. Although the Tenglong clan had Long Dragon in its name, it had little to do with the Dragon clan. A long time ago, the Tenglong clan was called the Serpent clan. For some unknown reason, they later changed their name to the Tenglong clan. Perhaps because their appearance was 2 or 3 parts similar to the Dragon clan, they wanted to use the name to create a connection. With Wangxing gone, the balance was instantly broken. The 4 clearly didn't want to let Lin Moyu leave. Although the demon, Tenglong, and giant and clans were not allies, they had a common enemy, the human race. So this temporarily became their reason for cooperation. Lin Moyu's expression didn't change. There was no sign of panic. He was still as calm and composed as ever. Are you so sure you can take me? The giant and clansman sneered sharply. 1-on-1 might be difficult, but it's 4-on-1. How strong is your human physique? Everyone knows, the Tenglong clansman laughed. Mo Yuhuo was covered in azure flames. Your luck was good just now, but your luck should end now. The 4 of them acted as if they had Lin Moyu cornered, the killing intent in their eyes growing stronger. Lin Moyu chuckled softly. It seems we're all thinking the same thing. It's about time to deal with you. He had no intention of letting them get any treasure. The moment Wangxing left, Lin Moyu's killing intent began to boil. His words made them all laugh. Just you want to kill us? Are you crazy? In the major world, I am a god king level 8. Here, I have the physique of a true god level 7. What are you going to kill me with? The human physique is weak. Now you can hardly protect yourself, yet you delude yourself into thinking you can kill us. Lin Moyu chuckled softly. We'll know after we try. He suddenly turned and threw a punch at the Tenglong clansman. You're courting death. The Tenglong clansman's body moved, his tail whipping towards Lin Moyu like a whip. His body was over 5 meters long, shaped like a snake. This was their similarity to the divine dragons. The tail was one of the Tenglong clan's most powerful weapons. The sharp tail, like a blade, was met by Lin Moyu's fists. A tragic scream rang out. The Tenglong clansman's body trembled as if electrocuted. His tail exploded like a watermelon, flesh and blood splattering on the ground. How is this possible? Why is a human's body so strong? The Tenglong clansman screamed in disbelief. His strongest weapon, his tail, had been destroyed by a single punch from Lin Moyu. The expressions of the other 3 changed drastically. They roared in unison, kill him. The 3 of them lunged at Lin Moyu, the fastest among them being Mo Yuo. His greatest strength was not his physique, but his speed, which was no slower than the Golden Eagle cleanse. In a flash, he was in front of Lin Moyu. But he had rushed forward quickly, and he retreated even faster. With a terrified shriek, Mo Yuo frantically retreated, flames erupting all over his body. This represented his emotional state as well. Not just him, the giant and clansman, and the other demon also retreated crazily, screaming incessantly. The giant and clansman's scream was particularly ear-piercing and unpleasant. Lin Moyu frowned. Not only ugly, but your voice is also unpleasant. Beside Lin Moyu, 4 skeleton god warriors appeared. In their hands, they held giant axes. The soul fire within their skulls leaped, emitting a red glow. At first glance, they bore some resemblance to the skeleton from before. The 4 of them were scared out of their wits, fleeing quickly to a remote corner of the hall, far away from Lin Moyu. Even the 10 long clansmen with his broken tail endured the pain, trying to get as far away as possible. It was a pity the hall was too small, otherwise, he would have wanted to be thousands of light years away from Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu chuckled softly. Such cowards. Moyu Fuo, filled with fear, shouted, "Who on earth are you?" Lin Moyu. "Isn't my name on the demon clan's kill list?" Lin Moyu said slowly. Moyu thought for a moment. Indeed, there was a human named Lin Moyu on the kill list. Anyone on that list was someone the demon clan had to kill. Among them were those who had caused great harm to the demon clan, or some geniuses who, although currently weak, might become a threat to the demon clan in the future. At the time, he had seen that Lin Moyu was only at the super god realm. To be on the kill list at the super god realm showed that Lin Moyu's potential was extremely terrifying. He had even thought that if he ever saw Lin Moyu, he would definitely kill him. But now, he wished he had never met him. Lin Moyu said slowly, "Since you know my name, you'll know who killed you. You can die in peace now." He wasted no more words. The 4 skeleton god warriors swung their axes and charged. Having just escaped the fear of the previous skeleton, now facing the pursuit of 4 skeleton god warriors, the 4 of them never even thought of fighting back. Screams rang out continuously as the 4 of them fled frantically within the hall. The skeleton god warriors possessed the combat power of a true god level 7 to 8, with balanced attributes. Their pure physical strength had reached true god level 6. In the major world, this level of combat power might not be much. Any god king could crush a skeleton god warrior. But in this special environment, a true god level 6 physique was incredibly powerful. Lin Moyu watched as if watching a play, seeing the skeleton god warriors chase and kill them, watching the 4 of them in a sorry state, fleeing crazily. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they dared not confront the skeleton god warrior's head. This is the real soldier catches the thief, except there aren't enough soldiers. Let's add a few more. Lin Moyu chuckled softly, and decided not to waste any more time, planning for a quick victory. 100 skeleton god warriors instantly appeared around him, joining the pursuit. The 4 of them showed expressions of despair. If they had known this would happen, they shouldn't have bothered Lin Moyu and let him leave. Now it had come to this, and their own lives were hanging by a thread. They had no idea that from the very beginning, Lin Moyu had no intention of leaving. For Lin Moyu, there were 2 choices. One was to deal with these people, which was not difficult. The other was to keep them as cannon fodder. In case there was another game layer, these people could scout the path for him. If not for the second reason, Lin Moyu would have cleaned them up long ago. The reason he let Wang Sane get the treasure first was also for this. He wanted to see what would happen after getting the treasure. What if after taking the treasure, one automatically entered the next game? If he had taken it first, Wang Sane might have been in danger. As it turned out, after Wang Sane took the treasure, he immediately left the manor. It was at that moment that Lin Moyu decided to kill them. He didn't want these people to leave the manor after getting treasure. That would be too wasteful. It was better for them to become his military merits. In their despair, they were quickly surrounded by the skeleton god warriors. The shadows of giant axes fell, quickly chopping them into mincemeat. The entire process was without any difficulty, nor could there be any. If there had been, there would have been another group of skeleton god warriors. If one group wasn't enough, then 2. If that wasn't enough, there were still Death Knights, Bone Dragons, and skeleton god generals. The battle ended quickly. The skeleton god warriors began to clean up the battlefield. The bodies of those killed in the previous game were still in the hall. The skeleton god warriors collected their bodies, and brought them to Lin Moyu. They also had storage equipment, nothing was wasted. In a flash, the battlefield was cleared. In Lin Moyu's hand were 4 more diamond-shaped crystals the size of a fist. Including the 2 he already had, he had a total of 6. In other words, he could choose a treasure from the screen 6 times. He didn't know what treasures were inside, and why Elder Wang had such a strange expression. After cleaning up the battlefield and making sure nothing was missed, Lin Moyu was about to go to the screen to exchange for treasure. After the exchange, this trip would be considered over. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that the diamond-shaped crystals were fusing together. After the 4 fist-sized crystals fused, they didn't become much bigger. Lin Moyu's heart stirred, and he took out his own 2 crystals. Sure enough, his 2 crystals also fused together. After all 6 crystals fused, it had become as large as a human head. The crystal had become larger, but it no longer fit the frame on the screen. So how should he exchange for treasure and leave? Lin Moyu's eyes scanned the hall, not missing a single detail. The result was disappointing. There was no place suitable for placing the crystal. Suddenly, his eyes paused. Lin Moyu saw a hole in the center of the throne, which seemed to be the same size as the crystal in his hand. With the attitude of giving it a try, Lin Moyu bypassed the screen and went behind the throne. The whole process, he was extremely cautious. After all, the scene of the demon being swallowed was still fresh in his mind. Fortunately, nothing happened. He successfully reached the back of the throne, looked at the hole and confirmed it was the same size as the crystal in his hand. He placed the crystal into the hole. Instantly, the entire throne lit up. The screen it projected immediately disappeared. The throne shone brightly, emitting a dazzling light. The tragic and angry cries of the dying entered his ears. The sound of clashing weapons echoed in the hall. The hall disappeared, replaced by a flower garden. This was an image of the past. Lin Moyu was startled. This throne had recorded the images of that great war. The sky in the manor's flower meadow turned dark. Then, thunder roared, carrying powerful laws that tore through the sky. The powerful laws came from outside the sky. Countless meteors and fireballs fell on the flower meadow. Lightning struck, and a large area of the grassland and flower bushes was burned. Originally, some strange creatures lived on the grassland. They had 2 legs and 4 limbs, and they took care of the grassland. They were the flower and grass artisans. But the sudden disaster completely destroyed the grassland. Then the human grand army descended. At this moment, the flower and grass artisans angrily raised the tools they used to trim flowers and grass, and began to fight with the human grand army. Flower monsters. Lin Moyu saw that these creatures with 2 legs and 4 limbs were the flower and grass artisans in the manor, the same flower monsters he had encountered when he entered. They were only responsible for trimming flowers and grass, and their combat power was not very strong. Facing the approaching human grand army, they were quickly slaughtered. After eliminating the flower and grass artisans, the grand army advanced towards the old castle in the manor. Halfway there, they encountered some obstacles. Some skeletons blocked their way. The skeletons were the guards in the manor, and their number was not large, only a few thousand. Clearly, the skeletons' combat power was stronger than the flower monsters, but they still couldn't stop the enemy. The human grand army attacked the manor. The old castle in the manor emitted a brilliant light, deploying its defense system. The skeleton army killed in the old castle fought a great battle with the human grand army. However, in terms of numbers, the human grand army clearly had the advantage and quickly suppressed the opponent. At this moment, a black shadow walked out from the old castle and charged into the fray. In an instant, tragic cries echoed endlessly. Countless people fell from the sky. The shadow wore black armor, with a bright red cloak behind it. A great sword swung, harvesting lives like cutting grass. Lin Moyu found the black shadow quite familiar, especially the great sword in its hand and the bright red cloak behind it. The Skeleton King. He wasn't sure. The armor covered the entire body, making it impossible to see clearly. A large number of human soldiers were killed. A grand army of 10,000 was killed by a single black shadow until it was in disarray. Finally the general appeared, but even he could not withstand the black shadow. In less than 10 sword strikes, he was slain. The black shadow fought, even more crazily. Bodies fell from the sky like rain, and fresh flowers dyed the manor red. Lin Moyu felt as if he had personally experienced the battlefield, witnessing what had happened many years ago. The scene of corpses and blood flying everywhere was terrifying. Finally, a more powerful existence arrived. A powerful being, also wearing armor, fought with the black shadow. Lin Moyu saw from the beast hide record that this was the Lord. The Lord fought a great battle with the black shadow, while the army took the opportunity to enter the old castle to slaughter. Soon, tragic cries and the sounds of killing came from the old castle. Lin Moyu knew that the people who entered were basically all dead. The Lord was also no match for the black shadow. After a short period of resistance, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. At this moment, Lin Moyu saw the Lord cut off his own arm and use a blood sacrifice to cast a powerful spell. Although he wasn't really on the battlefield at the time, Lin Moyu could still feel the terrifying power of this spell. The black shadow was instantly suppressed and fell from the sky. This spell seemed to not distinguish between friend and foe. The human grand army was also restrained. The extremely sturdy old castle, which had stood firm during the great battle inside, now seemed unable to withstand the immense pressure and began to shake. A huge rune appeared in the sky. The rune emitted a brilliant light. The moment he saw it, Lin Moyu instantly recognized it. This was the Great World Rune. It was identical to the Great World Rune he had seen before, except that this one was undamaged. It looked perfect, as if it represented all the principles of the world. In an instant, the scene shattered with a bang. Lin Moyu seemed to hear a crisp, breaking sound. The scene stopped there. The throne no longer glowed. Cracks had appeared on the crystal, and then with a crisp sound, it completely shattered. Lin Moyu sighed. He knew the result of the Great War back then. A mutual defeat. The human Grand Army did not gain an advantage. The fact that the Manor still existed was the best proof. The Black Shadow, the servant of the Manor's master, finally entered the sleeping coffin after the Great War due to serious injuries. As for the Great World Rune, whether it was damaged because of this Great War remained to be verified. Lin Moyu felt that the Black Shadow probably didn't have the ability to crack the Great World Rune, but how he ultimately repelled the Grand Army had become a mystery. And what was the cause of the Great War back then? And when did it take place? The human race had experienced many ups and downs in the major world. Apart from the most recent era of Xiao Jiantian, 10,000 years ago, the human race had also had its glorious moments. But this Great War was clearly earlier than Xiao Jiantian's era. History had been, and it would probably be very difficult to find out. While thinking, Lin Moyu unconsciously placed his hand on the throne and gently tapped it. Suddenly, the throne emitted a gentle light again, enveloping him. Then, in his field of vision, the figure that had hosted the soldier catches the thief game appear again. Lin Moyu felt as if it was watching him, looking him up and down. It is consciousness. Lin Moyu was suddenly startled. He had previously thought this figure was just a memory, acting cyclically according to rules, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. Then the figure disappeared. The light on the throne became more intense. The throne turned into a stream of light and entered Lin Moyu's body. His body stiffened. In his soul world, a throne appeared. How could it enter my soul world? Lin Moyu became extremely vigilant. This was like an invasion of his soul world. Yet his soul world did not produce any resistance. This meant the throne was too powerful, so powerful that his soul world could not stop it. After the throne entered his soul world, it flew straight to the star-level spell belonging to the Skeleton King and began to orbit it. It had become a satellite. Lin Moyu was stunned. This mysterious and powerful throne had become a satellite for his star-level Skeleton King's summoning spell. With its addition, the Skeleton King's summon had become stronger, and the star-level spell also strengthened quickly. The 9 star-level spells were connected, and as a whole, the Skeleton King summoning spell became stronger. This also caused some other star-level spells to become visibly stronger. However, the strengthening of the 9 star-level spells also led to the strengthening of his soul world. The light of the 9 star-level spells became more intense. The soul world rumbled and quickly expanded by several fold. Lin Moyu felt his soul power increase significantly. Many comprehensions related to immortality were transmitted from the throne. In just a few short minutes, he had comprehended what would have taken him 10 or even dozens of years. His comprehension of laws increased. His soul strengthened. The talent of the great tree transmitted extremely pure soul power, and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal also spewed out soul power without any impurities. His soul strengthened rapidly. In just a few minutes, Lin Moyu felt a bottleneck break. He didn't need to refine it. The 9-star-level spells automatically completed the refining process. He had obtained all the information related to the throne. This thing was really called the Skeleton Throne. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. He had initially just felt that it was very similar to his Skeleton King's throne when it appeared, but he hadn't expected it to actually be called the Skeleton Throne. He also understood its function. It could strengthen the Skeleton King, and could be considered a specialized magic treasure for the Skeleton King. Not just a specialized magic treasure, it was also a storage item. The items that Wang Xing had obtained before were all stored inside it. After refining it, all the treasures inside naturally belonged to Lin Moyu. With a thought, a small sword appeared in his hand. The small sword was forged from white bone, 20 centimeters long, very delicate and exquisite. After understanding its role, a wry smile appeared on Lin Moyu's face. He felt a bit like he was playing house with Wang Xing. Toy white bone god sword can emit an aura equivalent to a peak god venerable, but has no actual attack power. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Lin Moyu was helpless. It really was a toy. It could erupt with the aura of a peak god venerable but had no attack power. What was the use of this? Well, it could be used to scare people. Lin Moyu took out another shield. The shield was also very small, slightly larger than an adult's palm. Exquisite patterns were carved on its surface. Toy invincible shield. Can resist the aura attack of a god venerable, but has no defensive power. ineffective against actual attacks. A scene suddenly appeared in Lin Moyu's mind, a little kid brandishing the white bone god's sword, shouting in a childish voice, "Take my sword." Another kid raised the shield high. "Look at my invincible shield." He looked at a few more items, they were all toys. Lin Moyu put away these toys with a wry smile. They were useless, but they seemed good for coaxing children. At this time, Lin Moyu knew the use of the crystal. This crystal not only recorded images, but could also be used for long-distance communication. Through a special method, one crystal could be divided into many pieces, and these pieces could be connected to each other. It could basically ignore distance, and even some special places like secret realms. But only pieces from the same crystal could communicate with each other. Different crystals could not. The crystals in the manor were actually all divided from a giant crystal, so when they touched, they would automatically merge. Moreover, in the Great War back then, the crystal in the old castle had recorded a part of the scene at that time, which was what Lin Moyu had seen. Now there was still a fairly large crystal on the throne. If needed, Lin Moyu could divide it at any time. The skeleton throne was also the control hub of this manor. As long as one controlled the skeleton throne, one could control the entire castle and manor. With a thought, the great door in the hall quickly opened, and light shone in again. Immediately after, a door appeared on the wall in front of Lin Moyu. This door led to the small forest behind the manor. Before entering the manor, he had seen a small forest behind it from the outside. Lin Moyu stepped into the door. The world immediately changed. The scene before him became illusory. The small forest appeared in his vision, and then there was a loud bang. When Lin Moyu could see clearly, he found that he had left the manor world and returned to the major world. The position where he appeared was the same as where he had entered, unchanged. "Junior brother Lin, you're finally out." Kaian Huang's joyful call sounded in his ear. Lin Moyu turned to see Kaian Huang flying towards him, his face beaming. But someone was faster. A figure flashed, and someone was already in front of him. Elder Wang Xing was also extremely happy. "Little friend Lin, you're finally out." His voice carried concern, and also seemed relieved of a burden. As a god venerable, Wang Xing was naturally not stupid. He had later guessed why Lin Moyu had let him exchange for the treasure first. It was probably because Lin Moyu wanted to kill someone. Sure enough, after him, no one else came out. The problem was, Lin Moyu didn't come out either, which made him start to worry. He was afraid that Lin Moyu had met with some misfortune inside. There were not many young people like Lin Moyu. If he really died, it would be a great loss for the human race. So he waited for another half a day, and finally, Lin Moyu came out. Only then was he relieved. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I've made Elder One worry. I'm fine." Wang Xing laughed heartily. "Little friend Lin is too polite. If not for you this time, I'm afraid I would have died in there." Hearing Wang Xing say this, Kaian Huang's heart pounded a few times. He hadn't expected that Lin Moyu had saved one thing. Lin Moyu's ability once again broke his perception, making him re-evaluate him. At this time, Li Yuanbai also came to Lin Moyu's side and said, "Little friend Lin, you're finally out. Quickly, follow me." Lin Moyu saw his urgent tone and knew something was wrong. He gave Kaian Huang a look, signaling to talk later. Li Yuanbai led them to a temporary military camp. This temporary camp wasn't there before Lin Moyu entered the manor. In the camp were 2 tents. Lin Moyu could sense a dense aura of the law of life from the tents. "Someone's injured?" Lin Moyu asked. Li Yuanbai had been guarding here for the past few days. He knew very well how many people had gone in, how many had come out, and what their situation was. Li Yuanbai said in a deep voice, "A total of 18 people are seriously injured. Those with minor injuries are fine after treatment. The 18 seriously injured are all in these 2 tents. Pills have no effect on them." Lin Moyu asked, "Is the injury similar to Captain Tang Zhen's?" Li Yuanbai nodded. "Almost. If it was just an injury like Tang Zhen's, it was a small matter for Lin Moyu, he could cure it. His law of immortality could destroy everything, including other laws." Lin Moyu entered the tent to start treatment. The injured were lying inside, each in a very serious condition. 2 of them had their bodies almost completely dissolved, leaving only white bones. Another person's upper chest was charred black, and his limbs were gone. It was unknown how he had escaped. Most of them were at the true god realm, not as strong as Tang Zhen, and their injuries deteriorated much faster. If it dragged on for a few more days, they would surely die. In the final analysis, it was the special power in the manor that prevented their wounds from recovering. Otherwise, pills could have healed them completely. Lin Moyu used the law of immortality to first eliminate the power clinging to their bodies, then transformed it into life force for treatment. Lin Moyu multitasked, treating several people at the same time, and his speed was still very fast. During this time, Lin Moyu also thought about the number Li Yuanbai had just reported. According to this calculation, 1676 people had died inside. When he came out, there were no living people left in the manor. 1676 people, of course, was nothing compared to the total population of the human race. But those who could come to the battlefield were basically cultivators with high-level talent, different from ordinary people. Losing such people was still a great pity. It seemed that after receiving some news, Li Yuanbai had advised others not to enter. Otherwise, the number of people who entered would surely be more than that, and the number of deaths would be even higher. Lin Moyu thought to himself, his actions swift. He quickly removed all the alien power from their bodies. The law of immortality instantly transformed into life force, combined with the law of life and pills to treat the wounds. The wounds quickly stabilized. Lin Moyu went to the other tent. In the other tent were all female cultivators. Besides those lying down, there were a few others taking care of them. This kind of care was meaningless, and had no effect. Lin Moyu entered, said nothing, and just pointed his finger. The law of immortality shot out. 10 seconds later, Lin Moyu left the tent. The new flesh was regenerating, a scene of pure white. It was better not to look. After coming out, Lin Moyu said directly to Li Yuanbai, "Don't let anyone else go in." Li Yuanbai was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "Why?" In his eyes, although many people had died this time, some had returned safely. Now that Wang Xing and Lin Moyu had also returned, they should have obtained useful information. Combining their information, they could devise a more reasonable strategy. Now was the time for a large-scale entry, even sending in the army. But Lin Moyu said not to go in. Lin Moyu looked at Wang Xing. Didn't Elder Wang say anything? Elder Wang said, "I did, but I was trapped in the maze of secret chambers, so I didn't get much information." Lin Moyu continued to ask, "I am talking about the small pagoda that Elder Wang received. Didn't you mention it?" Wang Xing's face suddenly turned red. "I wanted to, but it was a bit hard to bring up. I wanted to wait for you to come out and talk about it together." His meaning was that he wanted to see what Lin Moyu had received. Perhaps his was just a coincidence. Lin Moyu sighed. "Just say it. Mine is the same as yours." Wang Xing gave a wry smile and said, "So, it's all stuff like this inside." Lin Moyu grunted in agreement, "Exactly like that." Wang Xing sighed. "To think that so many died for this result. We really shouldn't let anyone else go in." Li Yuanbai frowned. "What are you two playing at?" Wang Xing took out the small tower he had received and shoved it into Li Yuanbai's hand. As soon as Li Yuanbai received the small tower, he saw the information within it. Imprisonment pagoda, a toy that can release the aura of a god king's prison. But it's just for show, with no practical effect. Li Yuanbai was stunned. A toy. It was just a toy. Wang Xing nodded helplessly. That's right, after so many deaths, what they got were either unidentified crystals or toys. Was this some kind of joke? Lin Moyu quickly recounted his own experience, which mirrored what Wang Xing had said. He also took out another toy and tossed it to Li Yuanbai. Li Yuanbai immediately gave an order. No one was allowed to enter anymore. Before, it was a suggestion. Now it was a ban. At the same time, he contacted the upper echelons of the human race to report the information he had received. The benefits were negligible, yet they had to face immense danger where a single misstep could mean death. Why would anyone enter such a place? The remaining matters were left for Li Yuanbai and Wang Xing to handle, which meant Lin Moyu had completed his mission. After returning, Qian Huang immediately asked, "How did it go?" Lin Moyu smiled. Senior brother Qian's choice was the right one. Qian Huang didn't look happy. It seemed the inside was very dangerous. In recent days, many had gone in, but few had come out. Lin Moyu nodded. "It's very dangerous inside, and there's nothing good." Qian Huang knew Lin Moyu wouldn't lie. No rewards at all. Lin Moyu tossed a toy to Qian Huang. That was the reward. He threw him the invincible shield. Qian Huang looked at the toy in his hand and gave a wry smile. "So it's basically a scam." Lin Moyu replied, "It's not a scam, you can use it to amuse children." "Senior brother Qian, do you have a wife and kids?" "I have plenty more toys, I can give them to you." Thinking Qian Huang would refuse, he was surprised when Qian Huang said sincerely, "If junior brother Lin doesn't need them, you can give them to me. Although I don't have a wife or children, there are many young ones in my clan." Lin Moyu laughed heartily, and tossed him several more toys. It was clear that Qian Huang's clan was very united. Since the manor was no longer of any significance, the two didn't linger. Before leaving, Lin Moyu looked back at the manor one last time. The small forest behind the manor looked lush and green. He had intended to check it out. But as soon as he stepped towards the entrance, he found himself outside the manor grounds. He could clearly see the forest but couldn't cross over to it. Perhaps the great battle had destroyed the path. Or perhaps it was for some other reason. Since he couldn't get there, Lin Moyu didn't feel any regret. Senior brother Kyan, do you plan to continue training on the battlefield? Lin Moyu asked. Kyan Huang had advanced to God King, so if he continued to train, he would have to go to a deeper region which was managed by Fortresses 7 and 8. That place was much more dangerous. For a newly promoted level 1 God King, it would be difficult to ensure one's safety. Normally, one should wait until reaching level 3 God King before heading over and starting missions from Fortress number 7. Of course he could also choose to operate in the area of Fortress number 6, but there weren't many missions there suitable for the God King realm. Kyan Huang was filled with pride. He wouldn't even look at ordinary missions. Lin Moyu guessed he would probably return to cultivate for a while before coming back. Sure enough, Kyan Huang's answer confirmed Lin Moyu's speculation. I have to return to my clan. The clan has a rule that anyone who reaches the God King realm must return to receive the family's inheritance. Lin Moyu had heard of family inheritances. Many large families had ancestors who were powerful experts, and left behind special legacies. Some could enhance the power of spells, while others could raise one's cultivation level. For a large family like the Kyans, it was normal to have such an inheritance. This wasn't a secret. Most people in the Vermilion Bird Starfield knew about it. Moreover, this inheritance couldn't be stolen. Only blood descendants could use it, and they had to meet certain requirements. So, Kyan Huang spoke of it openly, with nothing to hide. After speaking, Kyan Huang asked, What about you, junior brother Lin? Lin Moyu replied, I'm on the second part of a chain mission. I'll have to stay on the battlefield for a while longer. Kyan Huang was curious. I'm also on my second chain mission. I wonder what junior brother Lin's chain mission is. Based on the score of the first chain mission, each person's second chain mission would be different. Lin Moyu described his chain mission, and Kyan Huang fell into deep thought after hearing it. Compared to Lin Moyu, his understanding of the Human Emperor Network's missions was far greater. The accumulated information within his family over millions of years was not something Lin Moyu could compare to. Kyan Huang pondered for a long time before speaking. Junior brother Lin's first chain missions were all completed perfectly, and your combat power is truly formidable. You've killed many enemy races on the battlefield. Therefore, your second chain mission is mainly a test of combat power. Whether it's killing those on the bounty list, battlefield missions, or accumulating merit, they are all tests of combat power. Junior brother Lin is the true genius. Compared to you, I am far behind. After he finished speaking, he was met with Lin Moyu's confused gaze. It was clear Lin Moyu didn't quite understand what he was saying. Kyan Huang chuckled lightly. Actually, it's very simple. According to the information accumulated by my family, although there are many missions on the Human Emperor Network, they can be divided into several paths. The first major path is the combat power path. Missions on this path are basically tests of combat strength. The second major path is the composure path. These missions test one's ability to respond calmly. This kind of ability is very rare. The third major path is the comprehensive path. These missions test both combat power and adaptability. One might not be the strongest or the smartest, but their overall combination is the best. Lin Moyu found it reasonable after listening. The fourth path is also the most interesting one. The luck path. Before he could finish, a figure silently appeared beside the two of them. Qiu, dressed in a black robe, suddenly appeared next to Lin Moyu, startling the leisurely chatting Kyan Huang. Seeing Qiu, Kyan Huang instinctively trembled, an endless fear rising in his heart. He could feel that Qiu's strength had reached an unimaginable level. Even the elders in his clan couldn't compare to Qiu. Seeing Qiu, Lin Moyu bowed respectfully. Is there something you need, senior? Qiu said in a deep, extremely serious voice. There are a few things I want to ask you. Then he looked at Kyan Huang and said, You can go first. His voice was full of authority, like a monarch who would not be contradicted, giving Kyan Huang no chance to refuse. And how could Kyan Huang dare to refuse? He could see that if the person before him wanted to crush him, he wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Perhaps a single breath would be enough. But if he just left like this, would it be unrighteous? Lin Moyu smiled. Senior brother Kyan, you go first. I'll go with Senior Qiu to take care of some things. We'll meet again if fate allows. Kyan Huang nodded. Then junior brother Lin, take care. We'll meet again if fate allows. After speaking, he turned and left, flying farther and farther away. It wasn't until Lin Moyu disappeared from his sight that Kyan Huang suddenly thought of something, his whole body trembling. That person named Ju was so terrifying. Could he be the garrison commander? Good heavens, junior brother Lin actually knows the garrison commander, how frightening. I'd heard the garrison commander never talks to anyone. Yet he sought out junior brother Lin. Junior brother Lin is truly extraordinary. Fan Huang tried to suppress the shock in his heart and flew towards the outpost base. Lin Moi looked at Qiu. Senior, what do you need me for? Qiu took out an array disc, activated it in the starry sky, and it transformed into a fairly large-scale teleportation array. Qiu stepped into the teleportation array, his deep voice saying, "Come in." Qiu's expression was very serious, so something was really up. Lin Moyu didn't say much and immediately stepped into the teleportation array. The array activated, carrying the two of them towards an unfamiliar part of the cosmos. This teleportation was quite long, taking a considerable amount of time. When his vision returned, Lin Moyu was faced with blackness. He couldn't see anything, but with his eyesight, it was impossible for him not to see anything even in a pitch-black environment. He could feel Qiu right beside him, but couldn't see a thing. The term pitch black was no longer adequate to describe it. It seemed as if all light here had vanished. Suppressing the uncomfortable feeling in his heart, Lin Moyu asked the person beside him, "Senior, where is this?" Qiu said, "Feel it for yourself." Lin Moyu did as he was told and sensed for a moment, but still discovered nothing. However, he could feel an invisible force enveloping him. Besides this force, he also sensed danger. Qiu said, "Someone wants to see you. That person will ask you a few questions, just answer truthfully. And remember, forget everything that happens today. Do not mention it to outsiders." He believed Lin Moyu could understand his meaning without needing much reminding. Lin Moyu grunted in understanding. It seemed the person he was about to meet was a major figure, with a status even higher than Qiu's. Lin Moyu didn't need to guess to know that such a person must be from the Divine City. Qiu was already at the pinnacle of the Vermilion Bird Starfield. Someone stronger than him could only be from the Divine City, and their status there was not low, but rather very high, part of the true leadership of the human race. He had met people from the Divine City before, like Zhu Xiangxing and the Green Sword Daoist, but they were clearly not on Qiu's level. Lin Moyu didn't think too much, just curious about the current environment. Unable to see, with light completely gone, and extremely dangerous. Combining these three things, Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a possibility. He asked softly, "Senior, are we in a black hole?" "Clever boy." A clear voice rang out, and light suddenly burst forth in the darkness. A figure appeared before Lin Moyu, a middle-aged man in a green robe, a very traditional human attire. His features were ordinary, with a warm smile between his eyebrows, looking like a kind person. But Lin Moyu knew this person was extremely terrifying, able to make himself glow and illuminate the surroundings within a black hole. The thought of such a person was terrifying. Lin Moyu respectfully bowed to him. Lin Moyu pays his respects to Senior. The man waved his hand, still with a warm smile on his face, and said softly, "No need to be so tense. Tell me what you saw, and what you got at the manor." What he saw and what he got. If it's the ordinary stuff, he probably doesn't need me to say it. Li Yuandai would have reported it long ago. If he still wants to ask about this, the answer he wants is definitely not an ordinary one. Moreover, this person must know some things about the manor, maybe even the reason for its appearance. The leadership of the human race holds information far beyond that of ordinary people. Lin Moyu's thoughts raced, and in a flash, he understood the whole situation. Clearly, the answer he wanted was a deeper one. Lin Moyu took out the box he had received back then. "I got this." The middle-aged man smiled and took the box, a glint of light in his eyes, and said with a smile, "Indeed, it's a time stone." Time stone. Lin Moyu had never heard of this, but anything related to time was probably a high-grade material. The middle-aged man didn't hold back his explanation. The time stone is a material that contains the law of time, belonging to the top tier of materials. Atoms made from it can exhibit some time-related properties, such as making time stand still. The middle-aged man spoke very slowly and deliberately, as unhurried as a mountain stream, making the listener feel at peace. Only then did Lin Moyu understand why the words on the beast hide scroll, which had clearly been there for many years, still looked new. It was all thanks to the effect of the time stone, which had stopped the flow of time. The middle-aged man opened the box and took out the beast hide. Lin Moyu had placed the beast hide he got from the human corpse together with the one from the study, as well as the beast hide scroll, inside the box. He didn't take out the slumbering coffin, and the other beast hide last will. The person sleeping in the slumbering coffin was suspected to be the Skeleton King. Especially after obtaining the skeleton throne, Lin Moyu felt it might be related to him, so he didn't hand it over. The middle-aged man picked up the beast hide, and said faintly, "Not bad. It's indeed primitive beast hide, written in primordial ancient script." He looked at Lin Moyu. "Have you read the contents inside?" The middle-aged man grunted, said nothing more, and began to examine the contents on the beast hide. After reading it, he said to himself, "The information has increased a little more. Boy, what do you think is written on it?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I'm not sure, probably a record of the battle back then. One piece of beast hide I found on the road seems to have been written by the attacker. The other piece I found in the study was probably written by the master of the ancient castle. The handwriting is a bit messy. Perhaps the battle had already started, and he wrote in a hurry. As for this scroll, I don't understand it. I've never seen that era in my memory, and those are probably place names I've never heard of." The middle-aged man's body emitted a faint light, and he smiled gently. "Don't speak of this to outsiders." His voice was still calm, as gentle as a stream, but it made Lin Moyu feel a sense of authority, like a command that one couldn't help but obey. Perhaps to the middle-aged man, it was just a normal sentence. But his position was too high. A normal sentence from him was no longer normal to others' ears. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, indicating he understood the rules. The middle-aged man's meaning was clear. It was best that he didn't understand. Throughout the process, Lin Moyu always felt the middle-aged man was watching him. If he lied, he certainly couldn't fool him. So Lin Moyu told the whole truth. Just not all of it. He really didn't understand the era on it, nor did he know what those names were. He guessed they might be place names, perhaps used in that era, different from the present. But the middle-aged man smiled, seemingly satisfied with Lin Moyu's answer. He put away the box made of time stone and the beast hide inside. Lin Moyu noticed that the middle-aged man didn't use any storage equipment, which was different from others. Lin Moyu naturally suspected if he also had a personal storage space. This was the first time he had seen someone in the great world who could store items without using any props. The middle-aged man continued to ask, "What do you think of that ancient castle? And what are your thoughts on the battle back then?" "What do I think? Of course, I looked with my eyes," Lin Moyu thought to himself, but on the surface, he remained calm and replied, "The ancient castle is very sturdy. I tried, but I couldn't shake it. There are traces of battle on the ancient castle. I feel these traces are very old. The battle back then must have been very fierce, and the participants were very strong, at least stronger than me. The entire manor feels like an amusement park. The challenges we went through were like games." A look of interest appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. "Oh, why do you say that?" Lin Moyu recounted his experience. Since he was the only one who crossed the grassland to enter the manor, his experience was different from others. While talking, Lin Moyu also thought about some things. He didn't believe the middle-aged man hadn't received Liu Wanbei's report. He must know about the experience in the main hall, the game of soldiers and thieves, and even the toy in Wang Xing's hand. With his intelligence, how could he not deduce that the manor was a playground? But if he wanted to hear him say it, he would just say it once. Lin Moyu explained that crossing the grassland was mostly due to his physique, and a small part was due to his summoning spells. This was also the truth. It was indeed the case. The middle-aged man didn't interrupt Lin Moyu from beginning to end. After listening, the satisfaction in his eyes grew deeper. "You got a lot of toys, right? Can you show me?" The middle-aged man said calmly. How could Lin Moyu dare not to? He immediately took out more than a dozen toys and presented them to the middle-aged man. He examined them for a moment, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. "I'll borrow these for a while." Lin Moyu quickly replied, "Please take them." The middle-aged man wasn't polite, and collected the toys, his eyes showing approval. "You are very outstanding," Lin Moyu said modestly. "You praise me too much. I just did what I had to do." While talking, Lin Moyu clearly felt Chu-Q's breath beside him fluctuate slightly. Just a single sentence from the middle-aged man could make Chu-Q's breath waver. This was not in line with his impression of Chu-Q, it was just a very ordinary compliment. Was it that big of a deal? Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He knew that to make Chu-Q like this, the middle-aged man's identity and status were anything but ordinary. Or perhaps the middle-aged man rarely praised others, so an occasional compliment would cause Chu-Q's mood to change. Since the middle-aged man appeared, Chu-Q hadn't said a word. Just standing quietly to the side. No different from a block of wood. Lin Moyu felt that in front of this middle-aged man, Chu-Q was extremely well behaved. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Moyu again and said, "You two can go first." Yes. Only then did Chu-Q move, bowing respectfully to the middle-aged man. His eyes carried respect, and Lin Moyu could even see reverence in them. It was the first time he had seen such a Chukyu. Lin Moyu also bowed to the middle-aged man and said, "This junior takes his leave." The middle-aged man waved his hand casually. Lin Moyu felt the world change, the images becoming fragmented, then quickly reassembling. The familiar starry sky reappeared in his sight, the light from distant stars casting a faint glow. Lin Moyu's chest heaved, and he let out a long sigh. The middle-aged man's authority was too great. No matter how gentle his expression was, the authority he exuded could not be erased. Just a little bit of it was enough to crush a normal true god to the point of breathlessness. Didn't you see that Chukyu, a peak god king, was as docile as a little bird? Chukyu's chest also heaved, and he let out a breath, a plume of white smoke streaking across the starry sky for hundreds of kilometers. Obviously, even Chukyu was very tense. Lin Moyu tentatively asked, "Senior Jiu, who was that senior just now?" Chukyu coughed lightly. "A great figure." "A great figure? Who doesn't know that?" It was clear Chukyu didn't want to say, so Lin Moyu didn't ask further and changed the subject. "Senior, is there a problem with that manor?" Chukyu pondered for a moment, and replied, "It might be related to some secrets from ancient times. I'm not too sure myself how ancient it is." Lin Moyu showed great curiosity. "With your status, you must know more than me." Chukyu was usually a quiet person, but once he opened up, he was quite talkative, even knowing how to tease and joke with him. To be honest, Chukyu was an elder who looked serious, but was actually very approachable. Chukyu said, "I do know a little, but it's all unimportant information." Seeing that Chukyu didn't refuse to discuss this topic, Lin Moyu knew there was a chance. So he immediately pressed on, pleading, "Tell me." Chukyu said, "Actually, it's simple. The origin of the battlefield is indeed related to chaotic rules. It is said that a very, very long time ago, the battlefield area was also a prosperous starry sky. Then, chaotic rules appeared and swallowed an entire star field. After that, some chaotic areas appeared here. In these areas, the laws are chaotic, and even god kings would be in danger if they entered. Over time, those chaotic areas gradually stabilized, forming special regions. The Eternal Starfire region you pass through is just one of them. There are many similar regions on the battlefield. Even the Eternal Starfire clusters are not in just one place. But not all chaos can stabilize. There will always be some exceptions, like the Manor that appeared this time, along with some other special places that have appeared before. Those are also exceptions. And so, Chukyu really opened up. He started talking non-stop, almost telling everything he knew, and even adding his own understanding. At this moment, he seemed to treat Lin Moyu as one of his own. But Lin Moyu was very clear in his heart that it would be a big mistake to think Chukyu would tell him everything. Chukyu was not someone who spoke without restraint. On the contrary, he was very clear about what should and shouldn't be said. What he said was actually common knowledge. If Lin Moyu were a bit stronger, had a higher authority, and was willing to spend some time, he could find out this information himself. Chukyu was just telling Lin Moyu in advance, nothing special. But the way he said it also helped Lin Moyu understand the nature of the battlefield. The battlefield was actually formed around special regions. After the chaotic rules stabilized, those special regions appeared here. These regions would continuously produce various materials. All races wanted to obtain these materials. So after thousands of years of fighting, the current situation was finally formed. As for chaotic places like this Manor, they would appear from time to time. Chukyu really didn't know much. There were too many things involved, and at too high a level. Chukyu told Lin Moyu that even if he knew, it would be useless. If even someone with Chukyu's status and strength didn't know that information, Lin Moyu didn't want to delve into it. With his insufficient strength, getting involved in such matters was like seeking death. Chukyu patted Lin Moyu's shoulder. "You've done a great service this time. You'll definitely receive a lot of rewards." Lin Moyu asked, "What rewards?" Chukyu shook his head. "Who knows? Go back and see for yourself. Anyway, that person has already said it. Your reward will not be small." The person Chukyu mentioned was the middle-aged man in the black hole. That person was unfathomably deep. A true high-level figure of the human race. A single sentence from him was more useful than 100 from Chukyu. But at the same time, Lin Moyu found it strange. Why did that person choose a place like a black hole to talk to him? A black hole was not a good place. If a slightly weaker god king was not careful, they might die in it. Chukyu activated the teleportation array again, and sent Lin Moyu back. In the dark starry sky, a manor covered in green looked incredibly lush and vibrant, yet it floated strangely. The manor seemed full of life, but only those who had been inside knew it was filled with a murderous aura. The human army had ordered that no one was allowed to enter, but other races still had people going in. They didn't have enough information to make an accurate judgment. Most of those who went in died inside, becoming cannon fodder. Li Yuanbai smiled, the more enemies die, the happier I am. Wan Xing, standing beside him, said, if it weren't for little friend Lin, we don't know how many more would have died. Li Yuanbai chuckled, that's right, thanks to little friend Lin. We've saved quite a few people. The manor has only appeared for 10 days, and more than 1,600 people have already died, but people are still coming. Wave after wave. The Human Emperor Network predicts that the appearance of this manor could last for about 300 days. In 300 days, many people will go in, and many more will die. Li Yuanbai looked at the manor, and said, but then again, do you think little Lin is hiding something? Wang Xing glared at Li Yuanbai. Old Li, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Moyu saved your life. Although he was good friends with Li Yuanbai, he wouldn't allow him to speak casually about his savior. Li Yuanbai chuckled, I was just saying. Even if he is hiding something, it's normal. Who doesn't have a few secrets? Wang Xing said nothing more. He didn't deny Li Yuanbai's words, they were indeed partly true. But he didn't like hearing it. In the dark starry sky, millions of kilometers away from the manor, a blurry figure stood. His presence absorbed all light, making the distant starry sky seem dim. A light that passed by him was sucked in and disappeared without a trace. Not just light, but all laws and energy fluctuations were the same. No one could detect his existence, even a god king passing by would not feel anything. If Lin Moyu were here, and could see through the eyes of the undead, he would recognize him as the middle-aged man he had met in the black hole. The middle-aged man looked at the manor. In his vision, the manor had a different form. He saw through to its interior, saw its essence, and the aura of death that enveloped it. At this moment, the aura of death had become unstable, fluctuating violently, like unpredictable clouds and wind, as if a storm could break out at any moment. It has indeed become unstable. It seems this wave of chaos will end in a few days. Is it because the time stone was taken away? What exactly happened in the ancient past? What is the root cause of the disruption in the human race? Even with so much information, I still can't deduce what happened back then. The law of time. If I could master the law of time, perhaps I would know. The middle-aged man's words were filled with countless questions. Finally, his figure gradually disappeared. Lin Moyu was brought back to Fortress No. 1 by Aju. As soon as he returned, he immediately received information from the Human Emperor Network, rescuing comrades, rewarded with 500 military merit. Providing effective information, avoiding major losses for the human race, rewarded with 1,000 military merit, 1 contribution point. Providing top sacred information, contributing to the human race, rewarded with 2,000 military merit, 1 contribution point. 3 lines of rewards appeared in succession. Lin Moyu was overjoyed. In total, he received 3,500 military merit. This was not a small number. In the last mission, killing so many enemies only got him 2,300 military merit. Now, just a trip to the manor earned him 3,500 military merit. More importantly, he received 2 contribution points. Although he still didn't know what contribution points were used for, they were definitely more valuable than military merit. Accumulation points were in the tens to hundreds of thousands, and military merit was in the hundreds and thousands. But contribution points were just 1 point at a time. 2 points were a rare treasure. It wasn't hard to imagine how valuable contribution points were. After receiving the military merit and contribution points, Lin Moyu checked his information on the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moyu rank, level 8 honored soldier age, 32 level 5 true god soul, peak 4th grade potential assessment, legendary highest authority, level 4 comprehensive strength, level 4 god king accumulation points, 4,008,100 military merit, 5,800 contribution points, 3 mastered laws, law of immortality, law of slaughter, law of lightning. The Human Emperor Network assessed his comprehensive strength as a level 4 god king, probably based on his killing of the prison lion a few days ago. At that time, Lin Moyu was still a level 4 true god, and had not yet displayed his full strength. Now he was a level 5 true god, and his strength had increased again. By his estimation, the Skeleton King was definitely not weaker than a level 5 god king. If he went all out, he estimated he could kill a level 5 god king. A level 4 god king's combat power should be able to get on the combat power ranking list. A slight smile touched his lips, and Lin Moyu casually opened the ranking lists for the Vermilion Bird Starfield, the Vermilion Bird Starfield Potential Ranking, the Vermilion Bird Starfield Combat Power Ranking, the Vermilion Bird Starfield Contribution Ranking, and the Vermilion Bird Starfield Bounty Ranking. The 4 ranking lists were displayed together. Lin Moyu saw his name at the top of the potential ranking list. This was not surprising. Lin Moyu was confident in his potential. He now understood a little about the great world. There weren't many people in history who could be assessed as having legendary level potential. In his era, no one in the Vermilion Bird Starfield could compete with him. Lin Moyu's gaze swept past the potential ranking list and looked at the combat power ranking. His name wasn't on the combat power ranking before. Although he had killed many peak true gods and even God King realm enemies in Area 538, he was not ranked on the combat power list. The Human Emperor network was not there, so it couldn't assess his combat power. But last time at Fortress Number 1, after killing the prison lion with a single sword strike, Lin Moyu knew he would definitely be ranked. He had said then that his name could be found on the combat power ranking. Sure enough, he now found his name on the combat power ranking, 35th on the Vermilion Bird Starfield combat power ranking. Lin Moyu said softly. He saw himself ranked 35th. This ranking was not surprising, it could be said to be reasonable. The combat power ranking was a ranking of all those below the God, Ward realm, and with authority below level 5 in the Vermilion Bird Starfield. Upgrading authority from level 4 to level 5 was very slow. To get 1 million points, one needed to complete many missions and spend a lot of time. The reward for each mission was not high. Simple missions only rewarded a few thousand, while difficult missions rewarded more but took a long time to complete. Some people might not even be able to complete the promotion after hundreds or thousands of years. During this process, their strength was constantly improving. A small number of people had already reached level 4 or even level 5 God King when they were promoted to level 5 authority. Even if a level 5 God King couldn't fight across levels, they still had the combat power of a level 5 God King. Of course, actual combat was another matter. It also included some people with the ability to fight across levels, who might only be level 3 God Kings but had the combat power of a level 5 God King. The combat power ranking only assessed combat power, not cultivation level. For Lin Moyu, a level 5 true god, to be on the ranking was indeed rare. Lin Moyu was already satisfied. He casually looked at the cultivator at the top of the combat power ranking. His name was Fire Emperor, and his actual combat power was not displayed. Lin Moyu estimated it to be around level 6 to level 7 God King. Lin Moyu estimated that when he reached level 7 or level 8 true god, he might be able to reach the top of the combat power list. Besides the Human Emperor network's assessment for ranking, there was a simpler way to get on this list: challenge someone on the list. As long as you defeated someone on the list, you could take their place. Of course, the opponent also had the right to refuse a challenge. You couldn't just challenge whenever you wanted. Lin Moyu shifted his attention from the combat power ranking to the contribution ranking. Oh, third place. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. With just 3 contribution points, he had entered the top 3. But when he thought about the difficulty of obtaining contribution points, Lin Moyu was no longer surprised. Obtaining contribution points was much harder than accumulation points and military merit. One had to make a great contribution to the human race to get them. This time it was for avoiding major losses for the human race that he got 1 contribution point. Providing top secret information was also considered a great contribution to the human race, so he got another contribution point. Lin Moyu guessed this top secret information was the beast hide. In fact, the content recorded on the few beast hides he handed over was not of great use, but that was to him. Perhaps it was useful to the upper echelons of the human race. After all, a lot of information needed to be combined to be understood. For the top 3 rankings, Lin Moyu still remembered Zhuangbi's words. The top 3 rankings could harvest a lot of faith power. He had the 9-collar dragon soul crystal, so he didn't have to worry about impurities in the faith power, so the more faith power, the better. After looking at the rankings, Lin Moyu thought for a moment about what to do next, then stood up and walked to the mission center. On the way, he sent a message to Qian Huang and learned that he had already left. Qian Huang knew that Yu Qiu had taken Lin Moyu away, so he was not at all worried about his safety and left with peace of mind. Lin Moyu had wanted to talk to him about the classification of the Human Emperor's missions, but it seemed there was no need now. But Lin Moyu also knew that from the information he left on the Human Emperor network, the missions arranged for him were all combat-oriented. This happened to fit his needs and was the type of mission most suitable for him. He entered the mission center, where many people were exchanging missions. Seeing the light of the Human Emperor network constantly spreading, some people cheered with joy after completing a mission, while others sighed in regret because their mission did not meet the requirements and their rewards were deducted. Lin Moyu lined up and moved forward. Half an hour later, it was finally his turn. "May I ask what mission you would like to submit?" The staff member at the counter was very polite. Lin Moyu handed over his battlefield token and said calmly, "It's a special mission, exploring the mysterious manor." The staff member took the token, immediately connected to the Human Emperor network, and began the verification process. A dozen seconds later, the staff member said to Lin Moyu again, "Please provide proof of mission completion." The mission requirement is to survive in the manor for more than 3 days, or bring back a useful piece of information, or a mission item from the manor. He hadn't stayed for 3 days. It seemed he had already said all his information, and some information couldn't be said here. Lin Moyu asked, "What do other people use as proof when submitting the mission?" He certainly wasn't the first person to be assigned this mission. And on the battlefield, missions could only be submitted here. So Lin Moyu guessed the other party knew this was no secret. The staff member didn't hide it. Most of them use a crystal. Lin Moyu understood. If a crystal could be used to complete the mission, then a toy could too. He took out a toy, a small mirror the size of a baby's fist. It didn't have much use, just that it would show some strange images. Lin Moyu guessed it was probably used to scare people in the game. The staff member took the mirror, knowing it was a toy, with a strange expression. "Are you sure you want to use this to submit the mission?" Lin Moyu grunted, "I'm sure." The staff member did not refuse. His job was to verify the mission, not to question it. Since it was Lin Moyu's request, he would follow it. The crystals of others all carried a mysterious aura, even detection spells couldn't determine what they were. They looked extraordinary at a glance, unlike Lin Moyu who brought a toy to submit the mission. Moreover, when the reward was issued, it startled the staff member. Why was there an additional reward? How could this be? The mission information appeared before him. Exceeded completion of the special mission, exploring the mysterious manor. Basic reward, accumulation points, military merit. Additional reward, military merit. Lin Moyu left the mission center under the astonished gaze of the staff member. Watching Lin Moyu's back, the staff member really couldn't understand why this toy could receive an excess reward. It was clearly just a toy. The people before had not received extra rewards. They had all only received the basic reward. But even just the basic reward had made them overjoyed. Military merit was even more precious, which was one of the reasons that attracted many people to go there one after another. Now Lin Moyu had received an extra reward, a total of 100,000 accumulation points, and 1,000 military merit, which was really generous. But from beginning to end, Lin Moyu maintained a calm and indifferent expression, as if he didn't care about these rewards. This made people very surprised and at the same time, confused. He didn't come back to his senses until Lin Moyu had completely disappeared from sight. Lin Moyu was in no hurry to accept a new mission. After leaving the mission center, he went straight to the transaction center. He was loaded with stuff, with 20,000 ordinary eternal starfires and 40 green starfires. In addition, there was a pile of spoils. Selling these would be a considerable sum. He had originally planned to deal with them when he returned last time, but then the matter of military merit came up, followed by the appearance of the mysterious manor, which delayed this matter. The trip to the mysterious manor yielded another pile of spoils. This time, he would deal with them all at once. In the transaction center, every 10,000 accumulation points traded would earn 1 point of military merit. It seemed like a way to farm military merit, but it wasn't that easy. There couldn't be such an obvious loophole. How many spoils you obtained and how many enemies you killed were all recorded in the battlefield token. A small discrepancy was normal. If the discrepancy was too large, you would be considered to be farming military merit, and would be punished. A person in the true god realm obtaining the spoils of a god king realm would naturally be suspected. Lin Moyu was like that before, a true god fighting against a god king, which led to suspicion and being reported. The army's principle was to rather kill by mistake than let go, to stop the act of farming military merit at its root. Although it couldn't be completely stopped, it was still effective in restricting most of the farming behavior. Hope it doesn't cause trouble for me this time. Lin Moyu smiled deprecatingly, and then walked into the transaction center. The transaction center and the fortress still exuded a strong military style. The facilities were angular and simple. Although not exquisite or luxurious, they had a heavy feel. This was his second time at the transaction center in Fortress Number 1. Because the entire battlefield has only had this one transaction center, it was extremely lively. Many people were operating at the transaction counters, buying or selling. There were also quite a few people waiting around, as the counters were clearly full. Lin Moyu didn't go to the transaction counters. The scale of his transaction this time was very large, so it had to be done in a transaction room. He went straight to the central counter and said to the staff member, "Please arrange a transaction room for me." The The staff member was a woman in an exquisite long robe, her graceful figure revealing beautiful curves. Her appearance was also very beautiful. Lin Moyu discovered that whether it was the transaction center in the human starfield or the transaction center on the battlefield, they liked to have some women as staff. And they were all beautiful women. The woman looked up at Lin Moyu, her big round eyes sparkling, her attitude gentle and respectful. Hello, sir. To apply for a transaction room, you need to meet certain conditions. Lin Moyu understood the rules. What conditions? The woman's voice was clear, her face full of smiles. The transaction must exceed 1 million accumulation points. Or your military rank is an officer, or your cultivation realm has reached God King. She introduced the conditions for applying for a transaction room one by one. Either the transaction amount was large enough, or the military rank was high enough, or the cultivation was strong enough. The transaction accumulation points were easy to prove. You just had to go to the transaction counter and apply for a transaction. If there was a valuable item, the transaction counter would directly apply for a transaction room through the Human Emperor network. Lin Moyu had originally thought so, but now the transaction counters were all occupied, and there was a long queue. Lin Moyu didn't want to wait. His military rank was not yet an officer, so he couldn't apply. He was still a level 9 soldier, just a little short. Reaching the God King realm and cultivation was also not enough. The woman mentioned a few more conditions, none of which Lin Moyu met. At this time, a middle-aged man walked over and said with a laugh, "Young man, many transactions can be completed at the counter. You don't necessarily have to apply for a transaction room." Then he said to the woman, "Little sister Yu King, help me apply for a transaction room. I got some good stuff this time." Just now, Lin Moyu's conversation with Yu King was not hidden. If outsiders paid attention, they could hear it completely. It turned out this woman's name was Yu King. Lin Moyu thought of the transaction master named Yu Ju. Yu King and Yu Ju seemed to have many similarities, not in appearance, but in temperament. Yu King turned to look at the middle-aged man. "Senior Lo, please wait a moment." This middle-aged man with the surname Lu was a God King. He smiled and said, "No hurry, no hurry." Lin Moyu could clearly see that he was interested in Yu King, but Yu King didn't seem to have any interest in him. A beautiful and talented woman, a gentleman's love, this was also normal. The God King surnamed Lu smiled and said, "Young man, don't rush. Let little sister Yu King think a bit more. Maybe there's a more suitable condition. The transaction counters are full now. If you line up, you'll have to wait at least 2 or 3 hours." Lin Moyu smiled and replied, "Thank you for the reminder, senior." He realized that Guy King Leo had no ill intentions. He had been standing by and watching for a long time, just wanting to take the opportunity to talk to Yu King. Yu King was still trying to find a way for Lin Moyu, but unfortunately, Lin Moyu did not meet any of the conditions. She thought of another condition, but that condition was more difficult. She said with difficulty, "If you have contribution points, you can still get 1. Contribution points?" Lin Moyu asked. "Can I use contribution points to apply for a transaction room?" If he could use contribution points to apply for a transaction room, it would really not be worth it. Lin Moyu would not do such a short-sighted thing. Yu King shook her head repeatedly. "No, you don't need to use contribution points. Contribution points are so precious, how could they be wasted on this? I mean, as long as you have contribution points, you can apply for a transaction room, you don't need to use them." Lin Moyu understood. Contribution points were equivalent to a pass. You just had to show it, not use it. He finally saw the first use of contribution points. That made it easy. Lin Moyu handed over his battlefield token. "I have contribution points." Yu King's eyes lit up, looking at Lin Moyu in disbelief. Contribution points were very difficult to obtain. People with contribution points were all people who had contributed to the human race, so of course they had some privileges. The young man in front of her was clearly very young, only at level 5 true god cultivation, yet he could have contribution points, which was really hard to believe. Not only did Yu King find it hard to believe, but God King Lu beside her also felt the same. Even he didn't have contribution points. How could Lin Moyu, a level 5 true god, have them? He asked softly, "Kid, contribution points are not something you can easily get. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Lin Moyu found it funny. He was a true god anyway, how could he be mistaken about this? Yu King took the battlefield token with her fair hand and began to check. The battlefield token had Lin Moyu's information, which would eventually be displayed through the Human Emperor network. She quickly found Lin Moyu's contribution points, and her beautiful face also showed a look of disbelief. God King Lu saw this, and said with a smile, "Little sister Yu King, did this kid make a mistake?" Yu King looked up at Lin Moyu, her eyes filled with curiosity and surprise. In short, it's very complicated. I will immediately apply for a transaction rune for you. Please wait a moment. Yu King's tone changed, adding a bit of respect, and at the same time, she returned the battlefield token to Lin Moyu. When she received the token, she used one hand. When she returned it, she used both hands. The meaning behind it was self-evident. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, sorry to trouble you. He stood to one side, not in a hurry. God King Lo, standing on the side, saw this and guessed that Lin Moyu had contribution points, which attracted his attention. A level 5 true god cultivator who could obtain contribution points, Lin Moyu's image also became more mysterious. The transaction center had very high work efficiency. Soon, someone came to lead Lin Moyu to the transaction room. After Lin Moyu left, Yu King breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. Phew, that was close. Yu King's cultivation realm was higher than Lin Moyu's, but in the face of someone with contribution points, it was best not to offend them. Fortunately, she had been modest and polite just now, and had been trying to find a way for Lin Moyu. King Lu lowered his voice and asked, "Does this kid really have contribution points?" Yu King grunted, "And not just 1 point." King Lu was startled, "Not just 1 point. What's his name?" Yu King said softly, "Lin Moyu." King Lu seemed to have heard this name somewhere. He opened the contribution ranking of the Vermilion Bird Starfield, and quickly found Lin Moyu's name. Then he found Lin Moyu's name on other lists. Top of the potential list, 35th on the combat power list, 3rd on the contribution list. Hiss. King Lu took a cold breath. Not to mention anything else, just being 35th on the combat power list was amazing enough. He himself was a level 2 god king with no ability to fight across levels, so he wasn't ranked on the combat power list at all. Lin Moyu being able to rank 35th on the combat power list proved that his combat power had completely surpassed his. A level 5 true god kid was actually stronger than him. King Lu found it hard to believe. At this moment, a soft cry came from his ear, interrupting his thoughts. Yu King covered her mouth, her bright eyes wide open. "I know who he is. A few days ago, someone was awarded an honorary title by the army. That person is Lin Moyu. At that time, he was suspected by the army of cheating for military merit because he had killed many peak true gods and god kings. The result was that he proved himself by killing the level 2 god king Star Beast, the prison line, on the spot. At that time, God King Lo happened not to be at Fortress Number 1, but he had heard of it. He didn't expect it to be the young man from just now." Yu King covered her mouth. "Oh no, I shouldn't have revealed his information. You can't tell others, otherwise, I won't pay attention to you anymore." God King Lo smiled and replied, "You don't know me. I'm very tight-lipped, don't worry." He chatted with Yu King for a few more sentences until someone else came, then he took his leave. Passing through the main hall of the transaction center, and in a long corridor, what came into view was a beautifully decorated indoor garden. The green plants in the garden were lush, and the flowers exuded a charming fragrance. At the top of the garden, an array was operating, casting down light and bringing warmth. In this starry sky fortress, which was dominated by black and gray and exuded a cold aura, and was intended for war, the sudden appearance of such a completely different area made Lin Moyu a little stunned. It seemed the person in charge of the transaction center was also a lover of beauty. Although he hadn't studied flowers and plants much, he still knew a little. Gentlemen love bamboo. Ladies love flowers. There was no bamboo in this garden, but there were flowers, and the layout of the garden was very meticulous. It seemed one could see a flower-loving woman. In the garden, there were several pavilions. The pavilions were exquisite and magnificent, with beautiful patterns carved on them. The light of the array covered the pavilions, making it impossible to see the situation inside clearly. Lin Moyu knew that such pavilions were the transaction rooms. A glance showed a total of 10 pavilions in the garden, meaning 10 transaction rooms. 6 of them were already occupied, with transactions in progress, while 4 were empty. In one of the 4 empty pavilions, a transaction officer was sitting. She was making tea, seemingly waiting for a distinguished guest. Lin Moyu walked in. The array in the pavilion slowly operated, and a screen of light descended, obscuring the view. The fragrance of the tea was blocked by the array, and could not escape, making it even more intense. Lin Moyu looked at the woman who specialized in making tea, and smiled. What a coincidence. Yu Xiu smiled at Lin Moyu. "Mr. Lin, we meet again. It's really a coincidence." The woman presiding over the transaction was none other than Yu Xiu from Transaction Center No. 11. The last time he met Yu Xiu, she was dressed very maturely, exuding a mature charm. But this time, Yu Xiu was dressed much more youthfully. Although she still carried a bit of mature charm, she had 7 parts more liveliness. Yushu poured Lin Moyu a cup of fragrant tea. "Mr. Lin, please have some tea." Lin Moyu smiled and sat down, picked up the teacup, and smelled the fragrance of the tea. "Why are you here?" He remembered correctly that at No. 11, Yushu's status was higher than that of an ordinary transaction master. Since he didn't know the personal structure of the transaction center, Lin Moyu didn't know what position Yushu held. Yushu smiled gently and replied, "The transaction masters in our transaction center are not fixed in one place. We rotate frequently. This time, it happened to be my turn here." Lin Moyu frowned. "But your status?" Yushu burst out laughing. "Mr. Lin is joking. What status do I have? Yushu is just an ordinary transaction master." Lin Moyu sized up Yushu. Of course, he could see that Yushu was not an ordinary transaction master. He had come into contact with some transaction masters, and whether it was temperament or demeanor, they couldn't compare to an ordinary transaction master. But since Yushu didn't want to say, Lin Moyu wouldn't press the issue. He was just here to trade. Yushu's identity didn't matter. Getting back to the main point, Lin Moyu finished the fragrant tea in his hand and said in a deep voice, "This transaction might be a bit complicated. I wonder if the transaction center accepts the inheritance of other races." Inheritance of other races. Yushu was stunned for a moment, then she reacted a moment later, chuckling. "Mr. Lin means the spoils you obtained after killing other races, right?" "That's right." Yushu narrowed her eyes. "Of course we accept them. No matter what it is, we can make full use of it." "Alright, let's begin," Lin Moyu said, and started taking things out. During the process of taking things out, he used a ring on his finger to conceal it. But in fact, he was taking things from his storage space. He had killed quite a few other races recently, and the spoils he obtained were all stored there. Fortunately, those guys all had storage equipment, so they wouldn't take up too much space. Otherwise, Lin Moyu thought his storage space wouldn't be able to hold everything. In the storage space, the thing that took up the most space was the material from the corpse explosion, and it was all God King level material. Now Lin Moyu didn't even bother with the corpses of the true God realm. Without the skeleton God general, just the giant dragon skeleton was enough to sweep through the true God realm. Even the corpses of level 1 and level 2 God Kings were not many, their power was too small. Lin Moyu didn't care for them. He would rather let the skeleton God general strike with a single sword. Yushu looked at the various colored storage equipment on the table, her beautiful eyes wide and round, her delicate face and small mouth open wide enough to fit a duck egg. Yushu's aching movements had long since stopped, her jade-like hands trembling slightly, showing her inner turmoil at this moment. She realized these were all storage equipment from different races. There must be a lot of items in the storage equipment. If all of them were taken out, the quantity would definitely be astonishing. Lin Moyu said, "You can take your time to appraise them. If you can't appraise them all by yourself, you can call a few more people to help." Yushu was dazed for a long time before she finally came back to her senses and whispered, "I'll try first." After speaking, she took out an item from the storage equipment, which looked like a small dagger. "Is this from the Demon Blade clan?" "Probably." Lin Moyu wasn't sure. He couldn't remember which guy he got this from. Maybe he killed too quickly at that time and didn't pay much attention. Anyway, he had taken all the eternal starfire from it, and hadn't touched anything else. Obviously, this wasn't Yushu's first time doing this. She skillfully opened the storage space and took out all the items inside. Her eyes were once again filled with surprise. There were indeed many items inside. Yushu murmured, "This is the storage equipment of a God King realm." She saw some items belonging to the God King realm in the storage space, so she was sure that its owner must be in the God King realm. Lin Moyu was still not sure. Maybe. Yushu gave Lin Moyu a look, as if to say, "How can you not even know who you killed?" But this was not important. Yushu started to count the items inside, preparing to appraise them. Although they were called other races, they were actually all races living in the Great World. Most of the items could be used and had their own value. Yushu threw the items onto the transaction plate and at the same time, appraised them. Lin Moyu was very curious about what was behind the transaction plate. How could it appraise items? He wanted to ask, but then thought better of it. It was probably related to the human emperor network. Lin Moyu thought to himself. Yushu was busy appraising and had no time to make tea for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu helped himself, doing it himself and enjoying it himself. It took half an hour before the value of the items in the first storage equipment was calculated. Yushu sighed, her eyes a little sad, looking at the remaining storage equipment on the table with worry. "It seems I really can't do it all by myself." Lin Moyu smiled without saying anything. He would let Yu Xiu decide this matter herself. Yu Xiu thought for a moment, and started to ask for help from the transaction center. She was not the only transaction master in the transaction center. The 10 pavilions would normally have 10 resident transaction masters. Except for those who were busy, at least a few more could be called. With more people, the efficiency would naturally increase significantly. Soon, the light screen of the array rippled like curtains being pulled to the sides. 4 women in long robes walked in. Each of them had a graceful figure, beautiful appearance, and their looks were all stunning. They were all beauties. All 4 were very young. After entering, they immediately bowed to Yu Xiu. Yu Xiu pointed to the storage equipment on the table. It's all here. You guys divide it up. The 4 quickly replied in unison, yes, Sister Yu Xiu. So the 4 divided up the storage equipment, each responsible for more than a dozen. They brought their own transaction plates and quickly began to appraise. Lin Moyu drank tea and watched the beauties busy. Just now when they came in, the way they bowed to Yu Xiu was very respectful. It seemed there was a clear difference in status, like the relationship between a servant and a young lady in a large family. Moreover, Yu Xiu's tone when talking to them was also very natural. Lin Moyu had sensed this situation last time at Star System No. 11, but this time it was even more obvious. It was clear that Yu Xiu's identity and status were not ordinary. Lin Moyu drank tea and watched the beauties work, not in a hurry. With 5 people appraising together, the efficiency increased 5-fold. The items in each storage equipment were clearly appraised. Although they didn't tell Lin Moyu the specific price, he could see their surprise from their occasional glances at each other. Surprise meant that the transaction value would not be low. Finally, after half a day, the appraisal was officially over. The 4 transaction masters took their leave together. Only Lin Moyu and Yu Xiu were left in the transaction room. Yu Xiu's tone was a little excited and trembling. Mr. Lin, do you know the value of these treasures? Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. He knew the value was not low but didn't pay too much attention to it. Seeing Lin Moyu so calm, Yu Xiu took a deep breath. There are a total of 72 pieces of storage equipment. After our appraisal, all the magic treasures and materials have a total value of 65 million accumulation points. Her eyes were always fixed on Lin Moyu as she spoke, and she found that he didn't show any surprise at all. He still had a calm look, and even the hand holding the teacup didn't tremble at all. Lin Moyu drank the tea in his cup, then nodded slowly. All right. Let's trade at this price. A price of 65 million points was not low, but it was not high either. It could only be said that the items in their hands were not special or top grade. Like the giant law pearl that Lin Moyu sold last time, just one sold for 5 million points. Now, 72 pieces of storage equipment, more than 100 magic treasures, and countless materials only sold for 65 million points. The difference was huge. Of course, trading here, besides getting points, he could also get 3,565 military merit. After getting this military merit, Lin Moyu's military rank could break through the soldier level and become an officer. An officer could buy better materials, better pills, magic treasures, and other items from the army. The transaction ended in a happy atmosphere. Completing such a large transaction made Yu Xiu very happy. Mr. Lin, you can check. The accumulation points should have been credited. As for the military merit, you need to go to the military merit office. I hope you can bring so many things to trade next time, or even more. Just when Yu Xiu thought the transaction was over, Lin Moyu took out an eternal starfire. How many points is this worth? Yu Xiu glanced at it and said softly, a normal eternal starfire is worth 1,000 points. It just takes some time to earn a lot. It's just that at that realm, very few people actively collect eternal starfire. They will have better choices. Yu Xiu's eyes shone with a sparkling light. Mr. Lin, you want to trade eternal starfire? She had long guessed where Lin Moyu had gotten so many pieces of storage equipment. It seemed he got them while collecting eternal starfire. Lin Moyu smiled slightly and took out some more storage equipment. Inside were all eternal starfires. These storage equipment added up to a total of 20,000. Yu Xiu's eyes widened again. There's more. After checking, Yu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Moyu took out more than a dozen pieces of storage equipment, they all contained eternal starfire, from 1,000 to 2,000 each, adding up to exactly 20,000 eternal starfires. So each one would be equal to a military merit. A strange light flashed in Yu Xiu's eyes. In her heart, Lin Moyu had become extremely mysterious. Such a large transaction had never appeared among cultivators of the true god realm. Not to mention the true god realm. Even the god king realm was rarely seen. Usually, each transaction of the true god realm was only about 100,000, and occasionally there could be a transaction of up to 1,000,000. As for the transactions of the god king realm, they were basically between 1 million and 5 million, and only occasionally were there transactions over 10 million. Unlike Lin Muoyu, one transaction exceeded 50 million. The transaction was completed quickly, and Yuju's eyes lit up again. Mr. Lin, is there more? Obviously, the larger the transaction, the greater the benefit for her. Under Yuju's hopeful gaze, Lin Muoyu nodded. There's really more. What is it? Yuju was extremely surprised and delighted. She hadn't finished her words when she saw a flash of colorful light. The space surrounded by the array suddenly became distorted and hot. The temperature rose suddenly, reaching an alarming level in an instant. Yuju was only a level 9 true god, and not a genius, so she couldn't withstand the high temperature of the green starfire. Although the use of eternal starfire was great, it was also very dangerous. If one's cultivation and strength were not enough, not only would they not be able to collect eternal starfire, but they would even be burned to death. The array of the pavilion rumbled, as if it could collapse at any time. The water in the teacup boiled in an instant, and then evaporated. The tea sets in the pavilion were almost burned to ashes in an instant. A brilliant light erupted from Yuchi's body. The long robe she wore was a very good defensive magic treasure. At this moment, it automatically protected its owner, resisting the high temperature. Fortunately, Lin Muoyu only demonstrated for a moment, and in less than 2 seconds he quickly put away the green starfire. With the green starfire put away, the array quickly recovered, and the temperature dropped accordingly. Yuxiu's small face was as red as a cooked shrimp, and she was sweating all over, panting heavily. It was clear that her magic treasure could not completely resist the high temperature. Yuxiu's face was full of fear. That was terrifying. I thought I was going to die just now. Lin Muoyu smiled. It's not that serious. Have a sip of tea to calm down. Only then did he realize that the teacup, tea set, and tea table from just now had all turned to ash. Lin Muoyu whispered, I didn't expect the power of the green starfire to be so great. Why didn't I feel it before? Lin Muoyu himself was not afraid of high temperatures. No matter how high the temperature, it would not affect him, and the people he met were extremely strong and would not be afraid of the green starfire, which made him misjudge its power. Yujiu, with the fear of having just escaped death, said with a trembling voice, that's the green starfire. Some weaker god kings would also be burned to death. Her expression was a little pitiful. She had just experienced a trip to the gates of death, and now her little heart was still pounding. Lin Muoyu chuckled. So, are you accepting it? Yu Xiu immediately nodded. Of course we'll accept it. Why wouldn't we? But I can't accept it. Let me find someone else. Yu Xiu hurriedly sent a message to find someone. Lin Muoyu knew she wanted to find her elders. The transaction center was a big business. How could it only have true God realm transaction masters? There must be stronger experts guarding it. Even if a few god kings appeared now, Lin Muoyu would not be surprised. Soon, a beautiful mature woman walked in. Yuju stood up and went to the beautiful woman's side, holding her hand and saying, Anti-Q, come and help me. Anti-Q gently patted Yuju's small hand, her eyes filled with affection. She released a law that fell on Yuju. Yuju immediately let out a comfortable moan, and her flushed face quickly returned to normal. Lin Muoyu sensed the surging power of the law. It was the water system law. At the same time, he also sensed that this Anti-Q was a Gai King, at least a level 7 Gai King. The temperaments of the two were somewhat similar. Lin Muoyu guessed that their relationship must be very close. Moreover, Lin Muoyu finally knew where Yuxiu's mature style came from. She must have learned it from this Anti-Q. She was clearly a young woman, yet she had learned to be like a mature woman. But then again, combined with Yuxiu's beautiful looks, it was even more charming. Lin Muoyu bowed to Anti-Q. Greetings, senior. Anti-Q smiled. Little friend, no need to be so polite. I heard from Little Chu that you want to sell green starfire. Can you show me? Of course. Lin Muoyu immediately took out the green starfire. With a high-level god king here, Lin Muoyu was not worried about what happened before. As soon as the green starfire appeared and the temperature just started to rise, Anti-Q pointed a finger at it. As a high-level god king, the green starfire was not enough to harm her. A large amount of law power gushed out from Anti-Q's fingertips, enveloping the green starfire. The law formed a layer of water screen, sparkling with wavy light, wrapping the green starfire. The green starfire burned fiercely, but could not harm this layer of water screen. At the same time, the temperature of the green starfire was completely blocked and did not affect the outside. Yu Shu praised, Anti-Q is so amazing. Anti-Q smiled lightly. If you were a little more serious, you would sooner or later be more amazing than Anti-Q. Then she began to examine the green starfire. After careful sensing, she slowly said, "It is indeed green starfire." Lin Moyu asked, "Then what is this item worth?" Anti-Q said, "Very few people sell green starfire. Before I came, I checked the transaction records. There have been 3 transactions in the last 100 years, and the price we offered was 1.5 million accumulation points each. What do you think of this price, little friend Lin? If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate." After speaking, she glanced at Yu Qiu. Yu Qiu was a little surprised. It was rare for there to be bargaining in the transaction center. Usually, they would quote a price. If it was reasonable, they would trade. If not, they wouldn't. Anti-Q gave Yu Qiu a look, signaling her not to speak. Today, Lin Moyu had completed a transaction of more than 50 million accumulation points, and his identity seemed a bit special. Just now, Anti-Q had also taken the time to look up some information about Lin Moyu. Although the information she found was not much, she knew that Lin Moyu had an honorary title and also knew about his situation on the ranking lists of the Vermilion Bird Starfield. That was why she was so polite to Lin Moyu, even willing to negotiate if he was not satisfied with the price. If it were someone else, there would never be any price negotiation. This was goodwill. Real goodwill. Yu Qiu also quickly understood. She roughly knew why Anti-Q was doing this. Lin Moyu pondered for a few seconds and replied in a deep voice, "This price is acceptable." Both Anti-Q and Yu Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, Anti-Q was also a little worried. She was afraid that Lin Moyu would ask for an exorbitant price, making it difficult for everyone. At that time, her goodwill would become a double-edged sword, and both sides would be unhappy. Fortunately, Lin Moyu was not like that. At this time, they heard Lin Moyu say, "I have more." Anti-Q was slightly surprised, then she smiled lightly and said, "Little friend is indeed surprising. When you go inside, you must remember the direction. It's best to follow the same path back when you return." Lin Moyu nodded. "Is there no news at all from the previous teams that went in?" Wang Xing shook his head. "None." Lin Moyu nodded slightly. "Let me go in and see. As long as they're not dead, I'll bring them back. Then I wish little friend Lin a swift success." Wang Xing smiled, showing no worry for Lin Moyu. In fact, he seemed very confident in him. After returning from the manor, he had looked into some matters concerning Lin Moyu. With his authority, he knew more than the average person and was well aware of how powerful Lin Moyu truly was. Just his peak true god physical body was enough to put most god kings to shame. Lin Moyu said to Meng Gang and the other 3, "The passage will appear in about an hour. Take the Kim suppressing pills now. Meng Gang will be in charge of this." Meng Gang was startled and replied loudly, "Understood." He immediately took out the Kim suppressing pills and distributed them to everyone. When he tried to give one to Lin Moyu refused. "No need for me. If they need it, I'll ask." Meng Gang was silently suspicious but didn't ask. He remembered what Lin Moyu had said before, his word was law, and all he needed to do was obey. Time passed slowly, and the 4 of them, including Meng Gang, grew more tense. 9 teams had entered before them, and none had been heard from again. It was hard to say whether they would be able to return alive this time. An hour later, a massive bubble suddenly bulged violently on the green light barrier before them, as if something was poking it from the inside out. The bubble swelled like a mountain and became sharply pointed. Meng Gang, who had been here before, thought to himself that the passage was about to open. He tensed up, growing even more anxious. Lin Moyu's voice slowly rang out, "When we get inside in a moment, Meng Gang will be in charge of defense and will also activate the people finding a Radis. If there are any Kim devouring beasts or enemies, you don't need to worry. I will handle them." His words were decisive, leaving no room for refusal. Meng Gang's heart trembled, and he immediately replied, "I understand." Lin Moyu grunted in acknowledgement, and began to focus on the bubble. After the bubble had expanded hundreds of times, it was hundreds of miles high, and then it exploded in the starry sky. A faint green light shot out from the light barrier, as if a hole had been punctured in it. The passage was formed at that very moment. "Let's go." Lin Moyu called out softly and was the first to charge into the passage. The 4 members of Meng Gang's team followed immediately, not falling half a step behind. Inside the passage, the green color grew deeper, gradually turning into a dark green. Lin Moyu's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in a low voice, "Be careful." Meng Gang reacted instantly, his entire body erupting with powerful and brilliant law power. His domain of law immediately deployed, a golden light enveloping all four of them. Within the light, countless golden law swords appeared, forming a sword formation that acted as armor, covering them. Just as he deployed his domain of law, the attack arrived. Countless green light pillars slammed into his domain, causing it to rumble loudly. The law swords within the domain shattered on the spot, and the domain of law rapidly collapsed. Mengang's expression changed drastically, and he shouted a warning, "Captain, be careful, it's a God King level attack." At that moment, he saw an attack hit Lin Moyu. A layer of bone armor appeared on Lin Moyu's body. The bone armor exploded under the attack, and the powerful impact continued to strike Lin Moyu. Mengang's face changed even more. Yu Zhu, Wang Zhenhao, and Rong Jie's faces also turned deathly pale. In their eyes, no matter how strong Lin Moyu was, he was only a level 5 shroom god. His offensive power might be strong, but offense did not equal defense. Facing a God King level attack, his defense had instantly collapsed. The God King level attack descended upon him, but in the next second, everyone was stunned. Lin Moyu's expression remained unchanged as he calmly weathered all the attacks. White light flashed on his body as the bone armor continuously appeared and then collapsed. Following that, white light continuously exploded within the green light, as if someone was attacking there. The white light illuminated the green, revealing devouring beasts that were entirely emerald green. Mengang, being a God King and the most experienced among them, recognized what Lin Moyu had done. He muttered, "Multicast spell." Only a multi-cast spell could create a spell link to passively find enemies hidden in the darkness like this. The all-green devouring beasts were hidden in the green light, their auras indistinct, making them very difficult to detect. But Lin Moyu had used this method to find them. A murderous intent flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. It seemed that everyone who had entered here had been ambushed. With a sigh, the light around him continued to flicker. Over 100 skeleton god generals appeared, swiftly charging at the devouring beasts. As Lin Moyu's cultivation continuously improved, the combat power of the skeletons also increased. The three weakest types of skeletons could now rival level 8 true gods. The skeleton god generals, formed from them, had combat power that had reached level 2 God King. The skeleton god generals rushed forward, wielding sharp bone swords imbued with the law of immortality, unleashing terrifying sword kai with each swing. The massive sword ki surged through the starry sky, almost tearing the passage apart. There were only 10 devouring beasts that ambushed Lin Moyu, all of them level 1 God King devouring beasts. Facing skeleton god generals with level 2 God King combat power, they were no match at all, especially with a 10-fold numerical disadvantage. Almost in an instant, these 10 devouring beasts were killed by the skeleton god generals. After dying, their bodies quickly shrank, finally turning into a fist-sized green metal block. Lin Moyu held the green metal block in his hand and used his scouting spell. Etherium, a superior grade refining material. Using the scouting spell outside the coverage of the human emperor network reduced the detail of the information received, but for Lin Moyu, this was enough. The devouring beasts ate Etherium, so after they died, their bodies would turn into a high-quality molten metal block. Sometimes, the collected Etherium was not pure enough and still contained impurities, requiring further refinement. Usually, out of 100 caddies of Etherium collected, only about 10 caddies could be refined. However, if the Etherium was crystallized from a devouring beast, it didn't need to be refined again, and its quality was very high. Lin Moyu held it in his hand and estimated the Etherium was not heavy. A fist-sized block like this was only about 5 caddies. In terms of density alone, it was even less than iron. But the laws contained within it made its value far exceed that of iron. Mengang's group was completely stunned by the scene. They never expected Lin Moyu to so easily kill 10 God King realm devouring beasts. Reaching level 1 God King meant they were already elite members among the devouring beasts. Moreover, the devouring beasts consumed Etherium year-round, making their defenses astonishingly strong. It was very difficult for cultivators of the same realm to kill them. Usually, they had to rely on powerful magic treasures. Mengang knew that even he would have to expend considerable effort to kill a level 1 God King devouring beast, but the skeletons Lin Moyu summoned had easily wiped them out. This proved that the power of these skeletons was incredibly terrifying, probably even stronger than himself. Are these puppets? How can there be such powerful puppets? And so many of them? Mengang thought to himself, unable to make a judgment. The tension in Yu Zhu's heart eased considerably. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Moyu, and in them, he became more and more mysterious. Lin Moyu put away the Etherium and said slowly, "Mengang, Based on your understanding of Kim, devouring beasts, can they set up ambushes? Mangang thought for a moment, and then shook his head. I'm not sure. I've never actually come into contact with Kim, devouring beasts. Lin Moyu was a bit disappointed. Without more information, he couldn't make a more accurate judgment. At this moment Yushu suddenly raised her hand and said, Captain, I know. Lin Moyu said, oh. Then tell me. Yushu had once said that the Yu family she came from had a deep cooperative relationship with the military, which proved that the Yu family must be a large family with a long history. Such large families would know a lot of information. Yushu said, Kim devouring beasts usually act in swarms, with varying numbers, from as few as 1,000 to as many as tens of thousands. Their mode of action is not fixed. Each time they act, they will find a large amount of Ethereum to devour, and at the same time, all living beings they discover will be killed. However, I've never heard of Kim, devouring beasts, setting up ambushes. I find what happened today very strange. Lin Moyu nodded. Yushu's words made his speculation a few points more plausible. Lin Moyu continued to ask, in the information you know, are there any special Kim, devouring beasts? Yushu thought for a moment and then shook her head, special Kim, devouring beasts. There are no records of them in the documents. Lin Moyu pondered for a few seconds, his eyes serious as he said softly, although there is no evidence yet, we have reason to suspect that special change has occurred among the Kim, devouring beasts. Everyone looked at Lin Moyu, wanting to know the meaning behind his words. Lin Moyu continued, I guess that a creature with intelligence has appeared in the swarm of Kim devouring beasts, and it's very likely a Kim devouring beast king. This is the only way to explain why they ambushed us. The teams that entered before must have also been ambushed. They were caught off guard and were very likely injured. Ben Gang's expression changed slightly. Beasts without intelligence, no matter how strong, were not to be feared because their power was scattered. But once they had intelligence, and their power was united, they became very terrifying. If their intelligence was a bit stronger, a bit smarter, knew how to ambush, how to raid, how to think. Thinking of this, Mangang shivered as he realized the severity of the problem. Then should we report it? Lin Moyu shook his head. No. Mangang was slightly taken aback, but didn't ask anything further. Because he remembered what Lin Moyu had said before, his words were orders, and they must be obeyed unconditionally. Lin Moyu said, first, we have no evidence. Second, you can't go back. You can't go back. Mangang's expression changed. He immediately sensed his surroundings, and his face instantly became ugly. Moreover, they were still in the passage, but for some reason, this passage had become one way. You could enter, but you couldn't exit. Mangang muttered, it's different from the last time I came. Yushu also sensed this, and her beautiful face also turned ugly. It's also different from the records. Why has the passage become one way? Lin Moyu said, something special must have happened, and the teams that have gone missing are probably related to this. It seems we only have one path to take. Lin Moyu said they only had one path, but everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. They knew the implication of his words was that there was no way back. Lin Moyu said softly, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Worrying won't solve the problem. Just follow the plan we discussed before. Mangang, protect them. Leave the fighting to me. After all, Mangang was a soldier, and a god king at that. He quickly calmed down, and the temperament of a soldier naturally emanated from him. Since we can't retreat, let's advance bravely. Lin Moyu led the way, and everyone continued to push forward. From this point on, a few more skeleton god generals appeared beside Mangang's group. 10 skeleton god generals protected them, forming the first line of defense, while Mangang was the second. In front of Lin Moyu, there were also a few skeleton god generals clearing the path. He thought about the mission. Actually, Wang Zhenhao and Rongji were not of much use here, but they had a reason to come. Their cultivation had reached level 9 true god, just one step away from being a god king. Perhaps this one training session would be enough for them to advance. Their potential couldn't compare to a genius like Qian Huan, so the difficulty for them to advance would also be much lower. And through this mission, they could also earn a lot of military merit. This could be considered a way for the army to cultivate its soldiers. It wasn't necessary to be useful to go out on a mission. The army had too many people, so they would definitely use a Y-net approach. There was another reason Lin Moyu could think of, which was that the army wanted to see his capabilities. Adding 2 burdens with no practical use was actually to increase the difficulty of the mission. For those with honorary titles, the army would be a bit stricter, which was understandable. Lin Moyu could understand both of these reasons, so he didn't find it strange at all. Only Yushu's participation made him a little puzzled. This woman from the Yu family said she was completing a promotion mission. But what was her real purpose? Lin Moyu didn't believe her purpose was that simple. But anyway, once the team was formed, as long as she obeyed orders, he would lead her to continue the mission. A thoughtful look appeared in Lin Moyu's eyes as he pieced together the cause and effect. In short, the army didn't think he would necessarily succeed in this mission. Or perhaps this was just a test. The 4 elders in Fortress number 6, besides Li Yuanbei, the other 3 had all come here. This meant that at the entrance of Area 699, there were 3 god lords stationed. According to Li Yuanbei, a stronger corps commander was also ready. This was preparation for a fight, and not just a small-scale battle, but a large-scale one. Perhaps it wasn't just Fortress number 6 taking action. Sending him here to rescue people was both a test and a way to buy more time for the army to prepare. Therefore, whether his mission was successful or not was actually not important. What was important was that he had entered, and under the watch of other races. Something must have happened in this area. What on earth was it? Lin Moyu felt he had clarified his thoughts. Ever since he entered the outpost base, he had felt something was wrong. After arriving here, that feeling became even clearer. If the human race really wanted to fight, they would definitely strike in an instant, not give any warning. If it was a secret operation, it would take time. So the result of the negotiations and confrontations between the races was to buy time. There must be a reason for doing this, and the reason lay in Area 699. At the same time, Lin Moyu also considered another possibility. If the human race was doing this, would the other races do the same? No one was a fool. What he could think of, others could too. Unconsciously, a sense of urgency rose in Lin Moyu's heart. It seemed he had to hurry. Regardless of the army's true intentions, the time left for him was not much. His mission was to rescue people. If the great battle started, and he still hadn't completed the mission, it meant his promotion mission would fail. At that time, his military merit would be deducted, and he wouldn't be able to take a promotion mission again for 10 years. And once the great battle started, he might die inside. Lin Moyu's eyes scanned the surroundings. The Etherium emitted a green light that illuminated the entire starry sky, like a giant cage enveloping them. Lin Moyu almost had the urge to find an exit and leave immediately. What's wrong with you? Yu Shu noticed the change in Lin Moyu's aura. Lin Moyu shook his head. Nothing, just thinking about some things. Yu Shu replied, is it about the Kim, devouring beasts? Lin Moyu took the opportunity to ask, do you know much about the Kim, devouring beast king? Him, devouring beast king. Yu Shu tilted her head, obviously searching her memory. Lin Moyu looked at her. This beautiful woman's family inheritance was not ordinary. She knew a lot of information. But this time, it was clear she didn't know what was happening here either. She had just recklessly followed along. In his thoughts just now, Lin Moyu had guessed that 8 or 9 times out of 10, Yu Shu had followed him to observe him. After all, his performance was too special. As a descendant of a large family, it was normal for her to observe him for a bit. Although Lin Moyu came from a small world, whether it was a small world or a great world, the structure was similar, just different in scale. A small world was also a world, and there were families inside. Lin Moyu had been in a high position before, so he was very familiar with this. Observing geniuses, befriending geniuses, or possibly recruiting geniuses into the family. Marriage was a very good method. Lin Moyu realized he had thought too much, and in the wrong direction. At this time, Yu Shu also finished her thoughts. There are very few records about the Kim, devouring beast king. It is only known that a swarm of Kim, devouring beasts exceeding 10,000 in number can produce a beast king. The strength of a Kim, devouring beast king is around level 4 god king. Lin Moyu also knew this information, so he was a bit disappointed. He thought to himself, if the number of Kim, devouring beasts was even larger, say 50,000 or even 100,000, they might produce a stronger beast king, perhaps even one with an intelligence. The great world was so vast, anything was possible. On this special battlefield, anything could happen, and it wouldn't be strange. For example, the appearance of the Kim devouring beast swarm had always been an unsolved mystery. No one knew how they appeared or where they came from. Anyway, every time they appeared, they would cause some loss of life. After appearing, they would eat a large amount of Etherium, casually kill other living beings next to the Etherium, and then disappear without a trace. While thinking, they had completely left the passage. When they left the passage and truly entered Area 699, the faint green light was covered by a deeper green light, like seeing a beautiful ocean. The green light was like ocean waves, rising and falling in layers. This was a beautiful starry sky, very beautiful. In the distant starry sky, There were sparkling green points of light. Each of those green points of light was Etherium. The Etherium varied in size, and their light, reflected through many layers of space, formed this blue-green world. But they had no time to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Wave after wave of attacks came from all directions. The attacks of the devouring beasts had extremely strong impact force. The blue-green attack pillars also contained mottled points of light. Before, in the passage, the space was distorted, so they couldn't see clearly. Now they could see very clearly that the blue-green was the color of Etherium. The mottled points of light on it were the color of the companion mineral of Etherium. A color like gold but not gold. Like silver but not silver. The companion mineral of Etherium was called Etherium, Urgentum stone, which contained toxins and continuously released them. The devouring beasts were not afraid of this toxin. When they ate Etherium, they also ate the Etherium Urgentum stone. Then, their attacks would also contain this toxin, even stronger than the Etherium Urgentum stone itself. Before the suppressing pill, the attacks of the devouring beasts were very deadly. Even if you could block the attack, the toxin would still seep in everywhere, causing cultivators a lot of trouble. After the depressing pill appeared, the threat from the toxin was almost gone. They only needed to deal with the attacks of the devouring beasts. Menggang let out a soft shout, his domain of law unfolding, enveloping Yu Xiu and the other two. Within the domain of law, countless law swords appeared, forming a sword formation. The soul emerged from the top of his head, holding a shield. The shield turned into a stream of light and merged into the domain of law, and a shield immediately appeared within it. The combination of sword and shield significantly enhanced the defense of the domain of law. Lin Moyu glanced over and saw that the shield in Mengang's soul's hand came from the army. He was already a god king, and the manifestation of his soul had far surpassed the true god realm. The soul began to merge with the domain of law, no longer simply using the law's armor. The soul could now fight within the domain of law. If he wasn't protecting Yu Xiu and the other two, Menggang would probably have opened his domain of law and charged in to kill. In the blue-green light, the devouring beasts flickered in and out of sight. Their figures were everywhere, and the attacks were dense. The skeleton god generals protecting Mengang's group also took action. They ignored the impact of the devouring beasts' attacks and swung out streams of sword kai. The devouring beasts could hide in the blue-green light, making it difficult for the naked eye or the soul to detect them. But in the undead eyes of the skeleton god generals, the devouring beasts were too obvious. They couldn't hide at all. The sword kai tore through the starry sky, and one by one, the devouring beasts were swallowed by the sword kai. Lin Moyu moved slightly, and more skeleton god generals appeared beside him. At the same time, continuous attacks landed on him, shattering the bone armor. The bone armor activated the spell link, continuously counter-attacking. The devouring beasts attacking now were not elite members or captains. Their realms were all from level 8 to level 9 true god. For Menggang, although the number was large, the pressure was much less than the previous wave. The domain of law, enhanced by the sword and shield, easily blocked the attacks. White light exploded in the starry sky. Bone spears and bone fangs flashed through the void. Those level 8 devouring beasts were instantly killed by the counter-attack of the spell link. The level 9 devouring beasts there were also heavily injured. The body of a devouring beast would dissipate after death, turning into extremely pure Etherium. They had no blood. Once heavily injured, they could recover by eating some Etherium. Similarly, eating the Etherium that their comrades turned into after death could also help them recover. Lin Moyu saw clearly that some devouring beasts ate the Etherium their comrades turned into and quickly recovered. Lin Moyu released a total of 100 skeleton god generals. Their movement speed was extremely fast as they charged into the swarm of devouring beasts, beating them so they couldn't fight back. In an instant, more than 500 devouring beasts were slain. At this moment, the devouring beasts suddenly seemed to receive some command and retreated like a tide. The speed of the devouring beasts was very fast, and they disappeared in a flash. Menggang said in a low voice, "The devouring beasts can resonate with the Etherium and Etherium Argentum stone. Their speed here is very fast, making it difficult to catch up." Lin Moyu nodded. "In your opinion, do devouring beasts have the habit of running away when they can't win?" Menggang thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Yu Xiu also shook her head and said, "According to the records in my family's documents, encountering devouring beasts usually has two outcomes. Either you kill them, or you are killed by them. You can't run away, their speed is too fast. It's either kill or be killed." This proved that devouring beasts did not know how to flee. After all, they had no intelligence, so they would not be afraid. How could they know what fear was? Without fear, there was no possibility of running away. This scene further proved Lin Moyu's previous speculation. A comrade with intelligence had indeed been born among the Kim devouring beasts, and it could also command the entire swarm. Perhaps it was a Kim devouring beast king. The Kim devouring beasts had appeared for thousands of years. Why did they have intelligence now? Yushu clearly thought of this as well, frowning tightly. If there was a commander, the combat power of the Kim devouring beasts could be raised by at least several levels, and their danger level would also increase significantly. However, Lin Moyu suddenly realized another possibility. Could it be that this intelligent Kim devouring beast had always existed? It's just that it hadn't awakened before. Since most of the people who encountered Kim devouring beasts before were killed, and rarely did anyone escape or counter-kill them, it was likely that this was never discovered. This possibility was not non-existent, but thinking too much now was useless. They could only continue to move forward. Lin Moyu looked at Meng Gang. Activate the people finding array disc. Meng Gang nodded, took out the people finding array disc, and activated it directly. The array disc immediately shone with a brilliant light. After a few seconds, several arrows appeared outside the array disc. The shape of the arrows was very familiar. They were like the arrows that appeared when detecting the starfire in the seashell that Yu Kingru gave him. There were a total of 4 arrows, of varying lengths. The people finding array disc could detect battlefield tokens within a range of millions of kilometers. The battlefield tokens were for human cultivators. Meng Gang explained, a long arrow means the distance will be quite far. Lin Moyu nodded. Let's start with the closest one first. Everyone immediately flew towards the closest location. As long as they were human cultivators active in the battlefield area, they would wear a battlefield token. Once dead, the battlefield token would become invalid, so the people finding array disc would not be able to find it. Therefore, they didn't have to worry about finding only the battlefield token, but no person. As long as they followed the direction indicated by the people finding array disc, there would definitely be a cultivator, and they would still be alive. After flying for millions of kilometers, they saw a black shadow floating in the blue-green light that looked like ocean waves. Found him. A look of joy appeared on Yushu's face. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. He sensed the life aura from the body in that direction. It looked like he was dead, but the people finding array disc pointed towards him, proving that the person was still alive. Meng Gang also frowned. That person seems to be dead. But there was a lack of certainty in his words. Lin Moyu switched to his undead vision and finally saw that the opponent looked dead, but his soul still existed. As long as the soul was there, it didn't mean death. But this soul was in a state of deep sleep, and its aura was a bit strange. Suddenly, Lin Moyu let out a soft shout, defense. Meng Gang almost instinctively expanded his domain of law, and at the same time, his soul jumped out. At this moment, a dark green attack like an arrow shot over, easily piercing his domain of law, and heading straight for his soul. The opponent seemed to be waiting for Meng Gang's soul to appear. Meng Gang's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. His soul had just jumped out when the attack arrived. The timing was extremely precise. At the God King realm, the soul's manifestation was completely integrated with the domain of law, and protected by it, so the soul was safe. To attack the soul, one had to break the domain of law first. It was much more difficult than in the true God realm, but the fragility of the soul was still a fact. Once the soul was damaged, at best, it would be a heavy injury that damaged one's foundation. At worst, it would be direct death. This attack was so strong that it easily pierced Meng Gang's domain of law and aimed straight for his soul. Needless to say, if it hit, Meng Gang would surely have a hard time keeping his life. Meng Gang's soul's expression changed. He felt as if he was locked on and couldn't dodge. The attack came too quickly, and suddenly, Yu Shu and the others couldn't react in time at all. Their realms were not high enough. They really couldn't react in time. At the moment of Meng Gang's despair, a white shadow appeared in front of his soul, blocking between the soul and the attack. A skeleton god general holding a shield blocked the attack from Meng Gang. The skeleton god general was continuously pushed back by the attack. But immediately after, more skeleton god generals rushed over, protecting Meng Gang from danger. Meng Gang felt as if he had just escaped from the jaws of death. He looked towards Lin Moyu, but found that Lin Moyu was not looking at him, but at the front. This attack was launched by the human cultivator they thought was dead. Lin Moyu, through the undead vision of the skeletons, saw a Kim devouring beast jump out from the body of the human cultivator. This Kim devouring beast was very small, only the size of a palm, and its whole body emitted a blue-green light. The soul was the soul of a Kim devouring beast. A glance was enough to recognize it. After it left the human cultivator's body, the cultivator's aura completely disappeared. Even the arrow on the people finding array disc disappeared. He was dead. Truly dead. The soul of the Kim, devouring beast glanced at Meng Gang, its body gradually blurring, and then disappearing. The starry sky was cold. There was no light from the stars to bring warmth. The surrounding atmosphere fell into a strange and incomprehensible state. Yushu swallowed. This is a trap. A real trap. Now she completely believed that Lin Moyu's judgment earlier was correct. The swarm of Kim, devouring beasts, had really developed intelligence, and their intelligence was not low. They even knew how to use corpses to set traps. Lin Moyu sent a skeleton god, General, over to investigate the corpse, and at the same time asked, do other races have similar people finding array discs? At this time, Meng Gang had not yet recovered from his shock. Having just escaped death, he had not yet regained his composure. But as a soldier, upon hearing Lin Moyu's words, he still instinctively replied, yes, all races have similar methods. Lin Moyu nodded. Be more careful. Meng Gang took a deep breath and bowed to Lin Moyu. Thank you. Just now, if it weren't for Lin Moyu, he would probably be dead. Lin Moyu shook his head. You are my team member. Saving you is a matter of course. Meng Gang grunted and said no more. The skeleton god General carefully examined the corpse and confirmed that it was safe. Lin Moyu ordered the skeleton god General to bring the corpse back. He found several wounds on the corpse, one of which was a wound that went straight through the forehead. A fatal wound. Looking at the wound, Lin Moyu felt a bit strange. The wound was very small, only the size of a finger, unlike being bitten by a Kim devouring beast, nor did it look like being attacked by one. Instead, it looked a bit like a wound caused by an arrow-type magic treasure from other races. It was difficult to guess for now. Lin Moyu originally intended to use undead revival, but on second thought, he didn't. This spell was too bizarre, beyond the understanding of many people, and he didn't want to reveal his secrets just like that. Besides, he believed that this corpse wouldn't know much information. Other than being able to tell him how it died, it had no other use. Lin Moyu handed the corpse to Meng Gang to keep. We'll take him back. With the battlefield token, we can find information about the original owner and let them rest in peace, not die in a foreign land. Meng Gang took a new storage ring and put the corpse inside. Let's continue. Lin Moyu said softly. Everyone continued to the next target. The second target was about 3 million kilometers away. Not too far. It would only take nearly 3 minutes to fly there. But when they were halfway there, the target suddenly disappeared again. Meng Gang said softly, he's dead. The disappearance of the target could only mean one thing, he was dead. Let's go, and have a look. Lin Moyu's face was a bit grim. He didn't change direction and continued to move forward. His face was a little cold. Why was it so coincidental? Just as they were about to arrive, the other party died. In a flash, he felt that something was not right. This habit was on from his time in the small world. Lin Moyu always remained vigilant about everything, especially on the battlefield. Not being vigilant was tantamount to death. Soon, they saw the corpse. Around the corpse, there still seemed to be traces of a great battle. They could clearly feel the remaining law aura. Obviously, the owner of this corpse had resisted before dying. He had just died, and his aura had not completely dissipated, but the Kim devouring beasts had disappeared. Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. Something's wrong. Yushu, Wanjangha, and Rongji were here for the first time. They didn't realize what was wrong. Meng Gang also said, there's really a problem. How could the Kim devouring beasts leave a corpse? They would have eaten every living thing clean, leaving nothing behind. How could they leave a corpse? The previous corpse was like that, and so is this one. Lin Moyu connected to his undead vision, and saw the small soul of the Kim devouring beast again. It was standing on the head of the corpse. It clearly also discovered Lin Moyu and the others, and a look of vigilance appeared in its small eyes. The next second, it jumped into the air and disappeared in the enveloping blue-green light. Lin Moyu thought to himself, could it have killed him? There was no one else around. Thinking back and forth, it could only be that small soul of the Kim devouring beast. But it was very clever. As soon as it saw Lin Moyu's group, it ran away. Lin Moyu didn't pursue it, and let it leave. Meng Gang also saw the opponent, and asked softly, did it kill him? Lin Moyu replied, probably. It seems this time the swarm of Kim devouring beasts is more troublesome than imagined. There might be more than one with intelligence. Meng Gang's expression was heavy. He realized the situation was getting more and more complicated. This mission made him feel like he was walking into a death trap. If it weren't for Lin Moyu, If it were other god kings, they would probably have been wiped out when they entered the passage. Lin Moyu had the skeleton god. Honorary bring the corpse back. There was also a wound in the middle of the forehead, but it still couldn't be confirmed that it was killed by the soul of the small devouring beast just now. They continued to search for the next target. After a few minutes, the third target was finally found. This time it was a living person, but he was heavily injured and had fallen into a coma. Not only was his body in a coma, but his soul was also unconscious. The toxin of the Ethereum, Argentum stone, had invaded his body, destroying his chances of survival. Lin Moyu used the power of life to treat him. The power of life could heal, but it needed time, and there was no time now. He could only maintain his state, and have Romji carry him, as they continued forward. The people fighting Airray continuously pointed in directions, but it was very strange. Every time Lin Moyu's group arrived, they were a step too late. By the time they arrived, the person was already dead. Lin Moyu repeatedly saw the soul of that small devouring beast. As soon as it saw Lin Moyu and the others, it would immediately flee. But it didn't appear every time. A few times they encountered swarms of devouring beasts. Lin Moyu had killed many of them but still couldn't save anyone. The person was already dead before they arrived. There were a few more corpses in Mangang's storage ring, 2 of which were mutilated. Everyone's mood was a bit heavy. So far, they had only saved 1 person. Green light appeared in the distance. After entering Area 699, they had been flying around for half a day to save people and had finally reached the Ethereum area. The closer they got to the center, the more Ethereum there was. These green points of light looked like stars from a distance, but that was just an illusion created by the refraction of light. In fact, the Ethereum was not large. Each block of Ethereum was like a small stone floating in the starry sky, flying around randomly. The small blocks of Ethereum were only as big as an adult's head, and the larger ones were no more than 10 meters in diameter. What was actually larger was the companion mineral of the ancient Ethereum, the Ethereum Argentum stone, which contained toxins. The Ethereum Argentum stone was very large, often with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The larger ones even had a diameter of thousands of meters, really looking like stars. The Ethereum seemed to grow on the Ethereum Argentum stone. Its green light became stronger after passing through the Ethereum Argentum stone and could shine farther. The Ethereum Argentum stone looked very strange. It was clearly golden, silver, but it would have different colors from different angles. Although its own light was not strong, it could reflect the light of the Ethereum very strongly. Lin Moyu had to say, truly, anything was possible in the great world. Normally, the Ethereum should be the companion mineral of the Ethereum Argentum stone. But someone had witnessed the process of the Ethereum's appearance. The Ethereum was indeed born first. After the Ethereum was born, the Ethereum Argentum stone would gradually develop. Moreover, the Ethereum Argentum stone was completely useless, so it was defined as the companion mineral of the Ethereum. Oh, what's wrong with him? Yushu's voice suddenly rang out. Yushu was surprised as she stared at the person being carried by Romji. This person was the one they had rescued. His whole body was invaded by the toxin of the Ethereum Argentum stone, and he had been in a coma. At this moment, many colors mixed with gold and silver appeared on his body, looking very strange, like an Ethereum Argentum stone. Lin Moyu felt a sense of unease, his eyes sharpened, and he shouted, "Let go." Romji was startled and immediately let go. Lin Moyu shouted again, "Fall back." At this point, Lin Moyu's prestige was very high, so no one hesitated and quickly retreated. In a flash, they had retreated 10,000 meters. Yet, Lin Moyu's sense of dread did not diminish but became even more intense. "Keep retreating quickly," Lin Moyu shouted, accelerating his retreat. The weakest here was a level 9 true gun, yet their speed, once unleashed, was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of kilometers away. At this moment, Lin Moyu's sense of dread reached its peak. Immediately after, under his gaze, that body suddenly exploded. Countless points of light shot out from the body. It was the powder of the Ethereum Argentum stone. The powder of the Ethereum Argentum stone combined with the green light of the Ethereum, becoming extremely dazzling, as if creating a chain reaction. When that body exploded, the nearby Ethereum Argentum stone was also exploded. Instantly, a dense powder-like fog covered the entire starry sky. The speed of the powder spread was very fast, far exceeding the flight speed of Lin Moyu and the others. Like a storm sweeping through, Mengang seemed to instinctively open his domain of law. The domain of law, which could have covered a vast starry sky, seemed to be suppressed by an external force and could only cover a range of 1,000 meters before it could no longer expand. The powder, like a storm, swept past, and the domain of law, under great pressure, was still shrinking. Mangang's expression changed. His soul jumped out and merged with the shield in his hand into the domain of law, strengthening its defense. The domain of law finally stabilized, but after only a second, it began to shrink again. The sword and shield in the domain of law continuously shattered, and the domain quickly shrank. Although Mangang's sharp metal law was not strong in defense, the domain of law of a God King realm soul was not weak. But now, the speed of its collapse was somewhat beyond expectations. As the master of the domain of law, Mangang was very clear about its situation. He knew that in less than half a minute, his domain of law would collapse. Mangang seemed to remember something, and his face became extremely ugly. This is bad, it's a poison miasma. Lin Moyu had read some materials about Area 699, but there was no information about a poison miasma inside. Yu Xu heard Mangang's words, and her face also changed. Why did we encounter a poison miasma? Wan Zhenhao and Rongji obviously didn't know what a poison miasma was and quickly asked, what is a poison miasma? Yu Xu grimaced and explained, normally, the toxicity of the Etherium, or Jintum stone is released slowly, and the toxicity is not strong. It just accumulates. Using a Kim, suppressing pill is enough to be safe. But when a poison miasma occurs, the toxicity of the Etherium or Jintum stone will erupt instantly. Think about it, what happens when toxicity that could be released over tens of thousands of years or longer erupts in the blink of an eye? You don't need to think to know, it's certain death for all things. The Kim, suppressing pill would have no effect at all. Rongja's face also turned ugly. So, we're dead for sure. Wan Zhenhao asked, can't the domain of law block it? Mangang shook his head. See for yourself. His domain of law was collapsing. Wan Zhenhao was scared silly, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked. The faces of the two were gloomy, and they kept muttering, we're dead this time. The spread of the powder was too fast, and in an instant, it had covered a starfield tens of millions of kilometers wide. With their speed, it was impossible to escape before the domain of law collapsed. Yu Xu and Mangang simultaneously looked at Lin Moyu. If anyone could save them now, it was probably only Lin Moyu. A light flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. The speed of the War King Pagoda was fast enough to take them away. But he wasn't sure if the War King Pagoda could withstand the highly toxic Etherium, or Jintum stone powder. If the War King Pagoda was damaged, he would be very reluctant. He had not yet reached the God King realm and could still fully utilize the power of the War King Pagoda. He couldn't let it be like the Chushan fortress, damaged before it was even used. Moreover, it was not yet a dead end. Lin Moyu showed no signs of worry at all. In fact, he could be said to be emotionless, still extremely calm. He did not sense the power of law in this Etherium or Jintum stone powder storm. The Etherium or Jintum stone was a pure poison, it could corrode laws, but as long as it didn't involve laws it wouldn't cause any harm to himself. Similarly, it wouldn't cause any harm to his domain of law. Lin Moyu did not disappoint Yu Qiu and Mangang. He deployed his own domain of law. A black, white, and green strange star rose from behind Lin Moyu, becoming extremely brilliant in the starry sky. His domain of law quickly occupied the starry sky, pushing away all the deadly poison caused by the poison miasma. The deadly poison powder was enough to corrode laws, but it had no effect at all on Lin Moyu's domain of law. This was the first time Mangang had seen Lin Moyu's domain of law. Although Lin Moyu had mentioned his laws during his self-introduction, his eyes widened now. What kind of law is this? Lin Moyu did not answer Mangang's question. Mangang also seemed to realize that he shouldn't have asked this question. Seeing that Lin Moyu said nothing, he also immediately shut his mouth. At this time, the faces of Wan Zhenhao and Rongji showed joy, as if they had survived a disaster. Yu Xu was also extremely curious about Lin Moyu's domain of law. Can it really block the poison miasma because that law is not afraid of deadly poison, or does it have other abilities? Yu Xu thought to herself. She had read a lot of documents in her family, and was very familiar with various laws, but she couldn't find any corresponding law like this. Yu Xu instinctively felt that the law Lin Moyu used was either not recorded in her family's documents, or those laws were extremely powerful, and she was not yet qualified to come into contact with them. Yu Xu's eyes were full of wonder. In her eyes, Lin Moyu became even more powerful and mysterious. At this time, Lin Moyu was not flustered at all, turning a blind eye to the deadly poison powder surrounding his domain of law. As expected, without law, the deadly poison is nothing to be afraid of. It's just that the intelligence of the Kim devouring beasts is stronger than I imagine. Things are getting tricky. That half-head guy wasn't just hiding here, He was deliberately released from me by the Kim devouring beasts. There must be a way of communication between them. My combat power has been exposed to them, so they want to use another method to kill me. That half, the id cultivator. When we entered the Etherium area, they detonated the Aetherium Argentum stone, using the form of a poison miasma to kill me. And to be safe, they guided us along the way. No wonder we were always a step too late every time. So I can deduce that the swarm of Kim, devouring beasts, should still have many cultivators in their hands. The intelligent swarm of Kim, devouring beasts, will not kill indiscriminately, but kill reasonably and usefully. They caused abnormalities to attract people from various tribes to the rescue, and eventually, they will also attract the army. If they cause another poison miasma, then Lin Moyu pondered, and the whole matter was gradually deduced. At the same time, a bad feeling rose in his heart. If his speculation became true, when the tribes and the army entered, it would definitely cause great losses. The poison miasma was not difficult to solve, but it was very troublesome. Even a god lord, if caught off guard, could only save a few people. What on earth do these guys want to do? Lin Moyu didn't care about the casualties of other races. If they died, they died. Especially the enemy races. The more that died, the better. But if the human army eventually entered, then it wouldn't be good. The human race was fully prepared this time and was very likely to win the conflict. The first thing was to rush him first. At this point, his promotion mission was meaningless. Having figured out the cause and effect, Lin Moyu also knew what he should do. His eyes swept over Mengang and Yu Xiu's group, and he said in a low voice, "Mengang, let's go." Mengang had long wanted to go. Although protected by the domain of law, the outside was full of deadly poison. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. But when Lin Moyu said to leave, he didn't know where to go. Lin Moyu supported the domain of law, and quickly led them out. After flying for more than 10 million kilometers, they finally left the range of the poison powder. At this time, Lin Moyu withdrew his domain of law, took out the War King Pagoda, and entered. No one dared to violate his command, nor did they dare to ask why. At this time, Lin Moyu's expression was serious and dignified, and everyone also knew that the matter was very serious. The War King Pagoda started, carrying them towards the distance, and disappeared into the starry sky in a flash. After they left, pairs of eyes lit up in the deadly poison powder, emitting a blue-green light. Hidden within the deadly poison powder were Kim devouring beasts. On the head of one of the larger Kim devouring beasts was the palm-sized soul of a Kim devouring beast. It looked in the direction where Lin Moyu's group had left, and slowly opened its mouth. "Master, that person is not afraid of the poison miasma. He has left. We don't need to act anymore." After speaking, it seemed to be listening to something. After a dozen seconds, it spoke again. "I understand." As it spoke, it emitted a sound from its soul, and all the Kim devouring beasts left the deadly poison powder and flew in the other direction. The speed of the War King Pagoda was extremely fast. After flying for nearly half a day, they arrived at the position where they had entered. At the border of Area 699, this was the end of the green light. An invisible barrier blocked the way. If there was an exit, it would only be in this area. But now this area was very quiet, with nothing. Meng Gang's face was not good. "Captain, we can't get out for now." Lin Moyu nodded. "I know. The mission has had some changes. Leave the next thing to me. You guys stay here and wait for me." Yu Xiu cried out in fear. What are you going to do?" There were two meanings in her words. One was, what would Lin Moyu do on his own mission? Would he be in danger? The other was, leaving them here, what if the swarm of Kim devouring beasts came? They should do what? Relying on Mangang alone, they would probably be dead for sure. At this moment, Mangang could be said to have no confidence in himself at all. What happened this time was too terrifying, completely different from when he came before. Naturally, Lin Moyu understood the meaning in Yu Xiu's words. "I'm just speculating, and I haven't confirmed anything yet, so I can't tell you. As for your safety, with them here, as long as you don't run around, you'll be fine." Lin Moyu's mind moved slightly, and 100 skeleton god generals appeared around everyone, protecting them from all directions. The 100 skeleton god generals were like a tranquilizer, immediately reassuring people a lot. With their protection, basically, nothing would happen. However, Lin Moyu was still not at ease in his heart. After all, he was the captain, and the safety of his team members had to be guaranteed. He thought for a moment, and summoned another 100 skeleton god generals. The 200 skeleton god generals formed layers of encirclement, protecting the four of them, Mengang included. Yuju's eyes lit up. She had originally thought that Lin Moyu having 100 skeleton guy generals was his limit, but she didn't expect it to be far from it. It seemed that 200 was not his limit either. So many puppets, where did he get them? Did he find some ancient ruins? These skeletons don't look like puppets from our human race. So mysterious. Yuju was full of interest in Lin Moyu, very much wanting to find out the truth. Lin Moyu said, with their protection, safety is not a problem. You guys wait here. As long as they are immortal, it means I am still alive. If I die, you'll have to fend for yourselves. Manga nodded. He understood that Lin Moyu wanted to go on the mission alone. They were all burdens. Thinking about it, if it weren't for Lin Moyu's protection along the way, they would probably have died long ago. Manga asked a question. If an exit appears, should we leave first? Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and shook his head. If there is no danger and just an exit appears, you shouldn't do anything. Wait for me to come back. If I'm dead and an exit appears, you can go out. Lin Moyu was not very clear about the situation outside. What if there was a chaotic battle outside? If they went out and didn't understand what was happening, they might accidentally become cannon fodder. And where would they end up after leaving from here? It was hard to say. What if they entered the territory of an enemy race? It would be the same, a dead end. Manga nodded. I understand. Captain, be careful. Yuju also immediately replied, you must be careful. I'm still waiting to trade with you. Lin Moyu held the people finding array disk but did not activate it. After leaving Manga and the others, the people finding array disk returned to his hand. It could not only find people, but also point in a direction. Lin Moyu had a vague guess in his heart. He thought that the cultivators of the human race, and even the cultivators of other races, were actually not dead. If the Kim-devouring beasts had no intelligence, then these people would surely be dead without a doubt. When the Kim-devouring beasts swarmed past, they would not leave a single survivor. But once they had intelligence, especially intelligence that was not weak, and even knew how to set traps and launch surprise attacks, then the missing human cultivators might have a chance of survival. It was just that he didn't know what those Kim-devouring beasts ultimately wanted to do. Based on the current situation, he couldn't analyze it further. Lin Moyu flew towards the center. If the Kim-devouring beasts were really preparing something, it would definitely be in the central area. That place had the most Etherium and the most Etherium, Argentum stone. For the Kim-devouring beasts, that was the best place. He continuously thought about the materials related to the Kim-devouring beasts, gathering everything he knew. The information Yuju and Manga said, all gathered together. No one knew where the Kim-devouring beasts came from. Every time they appeared suddenly and disappeared strangely. But some people speculated that it was related to the central Etherium essence. If the Kim-devouring beasts were really related to the Etherium essence, then the most likely place for them to exist now was there. Lin Moyu sat in the War King Pagoda, flying at high speed. After half a day, he saw the Etherium, Argentum stone formed after the poison miasma in the area covered by the powder. This vast area covered millions of kilometers, and had become a land of death. Even with a Kim-suppressing pill, one could not survive entering it. Even a level 3 Gaging couldn't last long. The probability of a poison miasma occurring was very low, but once it happened, you could only wait for it to dissipate on its own. There was no other way. The whole process could last for hundreds of years. During this period, this area became a forbidden land for life. The forbidden land of life was only for others. For Lin Moyu, it was completely ignored this time. He didn't even bother to open his domain of law and just flew quickly through the poison miasma area. The powder was pushed away and did not cause any damage to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked around, his heart moved slightly, and his fingers emitted a faint light. The eyes of the undead, millions of meters long, appeared in the starry sky. A star-level spell. He hadn't used the spell, the eyes of the undead, for a long time because the enemies he faced were too strong, and the eyes of the undead did not have the power increase of a multicast spell, so its weakness of insufficient power was exposed. Later, Lin Moyu only used it to support attacks and no longer regarded it as a main attack method. However, the coverage of the eyes of the undead was not something a skeleton god general could compare to. Even if not used to fight enemies, using it for observation was a good method. Connecting to the perspective of the eyes of the undead, Lin Moyu observed the starry sky within a range of millions of kilometers. It was quiet. Other than the deadly poison powder, there was nothing else. They're gone. Lin Moyu whispered. He had long discovered the swarm of Kim-devouring beasts hiding in the deadly poison powder, but at that time, he only wanted to take Manga and the others away, so he didn't attack them. Moreover, at that time, Although the swarm of Kim, devouring beast was hiding and half encircling him, they did not take the initiative to attack. Perhaps they wanted to see him poisoned to death. But unfortunately, they were disappointed. Now he was back, and the swarm of Kim devouring beasts had also disappeared. It seemed they had left. Lin Moyu thought to himself, if the swarm of Kim devouring beasts was gone, then there was no need to waste any more time. A halo of law light speed appeared at his feet. Lin Moyu flew towards the central area at a speed of 30,000 Qs. He had reached the Ethereum area, where fragments of refined metal flew randomly in the starry sky, like cannonballs. At the same time, there were also Ethereum Argentum stone rocks like stars flying randomly with the Ethereum. The Ethereum Argentum stone was not only poisonous, but also extremely hard. The closer he got to the central area, the denser the Ethereum Argentum stone became. It was not suitable to use the War King Pagoda to fly here. Lin Moyu could only fly with his body. Although his speed was not as fast as the War King Pagoda, his flexibility was completely superior. Moreover, Lin Moyu's body was very strong, so even if there was a collision, it would not cause significant damage. Beside Lin Moyu, a skeleton god general followed him closely. Lin Moyu occasionally connected to the vision of the skeleton god general, using the undead perspective to check the surrounding situation. After flying for half a day, Lin Moyu vaguely felt something was wrong in his heart. It was too quiet. Here, besides the whistling of the Ethereum fragments and Ethereum Argentum stone, there was nothing else. There were no kin devouring beasts, nor were there cultivators of any race. According to the materials, in the Ethereum area, the number of collectors was not small. Cultivators of various races often had conflicts here, but now he had flown for half a day at a speed of 30,000 km per second, covering more than 1 billion km. A distance of 1 billion km was nothing compared to the scale of a great world, but it was comparable to the diameter of a small star system. Not encountering any living creature of any race over such a distance was in itself very abnormal. Lin Moyu took out the people finding array disk and activated it. The array disk shone with a brilliant light, flickered a few times, and then went out. No directional arrow appeared. Within a range of millions of kilometers around, there were no surviving human cultivators. His situation was different from before. Before, he could always find a few human cultivators, even though they were dead when he arrived. The previous observations further confirmed Lin Moyu's speculation. He could find human cultivators before because the Kim devouring beasts were leading them into the poison miasma area, but now it seemed unnecessary. Lin Moyu kept the people finding array disk open and continued to fly towards the central area. The materials said that the area where Ethereum appeared had a diameter of about 600 billion km. At my speed, it would take about 30 days to fly through. This speed was really a bit too slow. 30 days was too long. He didn't know what would happen outside. Lin Moyu was a bit helpless. His speed was already very fast for the true god realm. Even a peak true god, unless they had mastered speed-related laws, would only be slower. So it wasn't that his speed was slow, but that the starry sky was too vast. Suppressing the anxiety in his heart, he could only fly at full speed now. There was no other way. Lin Moyu ignored the Ethereum and Ethereum Argentum stone, flying straight towards the central area like a stream of light. He occasionally connected to the vision of the skeleton god, general, to observe the surrounding situation. As he went deeper, the density of Ethereum and Ethereum Argentum stone increased. This caused Lin Moyu's speed to gradually decrease. To maintain his speed, a few more skeleton god generals appeared beside him. The skeleton god generals held bone swords and used sword kai to open a path, forcefully cutting a straight path for Lin Moyu. In 5 days, they had flown more than 100 billion kilometers. During this time, the people finding array disk still had no reaction. This made Lin Moyu even more certain that if those cultivators were not all killed, they were imprisoned. If they were all killed, it would be easier to handle. He just needed to find and destroy as many Kim devouring beasts as possible. But if they were imprisoned, this would become a headache. Lin Moyu habitually connected to the vision of the skeleton god general once again. Suddenly, he let out a soft cry of surprise because he had seen the flame of a soul. The deep blue light was like the ocean, with waves riding one after another. The vision was seriously affected, and the visible distance became very short. With the eyesight of the true god realm, the farthest visible distance was only 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers was too short. The flight speed of the Ethereum was astonishingly fast. 1,000 kilometers was a matter of a blink of an eye. Not even needing a blink. The soul was also affected by the Ethereum Argentum stone and could not sense the surroundings. The toxicity of the Ethereum Argentum stone increased, and it could even poison the soul. Although Lin Moyu was not afraid of toxins, His soul's sensing ability was still not as good as the undead vision of the skeleton god general. In these few days, Lin Moyu connected to the undead vision more and more frequently. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. But now, in the undead vision, he saw a flickering flame. In the undead vision of the skeleton god general, the soul was like a constantly dancing flame, just like the flame in the eye sockets of a skeleton. Even in death, as long as the soul existed, the flame would still be present. This time, Lin Moyu saw a cluster of flames. It was a cluster of 23 soul flames. This showed that there were 23 living beings who were not yet dead. And outside this cluster of flames were countless other small sparks. These sparks could be scattered or gathered in groups. Without looking closely, Lin Moyu understood the situation. Someone was surrounded by a swarm of devouring beasts. But the people finding a ray disc had no reaction, which meant they were not from the human race. While Lin Moyu was observing, a soul flame was extinguished. Someone was killed. The remaining 22 people seemed to huddle closer together, contracting into a group. The encirclement of the devouring beasts also became tighter. Lin Moyu knew that their time was running out. He immediately flew over. Although the other party was not from the human race, and he had no intention of saving them, encountering living beings was an opportunity to get more information. The distance of 1,000,000 kilometers took less than a minute. Lin Moyu had arrived. The devouring beasts discovered Lin Moyu from a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers, and waves of attacks came. The dark green light beams were covered with mottled points of light, carrying the deadly poison of the Etherium, or Jintum stone. When the devouring beasts attacked, Lin Moyu also acted. White light flashed beside him, and 1,000 skeleton god generals appeared from nowhere, wielding swords and shields, and charged into battle. The combat power of the skeleton god generals had reached level 2 God King. Against ordinary devouring beasts, it was truly a massacre. Sword Kai tore through the starry sky, and rows of devouring beasts were slain on the spot, leaving behind pieces of extremely pure Etherium in the starry sky. In the undead vision, many soul flames were extinguished. The devouring beasts used the green light of the Etherium to hide themselves, which could avoid the eyes of others and soul perception, but they could not escape the undead vision. With the skeleton god generals charging into the battle, the situation quickly became one-sided. Lin Moyu followed behind and saw the people surrounded by the devouring beasts, the Golden Eagle clan. Seeing each member of the Golden Eagle clan with wings and their whole bodies glittering with golden light, a murderous intent flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. The Golden Eagle clan and the human race were mortal enemies, no different from the demon race. In the years of invading the human race, the Golden Eagle clan had caused losses to the human race no less than the demon race, and were even more cruel. The Golden Eagle clan had once declared that the human race was just their food. Entire living planets, entire living star systems, billions of humans had become their food. They even raised humans, completely treating them as food. Later, Xiao Jiantian rose up, counter-attacked, and massacred, not only repelling the Golden Eagle clan but also slaughtering countless members of their clan. It was said that year, Xiao Jiantian single-handedly entered the ancestral land of the Golden Eagle clan and killed until blood flowed like a river. After that event, the Golden Eagle clan retreated behind the scenes for thousands of years, even shrinking back, and not showing themselves. However, why Xiao Jiantian did not completely wipe out the Golden Eagle clan back then, Lin Moyu did not know. The blood feud between the two sides could not be erased. Among the 22 members of the Golden Eagle clan, the strongest was a level 2 God King. But he was heavily injured, with only one wing left. The rest were a level 1 God King and others were all in the true God realm. Their auras from the previous battle had not yet dissipated. Lin Moyu could easily sense the opponent's realm. The soul was too sensitive. This was not difficult for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's eyes were cold, hiding a murderous intent. When the members of the Golden Eagle clan saw Lin Moyu, each of them was surprised. Seeing the skeleton god generals slaughtering the devouring beasts, they really couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't believe that Lin Moyu had come to save them. If the devouring beasts were wolves, then Lin Moyu was a tiger. The future was bleak, with no light. Death was certain. Although the skeleton god generals were in a great battle with the devouring beasts, it was clear that they were not giving them any way out. Escaping was impossible. A few devouring beasts charged out. Compared to the ordinary ones, they were a circle larger and exuded the aura of a god king. Level 1 god king, elite devouring beasts. Before, in the corridor, Lin Moyu had met elite members of the devouring beasts, but at that time, it was just a fight and he couldn't see their appearance clearly. Now was the first time he had met them face to face. The scales of the elite Kim devouring beasts emitted a faint green light. Not only were they a circle larger, but there were also some golden, silver points of light on their scales. Just from their appearance, the elite Kim devouring beasts looked stronger than the ordinary ones. However, even as a level 1 god king, facing a skeleton god general, there was only one result: death. With just a glance, dozens of sword kai beams cut through the starry sky, and the few elite Kim devouring beasts were immediately decapitated, their bodies torn apart by the sword kai. The bodies of the elite Kim devouring beasts disintegrated, and pure pieces of etherium appeared in the starry sky. At this time, Lin Moyu saw 5 larger Kim devouring beasts appear in the starry sky. These Kim devouring beasts were larger than the elite ones, their scales were thicker, and the golden, silver metal points of light on their scales were more numerous. Captain level Kim devouring beasts, level 2 god king. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't care about these 5 captain level Kim devouring beasts. His eyes were focused on the head of the Kim devouring beast in the middle. On its head sat a small Kim devouring beast. The small Kim devouring beast was only the size of a palm, existing in the form of a soul, with its soul eyes looking at Lin Moyu with interest. In its eyes, Lin Moyu saw curiosity and vigilance. Then it emitted a soul sound, the echo like the roar of a giant beast, spreading throughout the starry sky. The Kim devouring beasts that were fighting fiercely with the skeleton god generals turned their heads and disappeared into the starry sky. The captain level Kim devouring beasts, as well as the palm-sized soul of the Kim devouring beast, also disappeared without a trace. The green light of the etherium was the flight medium of the Kim devouring beasts. Under this green light, they could attack or retreat freely, and even had the ability to appear and disappear magically. If they wanted to run, it was very difficult to catch them. That small Kim devouring beast with a soul made Lin Moyu feel surprise. It had intelligence. Were the traps set by it? The swarm of Kim devouring beasts was clearly obeying its orders. Lin Moyu thought to himself, he didn't see this the first time he met it, but now it seemed he had missed it back then. After thinking for 2 seconds, Lin Moyu temporarily put it aside. Having dealt with the Kim devouring beasts, it was now time to deal with the Golden Eagle clan. The members of the Golden Eagle clan huddled together, despair enveloping them. Lin Moyu was too strong, and those skeletons were terrifying. After the Kim devouring beasts retreated, the skeleton god generals quickly surrounded the Golden Eagle clan. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. He didn't use the space-locking pearl anymore because in the range of the etherium's light, the space appeared like ripples, not stable. All kinds of teleportation items lost their original effect, creating an effect similar to the space-locking pearl. This was also the reason why they couldn't escape. The Golden Eagle clan's god king with the broken wing was about to speak, but was interrupted by a sharp sword light. A skeleton god general launched a fatal attack. The expression of the Golden Eagle god king changed. His domain of law opened, his soul jumped out, and the feathers all over his body fell off, merging into the domain of law. The feathers turned into a shield, greatly increasing the intensity of the domain of law. The sword kai of the skeleton god general fell on the domain of law, and the sound of forging iron echoed throughout the starry sky. The terrifying power of the sword kai made the domain of law shake violently. The Golden Eagle god king shouted, "I can tell you news about the Kim devouring beasts." His voice echoed and reached Lin Moyu's ears. Use arrow up and arrow down to select a turn, enter to jump to it, and escape to return to the chest. Lin Moyu shook his head and chuckled. I don't trust the words of the living. Don't trust the living. What does that mean? Does he trust the dead instead? At this point, the Golden Eagle god king knew Lin Moyu wouldn't spare him. He roared and charged forward. If this was the case, his only option was to break through the encirclement. Success was uncertain, but he had to try. After all, he was a second-tier god king. If he fought with his life on the line, he still had a chance. A cold glint flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. Impossible. With a thought, tens of thousands more skeleton divine generals appeared in the void, sealing off every possible escape route. Despair filled the Golden Eagle god king's heart. Over 10,000 skeleton divine generals, there was no chance left. A torrent of sword ki swept out, and his blood domain shattered under the storm of attacks. The 22 Golden Eagle clansmen were simultaneously engulfed by the sword ki, reduced to minced meat. If Lin Moyu hadn't held back, not even minced meat would have remained. He recalled most of the skeleton divine generals, leaving only 100 to stand guard. One of them flew back carrying a pile of mangled flesh, the remains of the Golden Eagle clansmen killed earlier by the metal devouring beast. It wasn't much, but for Lin Moyu it was enough. Looking at the floating remains, Lin Moyu waved his hand, and a silver undead flame ignited in the void. In the deep blue expanse, a patch of silver fire flickered. Flesh and blood regenerated, souls were reformed, and the Golden Eagle clansmen who had just died were revived one by one. After their revival, they knelt respectfully before Lin Moyu, becoming his resurrected. They retained their memories from when they were alive, but now they were utterly loyal to him. The newly revived Gawking finally understood what not trusting the words of the living meant. With a spell like this, why would anyone need to trade for information? Lin Moyu looked at the Golden Eagle Gawking. Now you can speak. As you command. Now resurrected, the Golden Eagle Gawking could not defy Lin Moyu's orders. He immediately recounted everything he knew. From his account, Lin Moyu pieced together the overall situation. This Gawking had been in the deeper regions collecting meter Kim, even hoping to find meter Kim essence to strengthen his soul. Everyone knew that the essence could only be found in the core of a meter Kim star, and those stars only existed in the deepest parts of the region. He had gathered enough meter Kim, and was about to venture deeper when he witnessed a massive swarm of metal-devouring beasts, over 10,000 of them, fly out of a meter Kim star. There were many other professionals nearby at the time. The moment the beasts appeared, they began a relentless slaughter. They had no specific targets. Any living creature was their prey. The Golden Eagle Gawking was no exception. The beasts were fast, but the Golden Eagle clan was also a race known for its speed, not inferior in the slightest. He fled desperately, relying on his innate talents to escape numerous pursuits. During his escape, he witnessed countless scenes of despair. It wasn't just one meter Kim star. Nearly every star released a swarm of over 10,000 beasts. He estimated that at least 50,000 metal-devouring beasts had been mobilized, an unprecedented event. Realizing the situation was abnormal, he began to gather his clansmen to flee together. The beasts pursued them relentlessly, and their numbers dwindled as his clansmen fell one by one. From an initial group of over 100, only 20 who remained. Their team originally had 5 second-tier Gawkings. Now, he was the only one left. After hearing the story, Lin Moyu had a much deeper understanding of the metal-devouring beast incident. This was an unprecedented large-scale attack, involving at least 50,000 beasts. And that was only what the Golden Eagle Gawking had seen. The true number could be even greater. Lin Moyu speculated that the total number might exceed 100,000. For every 10,000 metal-devouring beasts, a Beast King was born. A Beast King's combat power was equivalent to a 4th-tier Gawking. But with 100,000 beasts, would an even stronger Beast King emerge? And what would its combat power be? Furthermore, there was an even more serious problem. Intelligent individuals had appeared among the beasts. Once they gained intelligence, their combat power could multiply. Combined with the special environment here, if the military were to enter, a single misstep could lead to heavy losses. Unfortunately, the Golden Eagle Gawking was too busy fleeing to notice whether the captured individuals were killed or taken away. But after so much time, even if they were captured, their chances of survival were slim. Lin Moyu put that thought aside and issued an order. You all, search the outer areas for any surviving humans. Do not harm them. Report any news to me immediately. As for you, Lin Moyu looked at the Golden Eagle Gawking. Take me to the central region. The Golden Eagle clan's talent was speed. Their swiftness was comparable to flying artifacts. A second-tier Gawking of their clan could reach speeds of at least 80,000 kilometers per second. Perhaps even faster. Moreover, they were both fast and agile, making them the perfect mounts. With him as a mount, Lin Moyu could save half the travel time. The resurrected could not disobey his command. The Gawking immediately flew beneath Lin Moyu's feet. The other Golden Eagle clansmen quickly dispersed, heading toward the outer regions. A streak of golden light, like a bolt of lightning, shot toward the central area. The Golden Eagle Gawking had just escaped from within, and now he was forced to return. The Golden Eagle clan could rely on their speed to escape. The human race was no weaker. Though not specializing in speed, they had other artifacts and methods. There were likely survivors. What is the purpose of the metal-devouring beasts this time? It's strange, Lin Moyu mused. He had a vague feeling that this attack was not as simple as it seemed. There might be a hidden secret within. The golden light tore through the deep blue void. The blue hue grew darker, and visibility gradually decreased. The Golden Eagle Gawking carried Lin Moyu into the heart of the Meter Kim region, like a stone dropped into the ocean, creating only the faintest of ripples. Soon, a deep blue light shone from a distance, like the glow of a star, bringing a faint warmth. A dark blue Meter Kim star appeared in his vision. It wasn't the brilliant light of a blue flame star but had its own unique color. At that moment, a light smoke rose from the Golden Eagle Gawking's body, as if he were bathing in a sea of fire. His feathers sizzled. The toxin. Lin Moyu was slightly startled. The toxicity of the accompanying war was much stronger here, just shy of a full-blown toxic burst. This proved that the Meteor Kim star before them contained an immense amount of high-purity ore. This level of toxin could cause a tingling sensation on Lin Moyu's skin. Even a Gaiking wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes. If this star were to detonate in a toxic burst, he estimated a Gaiking would be instantly poisoned to death. No pill, not even the metal suppression pill, would be effective. The blast radius would cover at least 100 million kilometers. No matter how many troops the army sent, they would all perish. After all, the strongest who could enter this area were only third-tier Gaikings. This place was a death trap with no escape. The golden eagle Gaiking plucked a golden feather. It exploded, transforming into a stream of golden light that enveloped his body. His form grew brighter, repelling the toxin. Every race had its own methods. The human race's metal suppression pill was just one of many. The golden eagle Gaiking said, "This is where I encountered that swarm of metal-devouring beasts." Lin Moyu nodded, and looked down at the personal finding formation disc. It showed no reaction. He tapped his finger lightly, and 100,000-meter-wide undead eye appeared in the void. Through its vision, he still found nothing. There were no metal-devouring beasts here, nor any other living creatures. However, he did make a discovery. Through the undead eye, Lin Moyu saw countless holes on the surface of the Meteor Kim star. On his command, the golden eagle Gaiking landed on the nearest star. The holes were numerous, scattered all over. Lin Moyu could imagine the beasts crawling out from these openings. The holes reeked not only of Meteor Kim, but also of the ore's toxin, which grew denser the deeper he looked. Peering into a hole, his vision caught an unusual color. Meteor Kim essence. The record stated that the core of a Meteor Kim star would produce the essence. It wasn't a material, but an elixir that could enhance the soul's defensive capabilities, crucial for soul's safety. Lin Moyu had originally planned to collect some after completing his mission. "Wait for me here," Lin Moyu ordered, then flew directly into a hole, heading toward the star's interior. At the edge of Area 699, Mengang and the other three waited quietly. They were surrounded by skeleton divine generals, providing them with tight protection. With this defense, they wouldn't have to worry too much even if they encountered a swarm of metal-devouring beasts. Yushu's expression was serious. She stood straight, staring in the direction Lin Moyu had left, as if trying to see through 100 million miles of space to find him. She murmured, "I wonder if Captain Lin will encounter the beasts." She had intended to call him by his name, but at the last moment, she changed it to Captain. After all, they were still on a mission, and some rules couldn't be broken. Once the mission was over, she could call him whatever she wanted. Mengang said in a low voice, "The captain should be fine. After all, the skeletons are still here." Yushu blinked. "Officer Men, have you ever heard of a puppet that dies when its master dies?" Mengang pondered for a few seconds and then shook his head. "Never." His answer was within Yushu's expectations. Having grown up in her family clan, which had a long history and vast records, she had read extensively since she was a child. If such a puppet existed, it was impossible she wouldn't have heard of it. If it's not a puppet. Yushu suddenly thought of a possibility, and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be a spell? A summoning spell? Is there a summoning spell this powerful? It seems our human race isn't proficient in summoning. Even the spirit clan, who are experts, aren't this strong. While Yushu was lost in thought, the space in the distance suddenly fluctuated violently. The spatial ripple immediately caught their attention. They saw a passage open a few thousand kilometers away. Then, a team charged out. After emerging, they immediately formed a square formation in the void, guarding all directions. This alone showed their strict discipline. Mangang's face lit up. "It's our human race's army." A square formation consisted of 10,000 soldiers. From Mangang's knowledge of the military, this formation had a total of 10 squads, each with a captain and a vice-captain, both at the Gaiking realm. The squad members were at least 8th-tier true gods. Each 10,000, and formation also had a commander, the strongest in the unit. To become a commander, combat power, not cultivation realm, was the most important factor. These were all geniuses capable of fighting across realms. Even a second-tier Gaiking commander could possess the combat power of a 4th-tier Gaiking. Seeing the army, Mengang immediately relaxed. Wen Zhenhao and Ramji behind him also breathed a sigh of relief. "They're finally here," they said in unison. "Yes, they're finally here," Mengang echoed. Coming from a military background, they had an inexplicable trust in the army. Now that the army had arrived, there was nothing to worry about. Yushi's beautiful eyes flickered as she remembered what Lin Moyu had said before leaving. She whispered, "He was right. Lin Moyu had made several predictions, one of which was the possibility of the army entering. At this moment, Mengang stood up and flew toward the square formation. Yuji remained still and reminded him, "Don't forget what the captain said." Mengang paused slightly. "You know." Dressed in his military uniform and exuding the aura of a Gokking, he approached. The commander of the formation immediately came forward to inquire about the situation. Mengang didn't know much, only relaying what he had seen and heard since entering, including some of Lin Moyu's instructions. A moment later, Mengang flew back. Wang Zhenhao and Rongji immediately asked, "Boss, what did they say?" When they were alone, they called Mengang boss. Mengang said, "I told them the situation and relayed the captain's instructions." Yu Shu chuckled softly. "They won't listen." Mengang nodded. "You're right, they won't. That's just how the army is." Mengang had known this for a long time. Lin Moyu had also predicted it. At the time, Lin Moyu had said that he only needed to pass on the message, whether they listened was their business. Yu Shu said, "According to the captain, if the metal-devouring beasts have really set up a trap, a single toxic burst would be enough to kill them all." Mengang knew how deadly a toxic burst was, but he felt helpless. His words carried no weight. Yu Shu said, "In any case, we're not going. As long as the skeletons are not dead, we're not moving." She chose to trust Lin Moyu. Wen Chenhao and Rongji looked at Mengang. "Boss, what do you think?" Seeing their tense expressions, it was clear they would follow his lead. Mengang was now faced with two choices: follow the army or listen to Lin Moyu and wait here. He had great faith in the army, anyone from a military background did. But he also trusted Lin Moyu, who had saved his life several times. Just as he was struggling to decide, Yu Shu's voice came from the side, "Think about the toxic burst." Suddenly, Mengang had an epiphany. He believed the army had ways to deal with a toxic burst, but why should he risk it? For now, it seemed much safer here. Mengang made his decision. "We're not going. We'll wait here." Wang Zhenhao and Rongji chose to trust him. After resting for half an hour, the army began to move. A third-tier Gokking level warship appeared in the void. The 10,000 An formation quickly boarded, and the warship flew toward the Meter Kim region. The military's warship was incredibly fast, not much slower than the Battle King Tower, and it would reach the corresponding area in a short time. Mengang watched it leave, but ultimately, he sat down and waited. Not long after, another spatial fluctuation came from a different direction, a few thousand kilometers away. The four of them turned their heads simultaneously. A similar team charged in from the outside. This time, it was the Demon Clan. They were also in military attire. The four of them paled. Yu Shu's beautiful face turned slightly white. "It's the Demon Clan." Without thinking, an item resembling a formation disc appeared in her hand. A long sword appeared in Mengang's hand. "This is not good," he said in a low voice. Weapons also appeared in Wang Zhenhao's and Rongji's hands. As soldiers, they were not afraid of battle. About 5,000 demon troops charged in, complete with captains and a commander. The captains were Gokkings, and the commander was even stronger. The demons did not form a square formation. Although they were all demons, they came from different demon races. Their body shapes and sizes were completely different. Some had wings, some had 4 limbs, some had 6. Some were 10 meters tall, while others were less than a meter. With such a bizarrely shaped team, it was impossible to form a square formation. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Mengang's group and charged at them, bearing their fangs and claws. The void was vast, with nowhere to hide. Mengang's group knew this. Although their faces were grim, they were not in despair. The skeleton divine generals were not just for decoration. Sure enough, when the distance between the two sides was only 1,000 kilometers, the skeleton divine generals acted first. A terrifyingly sharp sword key seemed to tear the void apart. Over 100 streaks of sword key swept across, and the demons at the front were instantly killed. Their bodies were engulfed by the sword kite and annihilated, not even a speck of dust remaining. The demons behind them were startled. They hadn't expected these skeletons to be so powerful. But they had no time to think. Once the skeleton divine generals attacked, they would not stop until the enemy was dead. 100 skeleton divine generals charged out, forming a battle formation. Their sword kai intertwined like a dense net. Their Gokking level puppets. A demon screamed. "Warships! Release the warships!" While screaming, the demons opened their law domains, hoping to hold on for a little longer. But the skeleton divine generals' attacks were too powerful. Their law domains were torn apart like paper, and another group of demons died on the spot. After unleashing their sword K, The 100 skeleton divine generals quickly charged into the midst of the demons. Like wolves among sheep. Terrifying sword Kai erupted. The demons were only 8th tier true gods. Facing 2nd tier gawking skeleton divine generals, they had no ability to resist whatsoever. The 4, Manga and his group, watched in stunned silence. Their understanding of the skeleton divine generals once again broadened. At this moment, a light flashed among the demons. 2 massive warships appeared. One was entirely black, covered in sharp spikes. The other glowed with an inky light and was shrouded in abyssal flames. The demon clan's warships. Weapons of war. The appearance of the warships made the 4 of them anxious again. The demon clan's warships were extremely powerful, no weaker than the human races. After the warships appeared, the demons flew into them one after another. They no longer fought the skeleton divine generals but used the warships to contend with them. The skeletons and the warships clashed. Sword Ki striking the warships could only create minor, insignificant wounds. The demon clan's warships had extremely strong defenses, and their attacks were also extremely powerful. Each attack could injure a skeleton divine general. The 4 of them looked grim again, clutching their weapons tightly. If the skeleton divine generals couldn't handle the warships, they were in trouble. Suddenly, a white light emanated from the skeleton divine generals, and the wounds they had just sustained were quickly healed. The 4 turned their heads and only then noticed a strange existence among the skeletons. This being had been silent, so they had overlooked it before. It was a lich general. Although its combat power was not as good as a skeleton divine general, it had the ability to enhance and heal. With it, the combat power of the undead army increased significantly. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate, either able to gain the upper hand. But Mengang's group knew they were safe for now. Mengang said, "If I'm not mistaken, they will retreat soon. After all, the demon clan's army has a mission here. They won't waste too much time on us. Killing a few humans is not that important." Sure enough, just as Mengang had predicted, after half an hour of fighting, the 2 demon clan warships suddenly changed direction and flew deeper into the void. A great battle ended without a result. The demon clan had lost over 1,000 soldiers. Of the 5,000 demons that entered, a fifth were gone in an instant. In this battle, Mengang's group had won. As the demons left, Mengang's group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yushu's eyes sparkled. The skeleton divine general's combat power was so strong that it made her even more interested in Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu, bathed in the blue light, entered the deepest part of the meter Kim star. It was a spacious area, filled with blue light that held a hint of purple. Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness returning. He had been aware of the arrival of the human army and the battle between his skeletons and the demon clan through his connection to the generals. It seems the situation outside has changed. A fight must have broken out. I need to speed up. He looked at the blue-purple area, thinking it must be where the metal-devouring beasts usually rested. But then he felt something was off. If they really lived inside the star, why hadn't the people who came here every day to search for the essence discovered them? The records never mentioned this. Their appearance and disappearance were not documented, but their presence was undeniable here. Lin Moyu was certain this was where they had emerged. However, the space, while not small, seemed too small to hold 10,000 of them, even if they were packed together. How strange. Lin Moyu had many unresolved questions. At that moment, a streak of purple light flashed by. He reached out with 2 fingers and caught it. It was a thread thinner than a hair, with purple light rippling along it like a wave. Is this meter Kim essence? He thought. His soul took a gentle breath, and the purple light was instantly drawn in. A feeling of comfort spread through his soul. Lin Moyu felt his soul become slightly stronger. It really is meter Kim essence. The essence danced in the small cave-like beautiful ballerinas, trailing purple light. The records only mentioned its miraculous effects on strengthening the soul's defense, not its specific form. Now Lin Moyu knew it existed as threads. Unfortunately, there wasn't much left, less than 100 strands. Most of it must have been eaten by the metal-devouring beasts. Lin Moyu couldn't help but think of the palm-sized soul of the intelligent beast. It must have eaten a lot of it. Did the beasts gain intelligence because of the meter Kim essence? Although there were countless treasures in the great world, those that could directly affect the soul were few. Meter Kim essence was one of them, but it was only supposed to strengthen the soul's defense. Lin Moyu considered a possibility. What if the records are incomplete? What if the essence can also awaken intelligence? For cultivators like them who were already intelligent, even if the essence had this ability, it wouldn't be noticed. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He reached out his hand, and the remaining 100 strands of essence were all drawn into his palm. Every little bit counts. Lin Moyu wouldn't waste it. He turned and left the cave, leaping onto the back of the golden eagle gawking and continuing toward the central region. At the gawking's speed, it would take a few more days to reach the center. He had heard there was an extremely large meter Kim star there, but the records didn't describe its size in detail. Someone had once seen it from a distance, a colossal star accompanied by a terrifying toxin. Even the metal suppression pill couldn't grant immunity, and a third-tier gawking couldn't last long near it. Since the strongest who could enter this place were third-tier gawkings, it had become a mysterious region. Half a day later, outside the meter Kim region where the toxic burst had occurred, a human warship flew in from a distance and stopped in the void. After a few minutes, it changed course, bypassing the area covered by the toxic burst and entering from another side. 2 days later, a bright spot appeared in their vision. The spot was like a star, emitting a blue light. When he first saw it, Lin Moyu almost mistook it for the blue flame star he had seen before. This was the central meter Kim star, comparable in size to a main sequence star. It was called the meter Kim prime star. The name was given by the human race. Some speculated that all the meter Kim in this region originated from it. At a distance of several billion kilometers, he could already feel its presence and see it with the naked eye. This meant the scale of the meter Kim prime star was unimaginably large. Just as he saw it, the personnel finding formation disk, which had been silent for days, suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. Arrows appeared one after another. In an instant, the number of arrows exceeded 100. Then, more and more appeared, densely packed. The number of arrows reached over 1,000, all pointing in roughly the same direction. Each arrow represented a survivor. Over 1,000 survivors. Are they still resisting, or have they been captured? Based on the order in which the arrows appeared, they were not in the same place but were spread out over a certain distance. Separate confinement. What does that mean? Lin Moyu analyzed the frequency of the arrow's appearance. The Golden Eagle gawking speed was incredibly fast, nearly 100,000 kilometers per second. Even if the appearances were separated by only 0.1 seconds, the actual distance was significant. From the first arrow to the last, it took less than 2 seconds. This meant the distance between the closest and farthest survivor was about 200,000 kilometers. The situation was becoming strange. They were now near the center of Area 699. The deadly toxin was even more intense here. Without protective measures like the metal suppression pill, even a gawking would have a hard time surviving. Light smoke rose from the Golden Eagle gawking again. The golden light covering his body was rapidly fading. He took out another feather and activated it, reinforcing the golden light to resist the toxin. Lin Moyu felt a slight heat on his skin, as if being roasted over a fire. The toxin here was clearly far stronger than before. Given the intensity of the toxin, those human cultivators shouldn't have been able to endure for long. But after being captured by the beasts, a considerable amount of time had passed, and they were still alive. This was becoming more and more bizarre. What do the metal-devouring beasts want? Various suspicions arose in his mind, but in less than 2 minutes, Lin Moyu finally saw the people indicated by the formation disk. In the void, deep blue cages of light imprisoned cultivators of various races. They were all alive but had clearly lost consciousness. The void was filled with these cages, numbering over 10,000. The cages, formed from meter Kim, not only imprisoned the cultivators but also blocked the deadly toxin, preventing them from being killed by it. And meter Kim itself blocked the toxin. Lin Moyu was surprised. The ore was an accompaniment to the metal, but he had never heard that meter Kim could block its toxin. But the situation before him proved it. Clearly, the metal-devouring beasts knew much more about meter Kim than the human race. His gaze shifted slightly, and Lin Moyu suddenly noticed something unusual. The meter Kim forming the cages was not pure. There was a purple light moving within it, the light of meter Kim essence. He immediately understood. It wasn't necessarily the meter Kim that blocked the toxin, but possibly the essence. In the void, over 10,000 meter Kim cages of various sizes floated, imprisoning cultivators of all races. The cultivators had lost consciousness, deep in a coma. Lin Moyu did not act rashly, but observed from a distance. The beasts must have a purpose for imprisoning them. With his naked eye, he saw no problems. Lin Moyu switched to his undead vision. In the undead vision, the world was reduced to 2 colors, gray and white, dim and lifeless. Only the soul flames danced steadily. Soul flames. Lin Moyu saw a purple light within the soul flames, the purple of meter Kim essence. Their souls had been fused with the essence. This was true for everyone. It was clear they had not absorbed the essence themselves, but had it forcibly inserted by the beasts. Some people's souls had already turned mostly purple, while others only had a small part that was purple. What are the metal-devouring beasts trying to do? The thought had just formed when he saw Soul Flame turn completely purple. Then, he saw the Soul Flame take the shape of a metal-devouring beast. A palm-sized metal-devouring beast's soul jumped out of its original host's body. The original host was a demon clansman. After the beast's soul jumped out, the demon immediately stopped breathing. Without a soul, no one could survive. Lin Moyu was shocked. This is soul transformation. He didn't understand what the beasts were doing, but he knew what would happen next. These imprisoned cultivators, regardless of their race, would eventually have their souls transformed into that of an intelligent metal-devouring beast. This particular beast's soul, Lin Moyu had personally witnessed its eyes go from confused to clear. It had gained intelligence. Then, he saw a hint of disgust in its eyes. This disgust was directed at its original body, the grotesque and ferocious demon body. Lin Moyu saw it clearly and knew he wasn't mistaken. After becoming a beast's soul, it had become a member of the metal-devouring beasts and detested its original body. Its thoughts had become aligned with its new identity. The newly born beast's soul suddenly let out a shrill cry. Like a signal, several nearby beasts quickly rushed over and devoured the meter Kim cage holding the demon. In just a few bites, the demon's corpse was more than half eaten. Not only did it detest its original body, but it also did not hesitate to order other non-intelligent beasts to eat it, leaving not even a scrap behind. How ruthless. Lin Moyu had long seen that a large number of beasts were hidden here, so he had stopped far away. At this moment, with a soft pop, the body of a minotaur cultivator suddenly exploded. Lin Moyu saw that his soul had shattered. Clearly, this transformation was not always successful. There was a certain failure rate. But if more of these intelligent beasts were created, Lin Moyu felt that a new race was about to be born in the Great World, especially in this region. Because of the realm restrictions, the beasts were the absolute rulers. External forces could not affect them at all. As long as they didn't leave this place, no one could threaten them. In the Great World, new races were born and old ones went extinct almost every moment. It was an ordinary occurrence. Lin Moyu wouldn't find it strange if a new race was born here. But the proliferation of this race could not come at the cost of human lives. There were over 10,000 beings here, and among them, humans numbered over 1,000. Lin Moyu didn't care about the life and death of other races. It had nothing to do with him. This time, he had a mission to rescue people. If he hadn't seen it, it would be one thing, but now that he had, he couldn't just stand by. Although he didn't yet understand how the beasts had gained intelligence, it no longer mattered. What mattered now was how to save the people. Their souls had all been tainted with purple to varying degrees, proving that transformation had begun. Lin Moyu didn't know how to stop it, and restore them to their original state. Undead law. I wonder if it will work. Things had come to this point. He had to take a gamble. At the very least, he couldn't just watch. With a thought, the golden eagle gawking carrying him turned into a streak of golden light and charged forward. At that moment, the gawking activated his innate spell. For a short period, his speed reached 200,000 kilometers per second, a third of the speed of light. In just a few seconds, Lin Moyu had charged into the area where the races were imprisoned. Before the beasts could react, he took out the space-fixing pearl. With a soft hum, the blue ripples in the area instantly stilled. A spherical space with a diameter of 10 million kilometers became incredibly stable. He had seen the small, soul-state beasts before and knew they could leap through the void, using the blue ripples of Meter Kim to achieve an effect similar to a spatial lock. This was their advantage, making them hard to catch. But when the space-fixing pearl was activated, the blue ripples froze instantly. Escaping would not be so easy for them. In truth, Lin Moyu wasn't 100% certain, but he had to try. The nearby beasts numbered over 10,000, including elites, captains, and possibly even a hidden beast king. Lin Moyu did not dare to be careless. With a thought, his skeletons charged out. A throne appeared in the void, the skeleton throne. It burned fiercely, its silver light illuminating the space. The skeleton king, draped in a blood-red cloak and bathed in flames, slowly rose from the throne. Then, the skeletons quickly merged and transformed into skeleton divine generals. This time, Lin Moyu held nothing back. He wanted to resolve this quickly. If there were over 10,000 beasts, he would use 100,000 skeleton divine generals, overwhelming them in both numbers and strength. The appearance of the skeleton king was to deal with the potential existence of a beast king. After all, the weakest beast king was a third-tier god king, and the strongest was a fourth tier. The skeleton divine generals were no match, so he could only use the skeleton king. The skeleton divine generals charged madly, their attacks tearing into the void. The metal-devouring beasts hiding in the blue light were instantly killed in large numbers. In front of the skeleton-defined generals, their hiding techniques were useless. Their soul flames were as clear as day, incredibly easy to spot. The eyes of the palm-thighed intelligent beast's soul were filled with astonishment, which quickly turned to terror. The beasts were being defeated too quickly. The enemy's numbers were too great, and each one had the combat power of a captain-level beast. Their army couldn't hold out at all. It glared at Lin Moyu and let out a shrill cry, seemingly ordering the beasts to counterattack. It itself leaped into the void, trying to escape. But it didn't disappear. It jumped into the void and slammed into a wall, bouncing back like a person jumping into water only to find the surface had turned into thick ice. A corner of Lin Moyu's mouth curled up, trying to escape. Impossible. He pointed a finger, and a sky-filling red light appeared. A fused spell, Soul Burning Time Curse, Soul Poison, and Soul Curse. The three soul spells merged, their power greatly enhanced. The Time Curse specifically targeted souls. The newly born beast's soul immediately let out a piercing scream, its small body rapidly shrinking and trembling. Its escape had failed. It looked at Lin Moyu, then at the rapidly collapsing swarm of beasts around it. Despair filled its eyes. So it knows despair. Not bad, not bad. Although they hadn't exchanged a single word, its lively eyes spoke volumes. It didn't want to die, and was terrified of death. It looked at Lin Moyu and opened its mouth slightly, as if wanting to say something. But Lin Moyu had no intention of asking. Just as he had said, the words of the living were not necessarily true. He was more willing to trust the words of the dead. At the same time, Lin Moyu planned to use it as an experiment. The small beast soul's original host body still had some remains, not completely eaten. Lin Moyu pointed, and an undead flame fell on the remains. A star-tier spell, Revive Undead. The body quickly regenerated. Then, an irresistible suction force pulled the beast soul into the newly formed body. Just as I thought. A smile appeared on Lin Moyu's face. Although the soul had died, the connection between the soul and the body had not been completely severed by the spell. The body was revived, and the rules of the underworld found the soul that belonged to the original body. The power of a toxic burst was already terrifying, enough to kill all life within its coverage. A second tier gawking like Manga would surely die, though a third tier might have a chance to escape. But if a meter Kim star were to undergo a toxic burst, then even a third tier gawking would only have one path, death. And now, a meter Kim star had indeed erupted. A portion of the toxic burst swept through several 100 million kilometers of space, while another portion, carrying the deadly poison, slammed into the warship like bullets. The toxin could not only kill living beings but also corrode all kinds of materials, including artifacts. A warship was, in essence, the type of weaponized artifact and would also be corroded. The warship shook violently, its surface pockmarked with countless dents. The commander gritted his teeth and roared, increase speed, reinforce the defenses. At this point, they could only rely on luck. If the warship couldn't withstand it, they wouldn't survive either. On the other side, the demons were also flying through the Meter Kim region. They too had entered the star's vicinity. Not long after, the Meter Kim star exploded. Lin Moyu was busy for half a day, and finally managed to save about 78 of the people. About 20 couldn't be saved. Those who couldn't be saved basically had their souls corroded by more than 40. During the rescue process, Lin Moyu discovered this limit. A soul that was too heavily damaged would directly dissipate. However, the soul's tolerance was related to cultivation. The limit for the true God realm was about 30, while the Gawking realm could increase it to 40. The remnant soul of the divine lord Lin Moyu had encountered before had been shattered long ago, but could still survive and maintain a complete consciousness. Indeed, the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to die. The rescued people were temporarily in a coma. Some of their souls were still recovering and needed more time. Lin Moyu's gaze swept over the 10,000 cages in the void. These cages had imprisoned them, but they had also blocked the corrosion of the deadly poison. Lin Moyu calculated the time. They should be arriving soon. I wonder if they can survive to get here. He knew the human army had arrived. According to his speculation, they would encounter a toxic burst and an ambush by the beasts. Even if they could make it here, they would likely suffer heavy losses. As for whether the human army could find this place, Lin Moyu was not worried at all. Meng had mentioned that the military had better versions of the personnel finding formation disc. At this time, after the rescue, the skeleton-defined generals began to act. Their main targets were the other alien races. They would die sooner or later, so they might as well become his military merits. Lin Moyu had never been polite to his enemies. He was not a kind person and had no soft heart. The skeleton divine generals had surrounded their targets long ago. On Lin Moyu's command, a torrent of sword ki shattered the cages and killed the aliens inside. Lin Moyu felt his battlefield token heat up slightly. He had killed too many people. He feared that after returning, he would receive a lot of military merits and might be suspected again. The skeleton divine generals were very proficient at killing and looting, bringing back many storage items. They didn't even spare the corpses. The bodies of Gaiking level experts were collected, but Lin Moyu completely ignored the true god level ones. The cages themselves were made of meter kim and mixed with meter kim essence. Lin Moyu unceremoniously extracted all the essence and swallowed it to enhance his soul's defense. The meter kim was collected. He could exchange it for accumulation points after returning. The void was filled with the bodies of true god level aliens. Lin Moyu gathered them and placed them far away. He didn't touch the cages of the humans. Without the cages, they wouldn't be able to survive. Lin Moyu waited quietly, in no hurry. The skeleton divine generals had spread out in all directions to monitor the situation. He planned to wait here for a few days. If the army didn't come, it meant they were in trouble and might never be able to make it. In that case, he would take these cages and return first. After all, the mission was the most important thing. Having successfully rescued over 700 people, the mission was considered complete. As for other matters, he could come back to deal with them after ensuring the safety of these people. There was no need to rush. The metal-devouring beast emperor had been planning this for over 100 years. It was not in a hurry. Besides, his actions this time had already disrupted a part of its plan. After a few days of waiting, there was finally movement in the void. A streak of golden light flew over. Its speed was very fast, even faster than the golden evil Gaiking. When Lin Moyu saw it, it was less than 1,000,000 kilometers away. 10 seconds later, the human warship, bearing the marks of a great battle, stopped in front of him. The soldiers flew out of the warship and quickly formed up. The killing intent on them had not completely dissipated. They had clearly just been through a major battle. The warship was also covered in wounds. The army's commander flew out and came before Lin Moyu, giving a military salute. Doi Hanshin, 4th rank officer, commander of a 10,000 an unit. Lin Moyu also returned the salute. Lin Moyu, 8th rank soldier on a promotion mission. Doi Hanshin glanced around and quickly assessed the situation. I know you. You hold an honorary title. Everyone who holds an honorary title deserves respect. Even though Doi Hanshin's realm and rank were higher than Lin Moyu's, he was still very polite. Lin Moyu smiled. It seems you encountered some trouble on the way. Doi Hanshin did not hide anything. First, we encountered an exploding meter Kim star, and the warship was damaged. Then we were ambushed by a swarm of metal-devouring beasts. We fought several battles. Lin Moyu asked, were there any casualties? Doi Hanshin nodded. There is no war without casualties. But fortunately, the losses were not great. Compared to what's happening outside, we're considered quite lucky. From Doi Hanshin's words, Lin Moyu knew his guess was correct. A battle had indeed broken out outside. Perhaps the other races also had some thoughts and judgments about the mutation of the beasts, but the specifics were unknown. Doi Hanshin gave an order, and someone immediately began to repair the warship. Lin Moyu explained the situation here. Doi Hanshin was shocked, a look of disbelief on his face. Brother Lin, you mean the metal-devouring beasts have gained intelligence and want to use the souls of cultivators to create more intelligent beasts? Lin Moyu grunted. That's about right. I've already saved the ones I could. Please take them away, Commander Guy. Doi Hanshin was about to speak when a loud shout came from behind him. Commander, the toxin here is too strong. The metal suppression pills can't hold out. Only then did Doi Hanshin realize that because they had gone deep, the toxicity had greatly increased. His realm was high, so he didn't feel it much. The members of his unit were only A-tier true gods and were already unable to withstand it. Doi Hanshin immediately ordered them to return to the warship, leaving only a few people to repair it. Lin Moyu said, those cages are very special. Commander Guy, you can take them back for research. Being in the cages prevents corrosion from the poison. Doi Hanshin's eyes lit up. If that's the case, wouldn't they be much better than the metal suppression pills? Lin Moyu continued, but after entering the cage, the soul will fall into a dormant state. This was their drawback. Doi Hanshin had someone collect the cages and put them on the warship to be dealt with after returning. Lin Moyu added, I have ruined the metal-devouring beast emperor's plan this time. I expect they will be coming for me soon. Lin Moyu had thought it through. The beast emperor would certainly not let him go, but due to the interference of the human army, It had attacked them first, and had not yet paid attention to him. He estimated that the Beast Emperor also knew he was a difficult opponent and decided to deal with the army first. The molten metal region was the world of the metal, devouring beasts. They had extraordinary sensory abilities, and it was difficult to hide any movement in this area from them. All the cages were moved onto the warship, and the warship was almost fully repaired. Hongshan could set off at any time. Hongshan said, "Brother Lin, what are your plans? Do you want to go out with us?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I won't be leaving for now. Besides, you can only stay on the border." He didn't know what methods the Beast Emperor had used to seal Area 699, making it so that one could only enter but not exit. Doi Hongshan said, "The elders have anticipated this and are thinking of a way. But Brother Lin, it's not a solution for you to stay here alone. Besides the metal, devouring beasts, the demon clan's team has probably also entered, and perhaps even other races will come." Lin Moyu was about to speak when he suddenly frowned slightly. Doi Hongshan saw this, and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Moyu said, "The metal devouring beasts have detonated many meter Kim stars. The entire star field is temporarily sealed." Doi Hongshan's expression immediately changed. "Are they planning a fight to the death with us?" Lin Moyu chuckled, and shook his head. "No need. They only need to keep us here for a few months, and we will die from the poison." The number of metal suppression pills was limited and wouldn't last long. Even if they stayed in the warship, it needed a continuous energy supply. Moreover, they were deep in the central region, and the toxin was extremely strong. Even with a warship, they couldn't hold out for a long time. 10 days to half a month would be fine, but any longer would be troublesome. From the news transmitted by the skeleton divine generals, Lin Moyu saw that the void was filled with deadly poison. A large number of mere Kim stars had been detonated, and the powerful toxin filled the space with no way out. Lin Moyu had the ability to take them out. As long as he maintained his love domain, he could lead them away. But on the way, they would surely be ambushed by the beasts. Lin Moyu was not sure he could guarantee their safety, especially since there were over 700 injured people who had just recovered their souls. Hongshan did not doubt Lin Moyu's words. On the contrary, because of what had happened before and the fact that Lin Moyu had single-handedly rescued everyone, he trusted him even more. The mountain of alien corpses not far away was enough to prove Lin Moyu's ability. At this moment the skeleton divine general sent another message. The demon clan's warships had arrived. The demon clan clearly also had ways to find their people, and had followed the guidance to get here. A corner of Lin Moyu's mouth curled up. These demons were here to deliver merits. Lin Moyu looked in the direction of the approaching demons. The demon army is coming. Hongshan didn't even think. Then we prepare for battle. As a soldier, his instinctive reaction to facing the demon army was to fight. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Don't waste the warship's energy. Leave this to me." But Hongshan was stunned. He didn't doubt Lin Moyu's combat power, but the opponent was an entire army. The combat power of an army was completely different from that of ordinary cultivators, not just in strength but also in tactics. An army with good coordination could exert astonishing combat power. "That's too dangerous," Hongshan said. "It's fine. They're just clowns. We'll deal with them first, then the metal-devouring beasts." Lin Moyu didn't take the demon clan seriously at all. Hongshan looked at Lin Moyu. "Brother Lin, are you serious?" Lin Moyu smiled. "Commander Guy, just watch." Soon, the demon clan's army appeared in their vision. They originally had 5 warships, but now only 3 remained. The other 2 had been damaged along the way. The remaining 3 warships flickered with a faint light, and were also in bad shape. They had clearly been hit by the explosion of the meter Kim stars and then ambushed by the beasts. Their experience was basically the same as the human armies, but their total losses seemed to be greater. Doi Hongshan's eyes were focused, his gawking power erupting, ready to fight at any moment. The demon warships had also clearly spotted the human army, and were heading this way. Lin Moyu didn't care. After the demon warships got closer, he had a thought. In an instant, a white light flashed, and the void was filled with densely packed skeleton divine generals. Millions of extremely sharp sword ki intertwined, turning the blue void into daylight. In an instant, the sword ki swept over the demon clan's warships. A dazzling light erupted from the warships, and a thick barrier appeared. The defense system was activated, and the barrier automatically appeared, blocking Lin Moyu's attack. But under the assault of millions of sword ki equivalent to a second-tier gawking, the barrier twisted violently, and was about to shatter. Hongshan, standing by, was shocked twice. The first time was by the sudden appearance of the skeleton divine generals. Over 10,000 of them stood densely packed in the void, their movements even more orderly than the army's, looking extremely terrifying. They appeared together, acted together, their movements synchronized. Even the 10,000 man unit commanded by Gai Hongshan was not their equal. The second shock was from their attack. Gai Hongshan could sense that the attack power of these skeleton divine generals had all reached the second-tier Gaiking level. Our tens of thousands of second-tier Gaiking puppets his confidence. At this moment, Gai Hongshan remembered seeing 200 identical skeleton divine generals when he first came in. This meant that Lin Moyu's puppets were not just the 1,000 before him, there were at least 10,000. The demons were stunned by the sudden attack and couldn't react for a moment. The second wave of attacks came, another 10,000 streaks of sword ki sweeping across the void. The warships rumbled. They had survived a toxic burst and an ambush by the beasts. It was not easy for them to get here. The warships were already riddled with wounds and damaged in many places. Now, under the continuous attacks of the skeleton divine generals, their defense system was broken. The warships exploded loudly, the barrier shattered, and countless demons roared as they charged out. Who dares to ambush our demon clan's army? Are you tired of living? Do you believe I'll wipe out your entire clan? To dare to mess with my demon clan, you must really not want to live, the demons shouted, but no one paid them any attention. With a thought from Lin Moyu, the skeleton divine generals unleashed another wave of sword ki and charged forward with it. The sword ki sealed the demons' mouths. The demons fought back in a frenzy. All kinds of law domains exploded in the void, and various artifacts were used one after another. But the absolute disparity in strength was right before them. Tens of thousands of second-tier Gaiking skeleton divine generals against less than 3,000 demons, most of whom were still in the true god realm. It was a massacre. Damn you, you're courting death. An angry roar sounded as a demon engulfed in flames charged out. Lin Moyu recognized it at a glance. It belonged to the flame demon of the abyssal demon system. They had fought in the Manor. The flame demon was indeed not weak, but now, he could only send it on its way. The skeleton throne rumbled as it appeared in the void, an immense pressure spreading out. The skeleton king slowly stood up. In the flames, the immense pressure swept through the void like a hurricane. Gai Hongshan at the side was stunned. What kind of puppet is this? How can it be so strong? In his eyes, the skeleton king's realm had reached at least fifth-tier divine lord. The bright red cloak behind it flapped, turning into the sound of souls that entered everyone's ears. Then, the skeleton king swung its sword down. Spell, God Slaying. The skeleton king's signature spell. The moment it locked on, there was no trajectory, no way to dodge. It couldn't be blocked, one could only take it head. The flame demon that had just charged out with a few roars was immediately silenced. A streak of sword light erupted on its body, and it was torn apart by the light. The flames gradually extinguished. A third-tier Gaiking flame demon couldn't even block a single strike, and died on the spot. As soon as the flame demon died, the demon army lost its leader, and an aura of fear spread through them. The skeleton divine generals had already charged in, and surrounded them. They became lambs waiting to be slaughtered, only able to accept their fate. The three demon warships suddenly started, wanting to escape. Skeleton divine generals charged directly into the warships and slaughtered the demons inside. Without the protection of the barrier, these warships couldn't stop them at all. The warships that had just started suddenly stopped. The demons inside had been wiped out in an instant. The battle erupted suddenly and ended just as quickly. Thousands of demons were killed just like that, including a third-tier Gaiking captain, and several powerful Gaiking-level demons who couldn't even fight back before dying under the swords of the skeleton divine generals. Gai Hongshan watched with his mouth agape. The battle, which lasted less than 10 minutes, ended just like that. From beginning to end, Lin Moyu had not moved a single muscle. He had only used these puppets. A hint of envy appeared in Gai Hongshan's eyes. If only he had so many puppets. At this moment, Lin Moyu seemed a bit mysterious in his eyes. He racked his brain, thinking of the families in the human race that were best at making puppets. But after thinking it over, it seemed none of them had the surname Lin. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could he be from the Divine City? He knew nothing about the Divine City, but he was sure there must be families skilled in making puppets there, and they were very powerful. If Lin Moyu was from the Divine City, then everything could be explained. The skeletons dragged the warships and a few Gaiking-level demon corpses back. They also brought back a large number of storage equipment and various artifact weapons. The skeleton divine generals were extremely proficient at killing and looting. A warship was itself an artifact. After the demons died, these warships became ownerless. Lin Moyu quickly left his mark on them and, with a thought, the three warships shrank and were stored away. Even if they were damaged, warships were still very valuable. Of course, Lin Moyu would not miss such a good thing. After putting everything away, Lin Moyu said to Gai Hongshin, "Commander Gai, you and your people stay here for now. I'll come back after I deal with the metal-devouring beasts." The surrounding void was covered in toxic dust, and with the presence of the metal-devouring beasts, it was almost impossible for them to charge out. The only solution now was to listen to Lin Moyu. Fortunately, it wasn't a big problem for them to hold on for another 10 days to half a month. Goi Hongshin had originally wanted to say that they would go with him, perhaps they could help. But thinking of Lin Moyu's combat power, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He was afraid that not only would he not be able to help, but he would also become a burden. With a move from Lin Moyu, the Golden Eagle Gai King returned to his feet. Before Gai Hongshin appeared, Lin Moyu had told it to stay away, as there were some secrets he didn't want others to know. The Golden Eagle Gai King turned into a golden light, carrying Lin Moyu toward the deepest blue. The dark blue star in his vision gradually grew larger. That was the source of this incident. The newly intelligent metal-devouring beast emperor had successfully created a new body for itself, but no one knew what its new body looked like. He knew his actions could not be hidden from the beasts, so Lin Moyu made his move openly. At his current speed, it would probably take about 2 days to reach the Mir Kim Prime Star at the center. On the second day after Lin Moyu left, the human warship had completed its repairs. Except for being a bit low on energy, it looked almost the same as when it first entered. The warship stopped in the void, emitting a faint light. The formation outside the warship continued to operate to resist the corrosion of the deadly poison. The formation could only block most of the poison. A small part would still seep through. The cultivators in the warship still had to take metal suppression pills to avoid being poisoned. Gai Hongshin was a little worried, wondering what the outcome of Lin Moyu's trip would be. "Commander, we have a situation," a crew member suddenly reported loudly. "A blue figure has appeared outside the warship. A large number of metal-devouring beasts are using the blue light to approach, silently surrounding us." The number of beasts had exceeded 20,000, and Gai Hongshin could sense an aura among them that was no weaker than his own. There was a beast king, as well as many captain-level and elite-level beasts. Gai Hongshin's face turned extremely ugly. If they fought, they would surely lose. If they fled, the surrounding area was filled with toxic dust from the Mir Kim stars. There was no escape. Whether they fought or fled, the death rate was very high. At this moment, he thought of Lin Moyu. If only Lin Moyu were here. Suddenly, he received an unexpected report. "There are skeletons." As soon as he heard these 3 words, Gai Hongshin immediately looked out. Sure enough, he saw the skeleton divine generals and a skeleton king sitting on a skeleton throne. He couldn't help but feel more at ease. The terrifying skeletons had somehow become a synonym for reassurance. It should be fear, but right now, that was how it was. The moment he saw the skeletons, Gai Hongshin knew everything would be alright. At the same time, he admired Lin Moyu's thoroughness. It was as if he had predicted that the beasts would come to ambush them and had made preparations in advance. The skeletons charged and engaged the metal-devouring beasts. The effect of the space-fixing pearl was still active. The beasts could not escape quickly here. Reaching this place was already their limit. Once entangled by the skeleton divine generals, it was a fight to the death. When the beasts appeared, Lin Moyu, far away, smiled. He had indeed anticipated this, guessing that the beasts were very likely to ambush them after he left. And it was just as he had expected. He had left 10,000 skeleton divine generals, and the strongest skeleton king. Although their numbers were not as great as the beasts, their combat power was completely different and not comparable. The only threat, the beast king, had the skeleton king to deal with. The skeleton divine generals were like tigers among a flock of sheep, and began to slaughter at will. The outcome was already decided. The disparity in combat power was too great. Lin Moyu paid no more attention. After the battle ended, the skeleton divine generals would inform him. The deep blue in front of him grew more intense. The blue light shone directly on his skin, making it slightly hot. The toxicity was getting stronger. Lin Moyu had come to an area he had never been to before. This was a true forbidden zone. Even a third-tier Gai King couldn't last half a day here. But for Lin Moyu, it was just a little heat on his skin. The dark blue star radiated a scorching light, feeling like a star without flames. When Lin Moyu truly saw this blue star, his heart thumped uncontrollably. At that moment, an urge to turn and flee rose in his heart. He knew what the metal-devouring beast emperor's body was. This being had taken the Mir Kim Prime Star before him as its body. The giant star with a diameter of over 50,000 kilometers, exuding a deadly poison, had become its body. There were many stars with diameters over 50,000 kilometers, countless in the great world. Some giant stars even had diameters exceeding tens of millions of kilometers. But those stars were a mixture of various flaming materials. Unlike the Meteor Kim prime star before him, which was entirely composed of molten metal and its accompanying ore, and also contained the magical Meteor Kim essence. The high-purity molten metal and ore gave it unparalleled hardness. If the Meteor Kim prime star were to collide with a main sequence star, it could definitely punch a huge hole in it. The Meteor Kim prime star gave the Beast Emperor an incredibly strong body, and the essence inside provided it with a very solid soul defense. For a moment, Lin Moyu didn't know where to start. This thing wasn't a hedgehog. It was a solid, massive steel ball. It couldn't be broken or damaged. Besides this giant star, there were two smaller yellow Meteor Kim stars. These two stars were also occupied by beasts, and became their bodies. They both had diameters of about 1,000 kilometers. Compared to the prime star, it was the difference between a soccer ball and a ping-pong ball. Lin Moyu now understood why they had been planning for so long. A total of 3 beasts had successfully gained intelligence and possessed new bodies. As for why there were so few Beast Kings along the way, Lin Moyu also understood. Perhaps the Beast Kings could all undergo a sublimation, but most must have failed, with only a few succeeding. As for the other beasts, Lin Moyu didn't care about them at all. As long as he could deal with the 3 big ones in front of him, the others could be dealt with at any time. If he couldn't deal with these 3, then killing the others would be meaningless. Lin Moyu was deep in thought, trying to find a way to deal with them. But for a moment, he couldn't find a suitable solution. It was you who ruined my plan. The voice of a soul, like clashing metal, was extremely jarring. The sound was so harsh that even a soul would frown upon hearing it. Lin Moyu snorted softly. There's nothing I can do. You were just born at the wrong time. The blue light rippled like a surging sea. The voice of the Beast Emperor became even harsher, filled with intense disgust. You humans are always so disgusting. Lin Moyu guessed that when the Beast Emperor was born, the unlucky third-tier Gaki it killed must have been from a race hostile to humans. So the Beast Emperor had inherited a part of its consciousness and also hated the human race. Lin Moyu sneered. You sealed the entire area, dreaming of creating a race. But you should know that this is impossible. This area has special laws, but outside, any divine lord can destroy you in an instant. Even if you succeed in creating a race, are you going to stay here and guard it forever? Guarding a cage with a diameter of only 0.1 light years. The Beast Emperor chuckled. You understand nothing. But you are right about one thing. This area has been sealed by me. No one can escape, including you. The blue light fluctuated violently again. Lin Moyu's expression changed slightly. He knew the other party was about to attack. With a thought, the Golden Eagle Gawking suddenly retreated. But the speed of the blue light was faster, instantly engulfing him, and the Gawking. At the same time, the Meteor Kim prime star exerted a massive gravitational pull, intending to drag Lin Moyu over. The law of gravitation. Lin Moyu paused slightly, and at the same time, deployed his law domain to resist it. The law of gravitation was very powerful. It was a law between the second and first tiers. It was a fundamental force of the great world. Almost all matter had gravity. The greater the mass, the stronger the gravity. The Meteor Kim prime star before him had an extremely terrifying mass, and with the law of gravitation complementing it, it became even more powerful and difficult to deal with. Lin Moyu resisted the law with his own domain, and ordered the Golden Eagle Gawking to retreat quickly. From the left and right, the 2 smaller Meteor Kim stars flew over. There were no techniques, they just charged straight at Lin Moyu. The attack was incredibly simple but also incredibly terrifying. Even a Gawking, if hit, would be seriously injured, if not killed. Under the interference of the law of gravitation, Lin Moyu's retreat speed became extremely slow. But the 2 stars were not affected by the law and charged at an extremely fast speed. Lin Moyu was not afraid. A purely physical attack could not harm him at all. If you want to pull, I'll let you pull. Lin Moyu suddenly withdrew his law domain, and let the law of gravitation pull him over. Not only did he stop resisting, but he even ordered the Golden Eagle Gawking to speed up and charge toward the prime star. It just so happened to pass between the 2 stars coming from the left and right. Outside the Meteor Kim prime star were a large number of metal, devouring beasts, over 50,000 of them, including many elite Gawking level members, and second-tier Gawking captains. They immediately launched an attack on Lin Moyu. The beast's attacks carried a unique law. It had both the sharpness of the metal law, and contained a deadly poison. Lin Moyu's fingers lit up, and with a thought, skeleton divine generals appeared in the void like raindrops. This time, he was getting serious. There was no one else here, so he didn't need to hide his strength. Over 500,000 skeleton divine generals suddenly appeared in the void, their sword ki so dense it almost tore the swarm of beasts apart. In an instant, in a single attack, at least 10,000 beasts died under the sword ki. Damn you, the beast emperor roared angrily. These were its core members. If they were all killed, it would have to spend a lot more time. Lin Moyu heard its angry curse and knew that these beasts were not just cannon fodder. If they were all killed, it would also feel the pain and would take a lot of time to replace them. In that case, the skeleton divine generals began to madly hunt down the metal, devouring beasts. Facing the skeleton divine generals, who were completely superior in strength and numbers, the beasts suffered heavy casualties. Lin Moyu took out a space-fixing pearl, imprisoning the space and preventing the beasts from escaping. The law of gravitation radiated wildly, and streaks of blue light fell on the skeleton divine generals, pulling them tightly and preventing them from hunting the beasts. Lin Moyu felt his body lighten. He found that the more the law of gravitation was divided, the smaller its effect. The gravity that was originally 100 on him, if it acted on 10 targets simultaneously, the gravity on him would become 99, reduced by 1 part. As the number of targets increased, the gravity would continue to decrease. You won't let me kill them. I'll kill them anyway. With a thought, another 500,000 skeleton divine generals appeared. His limit was 3 million. He had only summoned 1 million now, with 2 million in reserve. The newly appeared 500,000 skeleton divine generals once again began to hunt down the beasts, not sparing a single one. Damn you. Damn you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The beast emperor let out a crazy, piercing scream. A blue light erupted from its body and slashed toward Lin Moyu like a sharp sword. The law of gravitation transformed into a sword, a giant sword 100,000 meters long, sweeping toward Lin Moyu with the power to cut through stars. The law of gravitation exploded in the void, pulling and tugging. The skeleton divine generals were swept away by the giant sword for tens of thousands of kilometers, their bodies shattering, seriously injured on the spot. This sword was so powerful and heavy it was astonishing. Lin Moyu, standing in the middle, bore the brunt of the law of gravitation's restraint. Fortunately, a large number of skeleton divine generals shared the force, giving him the ability to dodge. Although he wouldn't die from one blow, Lin Moyu didn't want to test the blade with his body. The undead wings spread out and vibrated violently, pushed to their limit instantly. He broke free from the restraint of gravity and disappeared in a flash. The undead wings severed the soul lock, causing the beast emperor to lose its target. The sword strike missed, unable to harm Lin Moyu. The bodies of the skeleton divine generals lit up with white light. Thousands of lich generals appeared in the void to heal them. All the wounds were instantly healed, but thousands of skeletons that were directly hit by the gravitational sword shattered on the spot, only to be resurrected again. Lin Moyu's figure appeared on the other side, a cold light flashing in his eyes. From this one strike, he had roughly seen the Beast Emperor's combat power. It should be around 5th tier God King, stronger than a Beast King, but not unbeatable. The most troublesome thing now was the Meter Kim Prime star it had chosen as its body, making it incredibly tough. Plus, the Meter Kim essence had increased its soul defense. This was what gave Lin Moyu a headache. With the envelopment of the blue light, the powerful gravity fell on him again. Lin Moyu was uncontrollably pulled toward the Beast Emperor. The whole body of the Beast Emperor shone with a dazzling light, the blue light growing brighter and brighter, then turning into countless sharp swords that shot out into the void. Lin Moyu's expression changed. This attack was more intense than before, and it was an attack from all directions, leaving almost no blind spots. All the skeleton divine generals were surrounded by the attack of the gravitational swords. At the same time, the two smaller Meter Kim stars also erupted with formidable gravity. The auras of the three connected, forming a gravitational swamp, making it difficult for the skeleton divine generals to move. With a thought from Lin Moyu, all the skeleton divine generals were recalled and disappeared in an instant. Millions of gravitational swords instantly missed. Only a few hit Lin Moyu, but the scattered attack did not cause any damage to him. Lin Moyu tapped his finger lightly, and the Skeleton King appeared in the void. It locked onto the remaining metal devouring beasts and swung its sword. The god's slaying sword strike could target a single target or multiple targets. The more targets, the more scattered the power. This was not much different from the law of gravitation. The Skeleton King's combat power reached 5th tier God King. It was easy for it to kill the true god-level beasts. With just one strike, tens of thousands of beasts were simultaneously engulfed by the sword light and died on the spot. Damn you! The Beast Emperor cursed angrily. The gravity intensified, acting on the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King was uncontrollably pulled over, and the 10,000-meter gravitational sword appeared again, slashing toward it. The skeleton king was not afraid, raising its bone sword to meet the attack. Playing, the two swords collided. The gravitational sword immediately shattered, and the skeleton king was also sent flying. The bones on its body cracked one after another. Even the bone sword in its hand showed dense cracks and could break at any moment. The gravitational sword was so powerful that it seriously injured the skeleton king. But in the next second, a dense white light emanated from the skeleton king's body. The Lich generals quickly healed its wounds. The bones healed, and the bone sword was restored. In an instant, the skeleton king returned to its peak condition, and charged forward again. Spell, bound slaying. The sword light lit up, its target being the remaining beasts. After one strike, nearly 10,000 more beasts were killed on the spot. At this moment, a meteor star flew over with extraordinary speed and slammed into the skeleton king. The skeleton king was sent flying, its body shattering again. But under the treatment of the Lich generals, the shattered body was quickly restored. Before it could stabilize, the gravity acted on it again, pulling it back. Another meteor star was already prepared and slammed into it. The skeleton king was sent flying again, but it still wasn't dead. The Lich generals quickly healed it. With the Lich generals here, unless the skeleton king could be killed instantly, it would be difficult for it to die. The skeleton king quickly stabilized its body and swung its sword again. This time, the number of beasts killed was much smaller, but there were still thousands. The skeleton divine generals appeared again and began to hunt down the beasts. After the repeated slaughter by the skeleton divine generals and the skeleton king, there were now less than 20,000 beasts left, and the number was still decreasing rapidly. Lin Moyu could feel the beast emperor's anger rising. Die. You must die. Along with the grinding, ear-piercing voice, the beast emperor's anger had reached its peak. A blue flame suddenly rose on the meteor prime star. In the blue flame, a purple image appeared. Faintly, a giant figure that held up the sky appeared. The giant's two hands were raised high as if holding something up. The moment he saw the giant, Lin Moyu immediately knew which race's God King Soul the beast emperor had devoured that year. The Starry Sky Celestial clan. At the same time, information about this clan appeared in his mind. The Starry Sky Celestial clan was very mysterious and rarely interacted with other races. They were not hostile to any race. They were a neutral and extremely low-key race. The human race did not have much information about them, only knowing that their totem was a giant holding up the sky with both hands. It was said that this giant was holding up the world, destroying star, but there was no explanation as to what that was. But the Starry Sky Celestial clan was skilled in the law of gravitation. Everyone knew this. With the appearance of the giant holding up the sky, plus the law of gravitation, there was no doubt about their identity. What were the Starry Sky Celestial clan doing here? This mysterious and reclusive race had never interacted with other races. They didn't need molten metal. Why did they come here? Was it for the meteor essence? Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out for the moment, but what he had to do now was fight. After the giant appeared, the gravity changed. The pure gravity began to become chaotic, pulling at his body randomly. Lin Moyu felt as if countless hands wanted to tear his body to pieces. The strength of these hands was very strong. If his body hadn't reached the true god level, he would have been torn to shreds. But for him, this little strength was nothing. A black dot appeared between the giant's raised hands. The moment the black dot appeared, it suddenly erupted with an astonishing suction force. The gravity instantly increased by more than tenfold. Lin Moyu was uncontrollably sucked in. With a thought, 10,000 Death Dragon Knights appeared behind him. His law domain began to resist the law of gravitation. The soul world opened, and the talent tree turned into countless vines that wrapped around the Death Dragon Knights. The 10,000 knights exerted their strength in unison, holding Lin Moyu in place. At this moment, this force was almost solely acting on him, so it was extremely powerful. But the strength of the Death Dragon Knights was also not weak, and the two sides unexpectedly reached a stalemate. With a thought, the skeleton divine generals suddenly changed their target, charging toward one of the smaller meteor stars. The skeleton king also locked onto that star and swung its sword. Lin Moyu planned to deal with one star first. He tapped his finger a few times continuously. Star Kier spell. Undead Eye. Multi-star spell, Time Curse. A red light flashed, and the curse descended. At the same time, 100,000 meter white undead eye appeared in the void. The undead law was fully activated, and a divine dragon carrying a strong aura of death descended on the locked Mir Kim star. Law, physical, and soul-free attacks were launched almost simultaneously. After the previous probing, Lin Moyu had roughly seen their strength. The Beast Emperor's attack power was almost equivalent to a 5th-tier God King. The other 2 stars, the bodies recreated by 2 Beast Kings, had strength around 4th-tier God King. Although there was only 1 level difference between 4th and 5th tier, the difference in strength was huge. Especially when comparing the prime star and the smaller star, the gap was even wider. He would pick on the weak one first. The first one Lin Wei targeted was the smaller Meter Kim star. The sword light exploded on the star. The Skeleton King swung its sword with all its might. The blue light was cut off, and the blue molten metal was suddenly cut open, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in the void. The sword kai of the Skeleton Divine Generals continuously descended on the star, each streak leaving a mark. Thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000 streaks of sword kai descended at the same time, causing the star to tremble constantly. Especially when the time curse descended, the star trembled violently. Lin Moyu could almost hear the beast's shrill scream. For a beast without intelligence, they never feared death and didn't know what pain was. But after gaining intelligence, they would have these unpleasant emotions. So, having intelligence was sometimes like a double-edged sword, with both good and bad sides. The soul brought intense pain, and the entire Meter Kim star was trembling. The surface of the star cracked, and countless deep cracks appeared, as if it were the end of the world. The undead eye looked down, its gaze fixed below. After the second wave of soul attacks descended, the star shook even more violently. A blue light bloomed in the void, like a burning flame. The blue flame rolled over. At that moment, the Skeleton King and the Skeleton Divine Generals were all enveloped in the flame. In the flame, the skeletons of the Divine Generals made a cracking sound, quickly withering and turning black. Lin Moyu stared at the abyssal flame. He knew this Beast King had devoured the soul of a demon clansman, and one who was skilled in controlling abyssal flames. The abyssal flame contained the laws of the abyss, and at the same time, it fused with the deadly poison of the ore and the sharpness of the molten metal, turning it into a special flame with great power. The Skeleton Divine Generals were severely burned, their bodies turning black. Their movements became sluggish, and their strength was greatly reduced. Then, a white light surged over, enveloping the star. A pure white light lit up on all the Skeleton Divine Generals. The burnt, black bones quickly recovered their luster, and both their strength and combat power were restored. The Skeleton Divine Generals once again steadily launched streaks of sword kai at the Meter Kim star. Tens of thousands of sword kai descended, and bit by bit, the star began to disintegrate in the pain of its soul. The Beast Emperor roared angrily, its gravity locking onto the Meter Kim star and pulling it back. Lin Moyu smiled at the corner of his mouth. In that short moment, just 2 or 3 seconds, he had discovered the weakness of the beasts, their souls. Their souls were not strong enough. Although they controlled incredibly hard Meter Kim stars, because their bodies were not strong enough, they could not fully manipulate them. Perhaps the Meter Kim star could block the attack of a 5th-tier God King, but its soul could not block the attack of a 3rd-tier God King. In the Great World, the soul was more important than the body. The body could be relatively weak, but the soul could not. But here, the Beast Emperor was clearly the opposite. No wonder this thing doesn't move. It seems its soul cannot control this body. The Meter Kim Prime Star was too large and too powerful, far beyond ordinary Meter Kim stars. After taking it as its body, the Beast Emperor's soul alone could not control it. This is a living target. Lin Moyu made up his mind. This way, even if it can't win, I can still escape. If the opponent can't move, it can't chase me. Lin Moyu could even surround this place to find a corresponding countermeasure. The Beast Emperor pulled the 2 smaller Meter Kim stars back and placed them on itself like a pair of eyes. Then, a strong blue light radiated out, covering the entire void. Lin Moyu saw that in the blue light, the void in the distance suddenly changed. Many blue light spots suddenly disappeared, and then reappeared. The blue light spots became larger and larger, turning into Meter Kim stars. They were charging over with formidable speed. What is this thing trying to do? Lin Moyu didn't know what the Beast Emperor wanted. He had now ordered the Skeleton Divine Generals to launch a fierce attack on them. The hardness of the Meter Kim Prime Star was beyond imagination, so the attacks of the Skeleton Divine Generals had no effect. Only the Skeleton King could cause some insignificant damage, but this was nothing to the huge Prime Star. Lin Moyu tapped his finger lightly, and a red light descended. The Prime Star shook a few times, the blue light chaotic for a moment, and then there was no more movement. Lin Moyu faintly heard the painful cry of the Beast Emperor. The time curse could not cause effective damage, only causing it a little pain. The effect of the undead eye was even less obvious. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh. The power of his soul attacks was still not enough. If he were a 9th-tier true god now, the result might be completely different. A few Meter Kim stars flew over and exploded. The intense toxic dust immediately covered the void. The Beast Emperor had the ability to control molten metal, and could detonate the poison at any time. If it hadn't run into him, this move would have been incredibly smooth. Lin Moyi looked strange. It clearly knew the toxic dust was useless against him, so why did it still use this move? Before Lin Moyi could figure it out, the giant holding up the sky suddenly emitted an intense light from its hands. Then, it bowed to Lin Moyi. A buzzing sound rang out. Lin Moyu's head shook violently, his thoughts momentarily chaotic. The soul world buzzed, and the crystal wall creaked, even slightly deforming as if hit by a huge impact. The 9-color dragon soul crystal emitted a clear dragon roar, and Lin Moyu's consciousness suddenly became clear again. The blue light in front of him flashed, and a meteor Kim star slammed into him. Lin Moyu flew backward uncontrollably, straight into the area of toxic dust. A purely physical attack could not harm Lin Moyu, and neither could the toxic dust. This collision actually did not cause any damage to him, far less than the previous soul impact. Lin Moyu flew backward in the toxic dust, still shaken. What kind of spell was that? Just now, his soul was inexplicably impacted. Very strange. If his soul world wasn't strong enough, and his soul quality had reached the peak of the 4th grade, he might have died just now. If the soul world shattered, he would be dead for sure. Although he didn't know what spell the opponent had used, he was sure it was a spell of the Starry Sky Celestial clan. This clan was too mysterious, and information about them was extremely scarce. At this moment, he saw the giant bow to him again. Lin Moyu's hair stood on end, his whole body tense. The first bow was already extremely dangerous. The second bow. The silent attack came. Lin Moyu suddenly felt a sharp pain, his skin burning as if on fire. The next second, his whole body emitted a blue light. It came from his flesh. A large amount of toxic dust was pouring into his body. He was poisoned. He hadn't felt the taste of being poisoned for a long time. Since his poison resistance reached 100, and he awakened the passive spell elemental resistance, he had not been poisoned again. But now he was. He realized that the giant's second bow was effective. The second bow affected the effectiveness of his elemental resistance spell, making him unable to be immune to the toxicity. Fortunately, it only affected a part of its effectiveness, not completely losing its effect.